Here we are. Let's see how it goes. I'm also streaming this on YouTube, so if my PC explodes, you know why. Also, Apple, thank you for the 100 bits. You deserve the first wheel spin. How you been? Let me see if I can turn on some background music without exploding my PC. Thing. I don't know why I'm so fucking airy lately. Why not? Y'all gonna enjoy some Mozart. Y'all better be happy with it. Welcome back. I just arrived. Thank you, sir. It's technically not officially my birthday. The end of the stream will be my birthday. Now with background music, let me see how I can. Can I pop the chat out? Pop out chat. Cool. Hopefully this will keep working. Can I make? Hang on. Oh wait, I do already have one of those. YouTube, you could go over there. What? One second, I see another 100 bits, but I'm figuring something out as we speak. Why is it not working? For some reason I'm not allowed to have it that way, then we'll just do it this way. Thank you once again for the 100 bits, that's 200 bits. But since you gave them separately, they will be two different spins. Also, some good shit. Okay, but before we start, let me explain how it's structured is. So, let's go here. Hi, me. Shut up, phone. I thought I turned you off. My girlfriend. Then not the girlfriend. Where is the playlist? Jesus Christ. There. Fuck off, McDonald's. I don't want your fucking ads. So, I got some random ass tutorials. I'm gonna follow them. I have pictures of some things I want to make. But first I'm gonna follow a tutorial. And I think I'm gonna start with the 5-hour one. I hope the lessons are still applicable. Pretty sure this is like the main Blender guy.
3D software that can be used to make.
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing. I'll be following tutorials, got some shit I want to make myself. I want to use this one to make a 3D model of myself. I already got reference pictures. The person who took the pictures didn't know I was doing that, so yeah, I'll show the result afterwards. In moments like this, I really need 3 monitors. Also, if you're watching this on Twitch and you want to for YouTube for some reason, even though I have nothing set up there, you can go there. Why is there such a delay on my OBS? Maybe streaming to 2 places wasn't such a good idea. That's the YouTube stream link. And let's see. Yeah, YouTube and you prefer Twitch, which I fully understand. You go there. doors or anything. I got a wheel to spin, not this wheel. I got to spin the wheel twice actually. But yeah, tomorrow will be my real birthday, the 4th. But I decided to celebrate it now anyways. 26th birthday wheel. I'm gonna close the preview because I feel like that's making it lag way more than it should. Can I turn off the animation for the bits, please? Right, let's give it the first spin. Let's see how terrible it will be. The Wheel of Pain. Great. Different wheel. The Wheel of Pain. There you are. I had never used this one. But these are all terrible workout things. Things I probably won't be able to do. Especially because I forgot most of them. I'm gonna have to look up what that one is. I'm gonna close this door and make Alpha go to the back. Discord can fuck off. Fully. See what I'm doing. Cool. Now, what are leg races? Does it just be in more than 1 frame an hour? Not like that. So it seems kind of simple to me. Let's do that. Do Apple 10 micros. I'm gonna have to be laying on the floor there. So let me put the camera correctly for that. For fuck's sake, I have so much trash in my room. I will be turning 26. Let's see if this goes right. Bebe. As you can see, I've literally never done this. So I have to work a lot of things out for it. Turn you off. Oh, that's not what the little image showed. I was already happy enough in what. The thing about all those body weight things, yeah, so much happier than they look. Even mind them also asthmatic. Anyways, you deserve another spin for the second one a bit. Trust me, I'm trying. But that's kind of the problem, Richard. Imagine if I fucking dropped that now a day before my actual birthday. Right, here we go again. I'd rather do any until stuff than do those exercises again. What now? Oh, well, this one sucks for you guys. I don't know. I'm doing them, but what I do, I have no fucking clue. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I don't really pay attention to my breathing sometimes. Right, so see, can I even do the 3-minute ad again? Yes. So, see you in a bit. This one has no effect on the visual side. Nope. Alright. Yeah, it makes sense. You motherfucker. Wait, are you affected by the ad or not? Because I cannot remember. Well, you know you did a Prime sub last time. That's why I did a spin the last time. Thank you for the right now 300 bits. This is more than I've made in months. Well then, the ad's only supposed to suck for the people who don't have subs, so I'm just gonna continue and spin it again. What? Jesus Christ! We're not gonna be able to stream like this, man. Close. I'm your bit whore. Oh, okay. Not many sticky notes. We have a third place for a sticky note. Why does this automatically click every time I close it? Fair. Let's see, I have these sticky notes, these sticky notes, these sticky notes. I have an exorbitant amount of sticky notes, these sticky notes. Okay, now I've made sticky notes. I have these sticky notes. Which would you prefer? Just close it. I'm pretty sure I forgot to update the. Well, no, it's actually still relevant. I have arrows, long different ones. These ones seem to be expensive, so I'll not do these. Then it'll just be my default 3 notes. 1. Let me take the latest note off. I can't be held accountable for them falling off my face. And where would you like it on my face? If away from the stick. It was, actually. They pay me. Well, they don't, I haven't made any silver. Right. Good thing I'm left-handed. Stay where you are, you piece of shite, before I need to grab some scotch tape. These are very cheap sticky notes, by the way, so chance of them falling off is certain. Just stay where you are. Ah, good enough, I guess. Right, another spin for the fourth one. Well, this is not relevant now because I haven't started anything yet. Then we spin it again because that one doesn't count. Okay. At +1. For that I do have another wheel, so first wheel is heads are selected from this. I have so many fucking wheels. Except the good wheel on my car, it seems. Oh, the one on top. How convenient. You stay right where you are, you piece of shite. Well, I guess it helps keep it in place. Stop clicking on your own. Bitch, I'm beautiful. This is fashion now. You know, horse races, they always have those little flaps on the side to make sure you don't get distracted. I have that now. Anyways, let's actually get this shit on the road now. Let's start with the most basic tutorial there is. How will I do this? Can I... No, then there cannot be split in two.
Animations, visual effects, game assets, or practically anything 3D. And best of all, it's 100% free and it always will be. Starters,
Fuck off, advertisement, Jesus Christ. As you can see, we've been created by the beautiful default cube. This fucking autoplay.
You'll spend probably 90% of your time because it is the 3D world. So you can see that we have three objects here. We've got a camera, we've got a cube, and we've got a lamp. And when we click on it, you can see it's selected because it has the yellow outline. So let's delete the default cube, of course, and replace it with something else. So we could do that by going up to the add menu up here, or replace it with something else. So we could do that by going up to the add menu up here. You see it, we've got a camera, we've got a cube, and we've got a lamp. And when we click on it, you can see it's selected because it has the yellow outline. So let's delete the default.
Yeah. Or maybe I should turn this one down, the desktop audio, and this one up. It's like my main mic audio is already in the red, so I don't want to touch it too much, but I have to up it a bit. This one can go down a bit. Mozart's a bit too loud. You're supposed to be background music, not foreground music.
Cube, of course, and replace it with something.
How do you delete shit?
So let's delete the default cube, of course, and replace.
Farewell, default cube. I have to make sure the background noise gets filtered and supposed to always be louder than the game than the desktop audio, but seems to not be working too well.
It with something else. So we could do that by going up to the add menu up here, or by remembering the hotkey, which is Shift A. So Shift A for add. So usually the one you're looking for is underneath mesh. So these are called your primitives, and it's what you use to start.
Yeah, probably. You're probably one who recommended it to me.
Make a chair. You might start with a cylinder as the chair leg, and then build out from there. But the one I'm sure you're all very curious, you want to click it. It's the monkey. So let's just click
Monkey.
have a monkey. Well, fun fact, every 3D software has its own little random complex object because it's useful to test things like shaders or complexities of scenes. So 3ds Max has the Utah teapot, Houdini has the toy, and I think Pig's head. Blender has the monkey.
Monkey.
The Suzanne monkey head, which you can see in the top left there, named after the orangutan from the film Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. Random piece of trivia. So let's get a better look at it. And to that,
You have, by the way, you have no fucking idea how much you've inconvenienced me. Because now when I'm looking at either chat or the tutorial, the sticky note has completely blocked my view of Blender. Like, I literally cannot see Blender right now because I'm looking at this side. And the reason I'm doing this is honestly I just wanna try Blender. I just want to learn it. Partially because I once had a dream of making video games, but I also just want to be able to do 3D stuff. I do have, by the way, I do have experience with 3D modeling, but not this type of 3D modeling. I have experience with AutoCAD programs, like which ones were the ones I used. I have Autodesk Fusion. I have experience in that, and those are different software where I have experience in, which I forgot the name of. Nah, this will stay until it falls off, which is one because of the head. You doomed me for the rest of the stream. Which only makes it funnier. But yeah, maybe one day I'll actually start game development, I don't know. Yeah, I think it would be fun also to have a 3D printer, even though I don't have space for it, so maybe I'll have to wait until I live on my own.
we need to orbit, which you can do by on your mouse there, your scroll wheel. That is called your middle mouse button. If you push that, drag around orbiting. Now, for my laptop users, you've just panicked because you realize you don't have a mouse. How are you going to orbit around? First,
I mean, I still can. Wait, you suggested, so your name has to be on there. That's actually a great idea, which I didn't think of before. Can you read it? It's kind of blocked off, but says FU Apple Gear. It's your note now.
you get a mouse for 3D work, it will you can get by without it just by up here in the top right hand corner, this little gray circle, anywhere in the gray section, if you just left click and drag on
Monkey.
that will do the exact same thing. Or if you want, you can go to edit preferences and then underneath input.
The thing is, it's a tutorial here, old. It's the newer version of Blender I'm using.
Alt and then
I
left
think.
drag, that will do the exact same thing. Also, whilst you are in user preferences, you might want to go to interface and you've got resolution scale. If you're on a 4K, you might want to go to that will do the exact same thing. Also, whilst you are in user preferences, you might want to go to interface and you've got resolution scale. If you're on a 4K monitor, you might find that your menus and buttons are really small and you kind of have to like squint.
Where's preferences?
So personally, I like to keep my 4K monitor around about 1.5. Since this is a tutorial, I'll make it nice and big so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so that's orbiting around with the middle mouse button. If we want to zoom in, we can do that just by scrolling in and out. We can also do it by going up to
Monkey.
the glass tool there, and then just left click dragging and then moving the control.
Okay.
and then
See you later, man. Thanks for coming by.
Okay, so one thing.
I forgot channel point redemption on Twitch. God damn it. Good luck. Godspeed, son. Godspeed. Let me see. It won't work now. This one needs to be on. Go.
You might notice looking at this is that it's not very pretty, right? It's just kind of got this
Nah, it's perfect.
bland gray lighting over everything. And that's because this state right now is called viewport shading. And it's kind of a lightweight, optimized way to view the scene just as you're building it. But if you want to create a final pretty image, that's called rendering. And you can actually switch into rendered mode by going up here into the top right-hand corner. You can see we're currently in the viewport shading mode. If we
Yeah.
go 2 across, you should see rendered view mode. So if we click that, your computer might stall for a quick second whilst it loads it in, but you can see it's now different. We have directional light. We have
I got nothing.
the monkey. So it's now currently being lit by this lamp up here. So if I wanted to, zoom in on that lamp there and just kind of like move it around,
There it
you
is.
can see it's kind of hard to focus on. Like it's always exactly not in the right view. And that's because we are centered on our monkey right now. We need to change the focus. We need to pan to something else. So we could do that one of 2 ways. One, if you're on a laptop, you could use the little move tool there. That will do that. Or everyone else, shift, middle mouse click, drag.
Oeh, dat moet je dan.
Same thing. So middle mouse is for orbiting, shift middle mouse is for pan to change your view to something else. Okay, so I want to move my light because it's too moody. I want to be able to see the monkey's face there. So to move an object, you could do it one of 2 ways. One, you could go over to the left-hand corner here and you've got the move tool. When you click that, you can see that the selected object, the lamp, has this this gizmo, it's called, with these axes on it.
Yeah.
And if I just clicked and dragged on any of those arrows there, you can see I can move it along any of those axes. I could also just click on that white circle there, and that will just freehand drag it depending on my view. But it's kind of tedious. Every time you want to move something, you have to like go to that tool and then find the arrows and yada yada. So actually, most people in Blender prefer to use the hotkeys. So we just keep it in the default selection state here, and instead remember the hotkey, which is G for grab. Now I've just tapped the key, and you'll notice as I move my cursor that it's now attached to my cursor. My cursor isn't even actually close to it. In fact, my cursor could be on the other side of the screen, and I could tap G, and it will move it. And at first, this is kind of awkward. You're like, why is it working this way? But once you
Oh, stop.
realize it's actually handy because you don't have to spend all this time like navigating your cursor to something just so that you can move it. Your cursor could be over here, and then just tap it, and you're moving it. So whilst you're in this move state, if you want to cancel a movement, you could do it one of 2 ways. You could just hit escape, or you could right click. Then if you want to confirm a movement, like say I want to move my lamp here and I like the movement, I could just do a single left click. So if I
Cheers.
want to cancel something, just right click. If I want to confirm the movement, left click. But let's say I wanted to move it along an axis, like, I like these arrows here and I want to be able to move it on just a specific axis. Well, I can do that whilst I'm in that grab state as well. So after I've hit the G key to grab it, I can then tap the letter of the axes that I want to move it on. So if you don't know, in the real world and in the 3D software, there are 3 axes because there's 3 dimensions. There's the X axis, which I can move it by hitting the X key. The Y axis to move it back and forth.
I'm just going for the movements because I don't know what any of those are.
Move it up and down on the Z axes. So you can remember those letters, the X, Y, and Z. Or the method that I actually prefer to use is whilst you're in that G state, if you just spot.
Yeah, I've noticed that
And
one.
then pull out. You can see you get this like gray line that pulls out from the center. And then if you just drag out and move around, it will snap it to the nearest axes, which again is maybe an odd way to work, but it's actually really handy because it means you don't have to think of the letter and locate it on your keyboard. I can just tap G to move it and then middle mouse drag out and then just find that exact axis that I'm looking for. And so it's very fast to just quickly move the lamp exactly where I want it. By the way, if you're finding it hard to remember all of the keyboard shortcuts that I've mentioned, I've actually put together a PDF, a cheat sheet of Blunder's most common hotkeys, and you can download that by clicking the link in the description, so you could print it out or you could just have it on a separate monitor while you work. Also, if you are from another 3D software package, you might notice that Blender's hotkeys are different than what you are used to. So if you actually go to Preferences, just for those people that are from other softwares, if you change the key map to industry compatible, you'll find that these shortcuts are probably more in line with what you remember from other software. I'll also put a link to a cheat sheet that is just for the industry compatible key maps that somebody else put together. I've got nothing to do with it, but I'll put that link there so you can check it out as well. For the rest
I really hope I don't get in trouble for using this as background audio.
just keep that in mind. Now let's say, as I am moving around here, I'm like, oh, this...
Can I separate this audio from a desktop audio? I mean, well, I can just cut out of the desktop audio when I'm editing, never mind.
looks really good. I've got some nice Rembrandt lighting across the monkey's face. I want to take a photo. I want to take a nice, pretty...
Look at this
Post
photograph.
it on socials for clout, right? Well, I could take a screenshot of it, but that would be silly because it's got all these lines all over. It's all noisy, right? We don't like it. The way you take a photo, a pretty image in Blender, is to do a render. So you could do that one of two ways, by going up to render and hitting render image, or remembering the hotkey which says next to it F12. So when you do that, a little
Like a screenshot.
it will use your CPU or GPU, depending on which renderer you've got active.
Beautiful.
And it will render out a pretty image. And from here, you could go image and then save as, and it'll save it as a PNG or whatever, wherever you want to save it. But you might notice looking at this that this is actually a different view than what we have here, right? So here I've got a nice view of the monkey's face, but there is a different view. And the reason for that is when you do a render, it's not rendering from the view that you're looking at currently. It's always going to render from the point of view of the camera. So this is our camera over here, and it's looking from this angle. And we can actually look through the camera by just clicking the little camera icon there, or by remembering the hotkey, which is number pad 0.
Fuck off.
So how do we move the camera? Well, Blender's a little awkward, maybe a little different to other software packages, but you're supposed to like hit G to move it, and then like middle mouse to zoom in and out. And then if you want to like move it along an axis, I guess G and then X. You could do that, but actually what a lot of users prefer, especially those from other software packages, is if you've got your camera selected, which by the way, I haven't mentioned this, but up here, this is your outliner. It's kind of an inventory of every item that you've got.
Yeah, just...
Okay, so with the camera there
That's
selected,
obvious, I think.
N is to bring up the properties, N for properties for whatever reason, and then go to view.
But yeah, it's just your
little box
macro to file store, same structure.
there that just says lock to camera to view. So now
What?
box there that just says, and then go to view. There's a little box there that just says lock to camera to view. So now with that active, if I just use the same keyboard shortcuts as before, middle mouse button to orbit around, shift middle mouse to drag it, you can see that the camera is moving with it. So essentially the view, I can set it up exactly as I want, then hit N again, and then I can disable that. And then now as I pull out, you can see that the camera will stay exactly where it was, and I could do a lovely, pretty render. But this is too simple. If we post this on the internet, people are bound to make fun of us. Imagine that. Well, we could
Beautiful.
do some color, right? So with our monkey head selected, we can go over to here to the properties. So this properties section is where you might spend the other, I don't know, another 5 to 8%. I don't know, getting too exact there. You might spend another 5% of your time in this section. But It's where all of the properties for things are in.
Makes
For
sense.
example, you've got like the render properties, like the size of the image that you're saving something as is defined there. And some of these properties will stay here no matter what is selected, but others are selection dependent. So you can see actually if I click the camera there, you can see I get a little camera tab at the bottom there. But if I select my monkey, you'll see the camera tab disappears. But instead I have some other ones that appear. So one that we might want to change is underneath material. And this will enable us to add a material, change the color to something else, essentially. So underneath here where it's got new, I'm just going to hit new. And then you've got a bunch of options, very confusing.
Don't make it crash.
Subsurface. Again, don't worry about it. We'll get to all of that later on. The one that defines the color is...
Don't make it crash. Pretty sure it's gonna didn't crash, should be. Now it keeps me shading.
is the base color. So if I do a single left click on that white box there, I can then change this color to whatever I want. I could
Piss monkey.
odd, creepy skin toned monkey head, right? Like that. And do a render. Okay, so hey, all right, it's better, but still it's too
Oops.
this masterpiece. So let's add another object. Let's give the monkey a hat. So if we want to
Oh, yeah.
add another object, how do we do it? Well, we could go to the add menu, like I mentioned before, or the hotkey Shift A. So what sort of hat do we want to add? We could do a boxy hat. Let's do a party hat with.
Hell yeah.
So once we've added that object, you can see it's
Jesus,
swapped it
pierce him
to
through his face.
intersecting our monkey. So we need to move it. We can move it, and we could grab it with the G key. So it's now moving it just on our cursor there. I don't want to move it just freehand though, because I like the position, but I just want to move it up. So I'm going to hit Z to move it along the Z axis. Right, I like it there. So once I like the placement, I'm just going to do a single left click. Okay, great. But too big.
Nah, perfect size.
Need to learn another tool, which is scale. So we could go to the scale tool there, and then we get this familiar little axes there. But again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which for scale is just S. So S.
Makes sense.
So resizing that. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's move it down again. So G and Z. Okay. All right, but yeah, let's say we want to make it a little taller. Okay, so we could scale it along just the Z axis. So S and then Z. Whoops. S, Z. There we go. And it's now
Oops.
making it a tall party hat. Scale it down. There we go. Ha! Look at that. A very bland party if it's grey though. So let's give it another material.
Oops.
An exciting color. A vibrant aqua color. Why not? Give that a render by hitting F12. Okay. Camera is in the wrong position, so let's go to camera view mode with number pad 0. I'm going to select my camera.
Bright purple. Hell yeah.
Have along with that little thing I had
Oops.
before. I'm going to hit G and then middle mouse. Just tap it once. As I said, it's a little awkward. Blender's the way it handles with the camera. But anyway, just move that out and then I got to rotate it. All right, so I'm going to rotate. So with the camera selected, tap R, then middle mouse, and it's now kind of like freehand rotating around. So I'll just move it up slightly. There we go. Okay, this is just a fool around session, so don't worry if you're making mistakes. We'll get to actual practical building stuff in the next part. I'm just trying to find ways to throw in these like fundamental tools. Rotate, right? The monkey's head is just, he needs to look dead on at the camera, and currently he's off. What an excuse to use the rotate tool. So you could enable the rotate tool, right? The familiar axes there. You could click and rotate it around like that. Again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which is R to rotate, right? So it's now just freehand rotating on my cursor. Remember the axes, as I mentioned before, can be used for any mode. So the X axis will rotate it back and forth. The Y axis, tilt it, or Z, there we go, to turn it towards the camera. Just a little bit, right? And there you go, F12. And we've done it. Let's save it. Let's upload it to ArtStation. And then just wait for the recruiters, essentially.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's start a
Beautiful.
new scene so that we can get ready for part 2, where we're going to actually start building our donut some of the more core features of Blender. Now we know how Blender functions, let's start building that donut. So, as before, let's, well, first of all, just to repeat, make sure you are working with a new
Make a new folder for this. You deserve to go in here. Monkey.
new scene. Completely new scene. Don't want any remaining monkey heads lying around. Let's begin fresh slate and let's delete our default cube.
Farewell, default cube.
And let's replace it with a new object. You might remember the hotkey for that is Shift A.
Oh yeah.
As I mentioned before, you usually want what is underneath mesh because these are your primitives. So we want to start with something that most resembles what it is we're building. If it was a house, you might start with a cube. If it was a vase, you might start with a cylinder. In our case, we want the donut-shaped one.
Wow.
Mathematicians call it a torus for some reason. So let's add that. Now if I zoom in...
Who knew that a donut would be the shape of a donut?
Something resembling a donut. Looks like a pretty weak-looking donut, you know, very flimsy. Looks like the donut before it's cooked when they just drop it into the vat and it's just this little...
I don't know what that looks like.
So, immediately after you do some actions in Blender, you have options to change it. And the options are hidden down here in the bottom left-hand corner. You see a little box, and if you click that box, you see options. And look, we can change the dimensions of our torus. Now, something to note is that these options in Blender only appear immediately after you have done that action. If you do another action, like say deselect your torus by mistake, it's gone, right? Because Blender has assumed you have moved on. You've accepted the state of your donut, and this is the one you want, right? Now, if you haven't done anything drastic or changed this object in some severe way, you can temporarily bring it back by hitting F9. I never actually remember that hotkey. I just remember that immediately after I have added an object, if I want to tweak it, now's my chance before I move on to something else. Okay, so we could change, you know, the size of it here. We can also change the resolution. I'll use the term resolution loosely. To make it higher or lower fidelity. And a mistake that a lot of beginners make, and I say this because this was the exact mistake I made way back in 2003 when I started learning Blender, is they go, well, I need a realistic looking donut, so I guess I need to go really high resolution. I remember my first project, one of my first projects was for a high school film project, and I wanted to have a close-up of a face. Didn't realize faces were going to be difficult, but I went really high poly, and then it was just an absolute nightmare to work with. So the reason you don't want this is that, for starters, things that are high poly are very slow to render, and they're very hard to work with if you want to tweak the shape of it. But also, as you learn and you grow with 3D, you'll discover that it is a lot easier to add resolution to something later on, but it is very difficult to take it away if you've already built it into it and you don't need it. So, long way to say, what we actually want is to have as few polys, these are called polys, as you can get away with. So I'm going to go with 32 major and 12 minor. And don't worry that it looks all jagged because we will fix that in a moment. Now, the major and minor, this is really up to you, but I find that something that looks it's kind of like a fat donut just looks really delicious. So I'm going with something around about this size, okay? And once I'm happy with this, once I'm ready to click off, I click off, the options are gone, and this is it. This is the donut that I am now working with. So how do we make this look higher resolution, less jagged? Well, one way is to use smooth shading. So if you right click with your object selected, go to Shade Smooth.
Way.
Look at that, this is immediately better. Without getting too technical, this is kind of a fakery. It's sort of like the shader is telling the renderer that this is a really high poly dense mesh when it really isn't. It's just basically kind of like averaging out faces, and anyway, it's very technical, but basically means it's not going to add anything to your render time, but it's going to look smoother. And so this is generally what you want for something that is smooth and organic looking, like we would if you were rendering like architectural or like hard surfaces, like later on we're going to put this on a counter, then the object would obviously want to be flat. But in our case, we're just going to use Shade Smooth. But you might notice that looking at this, especially if you go side on, that you've got this sort of jagged shape around here, right? So the silhouette is really breaking that illusion that this is a high poly or a smooth looking donut. But thankfully, rather than adding all of that complex density into the mesh itself and then making it hard to remove later on, there is another way through modifiers. So if we go over here to our properties, right, this very confusing, lots of option looking properties, click on the
range,
and this is the section called modifiers. And this is one of those object dependent things. So if you've got your camera selected, you won't see it. So it's only when you've got actual meshes that you might see this modifier here. So it's much easier to explain if we just add one. So up here, add modifier, and you got a range of options.
There's a lot.
Do a whole number of things. The one that we're looking for is underneath generate, and it is called subdivision surface. And it is a really common modifier that you use all the time. In fact, it's so common, it's actually, you can just immediately add it to any object just by hitting Control 1. But don't do that because we've already got it, so there. Now, some of you might have just discovered that your donut has disappeared. If that is the case, you need to go to Edit, Preferences, and then underneath Viewport.
Oh, good thing it hasn't.
Subdivision at the very bottom, disable GPU subdivision. That will then make the subdivision perform on your CPU instead of your GPU, which is maybe non-existent or not performing whenever. But disable that and it should appear. But if it's already working for you, don't disable it. Keep it going because GPU will be faster. So what exactly is this doing?
Yeah,
it's a lot easier to
let's go to
explain.
preference again.
Disable that and which is divided as because we've already got it. So there. Now, some of you might have just discovered that your donut has disappeared. If that is the case, you need to go to Edit, Preferences, and then underneath Viewport, where it's got Subdivision at the very bottom, disable GPU subdivision. That will then make the subdivision perform on your CPU instead of your GPU, which is maybe non-existent or not performing whenever. But disable that and it should appear. But if it's already working for you, don't disable it. Keep it going because GPU will be faster. So what exactly is this doing? Well, it's a lot easier to explain if we look at the shade flat mode, because we're not being tricked by the smooth shading there. If I set this
I am being tricked by smooth
to 0, this is our original mesh. This is before we add the subsurface, essentially. When we increase this, you can see that it is adding resolution to our mesh. And the more I increase this viewport levels here, the finer and finer that detail becomes. So to explain it, because this is such a very, very common modifier, it's kind of important to understand how it's working. You can see that this is these squares here, these are called faces, by the way. And for each one of these faces here, as I add a level, you can see it's becoming 4 faces, right? And then now if I zoomed in on this one face here, if I do another level, that's now become 4 faces. And then if I zoom in again, it's now become 4 faces. So it's exponentially adding detail. And you might also know that it is smoothing it out as well. Like this jagged edge that we've got here, you can see now becomes smoother. So to quickly visualize that, if I just draw it, like imagine you've got like a 90-degree corner, right? Like this. If you add a subsurf modifier, what it's going to do is it's going to add a point here, right?
Makes sense.
The extra detail. It's also going to take that point there and it's going to average it out. It's going to average it out between these points. And it's going to create another one there and another one there. So you go then from having that really hard corner there to having something that looks a lot smoother. So it's going to take a point and it's also going to change it to make it look smoother, generally speaking. So there we go. So now as I increase this, you can see it's getting smoother and smoother. Now, the reason there are two options here, you've got levels viewport and levels render. So reminder, this
There you go.
gray area that we operate in is called our viewport. The render is the pretty version. So as an example, you can see if I just turned it off for the viewport, it looks very jagged. But then for my render, if I increase that to 3, if I do my render, which you could go up there and render image, or remember the hotkey F12, you can see that that donut is now smooth, but I go back and you can see it's jagged. So the viewport, you want to generally keep it lightweight, and then the render time, that's where you want to get a really nice looking pretty image. So you
0.
often have 2 different levels. In our case though, I don't really think we need to go beyond 1, even for our final pretty image, because this with shade smoothing turned on is good enough. And we're going to be adding more to the scene later on, so we don't want to make it too complex. So this is actually pretty good. Okay, so we have a perfect donut, and that's the problem. It's too perfect. You could
Fair enough.
spend decades trying to develop a machine in the real world that made a donut this perfect, and you never would. This is so mathematically precise that the eye will always see this as looking fake. So that's actually a problem you learn pretty quickly in 3D, that things that are too perfect just look fake. So you have to spend time making things look misshapen and
You look at me. I look very fake.
like you see in the real world because your eye expects to see it. So how do we do that? How do we make this donut look a little more lumpy and interesting? I do that by changing the mesh itself. So this mode that we are in right now, where we can, click on different objects, is called object mode. And I know that because in the top left-hand corner, you can see we are in object mode.
Clear?
If I click the drop down, you can see I get a number of other options here. And these options, again, will change depending on the object you've got selected. If I've got a lamp, my little light there selected, you can see I've only got object mode. My camera, I've only got object mode. But a mesh will give you extra options here. So let's enter into edit mode.
Ooh,
Ooh.
orange.
From now on, you can save points.
Piss off. I don't get why I decided to dub the advertisements to English. I speak Dutch.
Right. Now, you can see our mesh, our object has become something that looks weird. It's got a bunch of little points on it with lines and very technical.
And
That's because this is actually what the mesh is made up of. These little points here, which you can click on just by selecting, are called your vertices. The singular term is called vertex. I never say that. I like to just call all of them vertices, regardless of whether it's 1 or 2, just because
And see.
you always get some comments that go, actually, it's called vertex if it is singular. Anyway, so these are called your vertices, and if you have 2 of them joined by a line, that is called an edge, and if you have 4 of them forming a face, then it's called a face. So with these, I can quickly change the shape of my object by using the same hotkeys as before, and if I want to move this, then I would simply tap G, right? And you can see it's now attached to the cursor. And then
Thank you,
to
music.
perform its movement, I just do a single left click, and there it is. Now, if I go back into object mode, like that, you can see that my mesh has changed, okay? And by the way, the hotkey for jumping in and out of object and edit mode is just tab, okay? So you can see it's just toggling between those 2 modes because it's so common that you want to just quickly change things that it's just easily accessible by that. Now,
oh, okay.
this is okay, right? But you can see it's like, it's got like some artifacting. It's like, it's not the greatest lump, right? So how do we make it look a little more natural? Well, I mean, you could, you move 1, drag it out, okay, click, and then I move, the next one next to it, right? I'll move that out, and then I'll move this one out a little bit, and then I move this one, and it's like, okay, well now I've got the thing, but it took me like 5 actions. Ridiculous, right? No one wants to do that.
Eh, maybe.
For that. Thankfully, there is a tool in Blender just for this, and it's called proportional editing, and you can enable it up there in your toolbar. So if you enable that, now if I hit G and I move it,
Oh wait, it's in the middle for me. Oh, okay. Wait. What's the proportional edging?
out, you will see I get a little ring around mesh around it. Now, a lot of people maybe
No.
these tutorials were like, I don't see what's going on. You have to have something selected first, and then when you hit G, you will see
Oh.
that little circle of influence. Okay, now this circle of influence, if I scroll up, you can see it's shrinking its circle of influence. And if I scroll down, it is expanding its influence. So it's only going to affect what is in that ring there, okay?
That's cool.
If you are on, if you don't have a mouse with a scroll wheel, you can also change the influence by using page up and page down. And if you don't have page up or page down because you're on a Mac keyboard, then what you would have to do is go to key map and then change your page up and page down to something else just so that you could get around that. But guys, you got to get a mouse. Get a mouse with a scroll wheel. I think they're, 50 cents or just in the nearest landfill somewhere. Get a mouse because it's going to make
Just find a mouse in the landfill, sure.
I can now make quick work of lumpy shapes, okay? So I just drag that out. Okay, I've got a little lumpy shape there. Maybe I go down here and I pull this up just by hitting G, moving it up. Okay, so already this is looking a little more natural, right? Because even if we were making a stylized world for a Pixar movie or something like that, you can't have just a spherical looking donut, round looking circular donut, because your eye will see it as fake. So very quickly, I'm able to add a little bit of variation to the donut, just all around it, just a little bit over
Lumpy.
here. And you can see
This is the worst fucking donut I've seen in my life.
just changing my circle of influence depending on what size of a lump I want to make. So I just want to make like a little bit that sticks out. I can make a small circle just by scrolling up like that. And you just want to do that until you get something that looks a little more natural. I might want to make the inner part as well. We just drag that in with a smaller circle, and that's pretty good. Let's just have a look from the top. I might actually just drag that out, make it a little bit more like that. But there you go. That's pretty good for a donut. It's still kind of simple. It's not too detailed, but it's got just enough variation in it that it's more interesting to look at.
Piss off! How many essay one heavy video?
Go back into edit mode with tab. Donuts, when they're sitting in the little vat thing, right? They're only like half submerged, so then they have to be flipped.
Lumpy.
But it means that the bit that's nearest to the surface is getting less heat. So essentially, what I'm saying is the bit that's around the donut, the circumference of it, is usually a little bit flatter. So donuts aren't like perfectly round all the way around. They're usually a little bit flatter. So what I want to do is I want to select these vertices along here, and then I want to shrink them. Now, I could go around one by one like this, which is actually what I used to do when I was learning Blender pre-YouTube days, and there was no tutorials. I would do this if I wanted to select this. Silly.
Beautiful music.
There's a function, a tool for that, and it is edge select. So if you hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a single left click on not the points, but on the edge, right, this little line here, you can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's connected on that line is now selected. So if I want to shrink this, right, what would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. So we would use the hotkey S for scale. So S, and I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing. So I'm going to turn that off and now scale in and just make it a little bit flatter. And there you go. See, it just feels a little bit more natural, doesn't it? Looks a little bit closer to what a donut looks like. And by the way, don't worry if yours doesn't look exactly like this, like your lump is a little bit off. Like some people get a little bit too precious with the tutorial. Like, I gotta match exactly everything I do. Like I'm just working on the fly as well. So just make what you think looks good.
Oh yeah.
If you think this is not misshapen enough and you want to add more, go for it, because it might actually turn out better than what mine is. Now, before we move to the next part, how to save. How to save. Blender, very, very easy. You just go save as, and you just get one file. It's called .blend. Very literal file extension. Really pushing the limits of what a file extension can be. That's almost a word, Blender.
It is a word, actually.
And that's it. And
Blend is a word.
Exactly like it. say, if you need help, because I know if you're stuck and then you leave a YouTube comment, you might not get a reply. If you want immediate help, I've got a Discord, so I'll put the link below. So that's free. Having issues, definitely free to jump into that. And also, guys, don't beat yourself up. Like 3D is definitely has like a steep-ish learning curve. So you're in that steep slope right now.
With the gym and out these months before.
It's really common. Like a lot of this stuff is very foreign. 3D is very unique. It's very different to a lot of 2D tools. But don't give up. Like it's definitely achievable to learn and self-learn at home. You don't have to go to school. You don't have to pay for a tutor. It's really easy to get help online nowadays. So do make use of that Discord. Post comments as well in the YouTube comments if you want to. But I hope you stay with it. So if you're ready to jump to the next part after you've saved your Blend file, go ahead, click here, and I will see you there. Did you guys know that Blender 4.0 had a change that makes it more realistic by default? Or that there's a new technology that is going to expand the uses for 3D exponentially? Well, you would if you were on my free newsletter called This Week in 3D. It's an email from me once a week with 3 to 5 things that I found interesting that week from the world of 3D. So sometimes
Skip
it's
this.
a new tool that I found, a remarkable tutorial, a new Blender special view that we...
Voor de liefhebber van koffie met cupje.
All these classic pieces are like half an hour long.
8. This come back to the donut is free, and it's always sad little donuts that we cannot eat. This is where we finished up at the end of part 1. We've got our nice looking donut, and now we're going to make that icing, which looks complex but is actually fairly simple. Now, as I mentioned before, if you want to add an object, you go Shift A, right? And then you start with something that resembles what you're trying to create. But we already have something that resembles the exact shape we want to create. It's the donut, because we want the icing.
Yeah, the donuts.
Let's
You know what it looks like.
use this information. So we can do that by duplicating the object. And if you don't know the hotkey for it, you could just go Object, and then you'd find it here where it says Shift D. So Shift D. Now, when you hit that, you are in a placement state, essentially. Like it's duplicated, and it's just saying, where do you want to place it? Now, in our case, and actually often, you don't actually want to change its placement. You want to duplicate it exactly where it was. So you can cancel the movement by hitting Escape or right-clicking. Now, when you do that, it looks like it's canceled the duplication, but you can see in your outliner, it has duplicated it.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm following the tutorial on my old screen. I'm not sure if I'll keep the audio in there and upload this to YouTube, because I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that.
Very confused very easily. So you
But I will definitely put a link to the tutorial I use.
clicking it in the outliner and then just typing in the object.
Okay, so changing the
You
name.
can name something. I'll just show you the second way. If you select the Taurus 0.001, that's your icing object. If you're in the 3D view, where your cursor, is over the 3D viewport, if you hit F2, that's another very quick way that you can name something without having to go up to the outliner to find your object. So with our icing object selected, let's go into edit mode by hitting Tab. So we want the icing on the top, which means this bottom half of our mesh here is redundant. Don't need it. So we want to delete it. So if we just drag...
I'm gonna change the placement of the node a bit, because being half blind is not nice.
over the bottom here, you can see it looks like we've selected the bottom half of our donut, but if you were to move around, you would see, oh, we haven't actually. It's only selected, annoyingly, what is facing the camera. Where there's a mesh, it's not gone through the mesh.
So if you do
I
this,
find annoying.
you only get the half view
Seems
on your
there's
side.
a more default one that would make more sense, but anyway, don't want to argue. So if you want to select through a mesh, you can go up to here in your top navigation, toggle X-ray. If you turn that on, it's going to enable you to see through the mesh. And now, when I drag over it, you can see that I have
Here we
set
go.
view navigation.
Double
toggle
X-ray, the one.
If you turn that on,
Ooh.
it's going to enable you to see through the mesh. And now, when I drag over it, you can see that I have
This is beautiful.
selected all through the mesh as I move around it. By the way, you might find it like when you're in this state, it's kind of hard to select. Like it's easy to kind of accidentally select what is above it, and depending on what you've got at your end, that might have happened already. So another way to easily just look directly on the side-on of your donut is to just click one of these, like in your gizmo here, instead of just dragging around, just do a single click on either the green one or the red one, the X or the Y. And now we're in that state. You can see it's flattened.
This is a 5-hour tutorial, so there's a lot of explaining in it.
Actually, you can toggle to at any time, just over there, which just makes it easier to just do a single, all the way through the mesh, select. All right. Okay. All right. So we want to delete that. So just hit the delete key. You get an extra option here of what do you want to delete: edges, faces. You want the vertices.
Yeah,
everything.
deleting all the vertices
Now we
and
have, if we go back to object mode, and then let's turn off toggle X-ray as well, and you can see it's working. We got half the donut on top of itself, but as you move around, you can see you get some flickering. Now this flickering,
I don't see flickering.
it's actually a very common. It's actually a good warning sign to you as an artist, because it means you've got faces on top of faces, and the 3D software doesn't know which face it wants to render, right? So it's like sometimes saying it's the front face, no, the back face, the front face, and there's no understanding. Sometimes you can actually spot it in TV shows and like VFX or like low budget stuff. You can see something flickering in the background, and I'm like, ooh, there it is, Z fighting. That's what it's called, Z fighting, or Z fighting if you're not American. So what we want to do is we want to give thickness to our icing. So we can do that with a solidify modifier. So adding another modifier, make sure you've got your icing selected, not your donut. And then here where you've got add modifier, we're going to go generate solidify. Okay. Now it's made it worse. It's actually added a thickness to our mesh there, but it's actually done it the wrong way. So it's with the normals. Yeah, what is it? It's trying to put the extra bit inside the donut. So we can change that by just changing the offset here in the solidifier settings.
Okay, the offsets
drag it all
to
the way to 1.
fix the normals.
You might have actually found that it was correct before, just depending on which way your normals were. If that's the case, keep it at -1, but everyone else. We just want to make sure it's actually outside. Okay. I also, let's just increase the thickness a little bit too.
Make it chunky.
0.25, that looks pretty good. And great, we've got what looks like a yarmulke on our donut. A
What?
perfectly straight edge little hat for our donut. So let's make this look more like icing. So the edge is wavy all the way around. So to do this is where we get into the fancy, finger magic, because you're typing lots of keys. Anyway.
Oh,
Go
finger
to
magic.
Edit mode, and we
Edit
can
mode.
see straight away that we can't see the mesh, and that's because the solidify modifier is obstructing our view. So these little boxes here, as I mentioned before, like this is to hide it from viewport. But if you want to just hide it from your edit mode, which is the state that we are in right now, the box next to it is the one that you uncheck, which means in object mode, when you're tabbed in object mode, you can still see it, but edit mode, it's it's temporarily hidden for you.
Toegang tot Amerikaanse aandelen.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so what I now did is hide the subdivision modifier so I can still edit the mesh and leave it. So I can make it a bit more wavy instead of a perfect straight line. Jesus Christ.
Points here and move it down, you can see that it's working, but it would be, again, a lot of effort to go round and round and do these one by one. So we want to use that old familiar proportional fall-off tool again. So proportional editing on, and now as I move it down, let's just lower the slider way down here, and then let's pull this down. Okay, now we'll find issues. If we move to the side here, we can see the first issue we've discovered is that this is separating from our mesh here. And that's not what icing does. When it dribbles down, it follows the shape of the donut all the way down. So what we want to do is snap, undo it a number of times, snap the vertices to our donut underneath it, right?
Here it doesn't mess up or I have to snap things.
Up here.
Snap.
Okay, now
There.
there are a number of ways to snap in Blender. The default way is increment, which just means the like the grid floor there. Like if you were to just like move it around, you can see it's just snapping to the grid floor. Not helpful. But we want to snap it to
Oh
the
god,
face.
yeah, don't snap to that.
Now with face snapping enabled, if we move this down, we can see, let's just look here, that the bottom bit is snapping to the face, but as you might have seen, the top bits, the rest of essentially what is inside of our circle of influence with this proportional
Stop
energy,
snapping.
that's not being affected. Only the little point that we have influence, the red bit down to the face. Round, you can see it's just snapping to the grid floor. Not helpful. But we want to snap it to the face. And now with face snapping enabled, if we move this down, we can see, let's just look here, that the bottom bit is snapping to the face, but as you might have seen, the top bits, the rest of essentially what is inside of our circle of influence with this proportional editing, that's not being affected. Only the little point that we had selected was affected. So that's not what we want either. Normally,
No, it's not.
enough, but in this
Why is snapping not working for me?
also snap individual elements to, and let's go face project. Now, when we have individual elements to, and let's go face project. Now, when we pull this down, you should see that these are also no longer clipping through the donut. But
Snapping.
still, we have issues. Why is that? Well, it is actually working correctly. We can see these are not going through the mesh. So why does it look like it is? The reason for that is that there's actually just not enough information here. So if we go side on, you can see, right?
It's not working for me.
This point here, and then we've got another point down here, and then we've got this long stretch in between, right? So that means that this part of the donut, oh gosh, that goes that goes around like that is just not, there's nothing to snap it to, essentially. So what we need to do to fix this is just add more geometry. So these little vertices here, we need more of those vertices. So we can do that by actually using the subdivision surface modifier. Because although it is a
Snapping.
modifier, you can apply the modifier. And the modifier currently is adding geometry, so let's just apply it. So to apply it, we just click this little drop down here next to the modifier, and then go apply. Click current modifier. Because although it is, so we can do that by actually using the subdivision surface modifier. Because although it is a modifier, you can apply the modifier. And the modifier currently is adding geometry, so let's just apply it. So to apply it, we just click this little drop down here next to the modifier, and then go apply. Now, if we, nothing should have changed from this view because the same information is being displayed. But in edit mode, you should now see exponentially more faces. Because here, where there was
Jesus.
one face before, you can see there's now a lot more, right? 4x, okay, 4x. Okay, so now if we pull down, we should see it is snapping. And if we go into this mode, you can see that it's now conforming to the mesh in a much more snug way because there's information there for it to use. Now this shading artifact here that we can see, this don't worry about that. We'll fix that in just a moment. But
Why is mine fucking up so badly?
like 4 things that we need to enable for this to work. I got to show you one more because if I pull down and if I scroll up, you'll see something. Okay, if I was to click, we get this horrible problem here.
What did I do?
I've done this tutorial on enough, and enough
What did I
people
do?
have hit this issue that I need to call it out specifically because it seems to be a big point that a lot of people just don't know where to go from. What's happened is if we use what's it called, the circle of influence for our proportional editing, if that is so high, it's actually high enough to reach the mesh on the other side of the donut, and then because we've got snapping, it's now projecting that, snapping it to the front, which is creating this like something that's a nightmare to fix. I mean, in fact, it's easy to start from scratch than to try to fix that. So if we want, sorry, there's a lot of noise. To fix this, we need to hide the part of the mesh that we don't want to be influenced by our proportional tool, right? So to do that, there is an easy way to do it. We can actually do it very precisely. So if with this middle bit of our donut here, if I just hold down Alt and then do a left click,
Oh God, what happened there?
selects the ring, okay? And we could do that all the mentioned before, that selects the ring. Okay, and we could do that all
Yeah.
the way up, but actually there's a little, I don't know if it's an Easter egg. It's kind of a cool tool that not many people know about. Control Plus.
Control Plus.
That will enable the Select More tool.
Where's
And
plus?
if you use Control Plus, Control Minus goes the other way. You can see that it's expanding out. So Control Plus will just like select the next vertex along a chain, roughly speaking. And you can see we can very quickly select all the parts of the mesh that we don't need. Right? Very cool. By the way, if Control Plus doesn't work for you because you're on a laptop or something else, select more, less. You can also do it here. Anyways, to hide this part of the mesh, it's H. H for hide. So when you're in this state, it looks as though it's been deleted. It's very, sometimes you don't know where part of your mesh and then you forgot that you've got hide turned on. If parts of your mesh are hidden and you want to bring it back, it's Alt H. So H to hide and then Alt H to bring it back. Or if you can't remember it for whatever reason, you can also find it. Okay, it's underneath mesh. There we go. Mesh. Reveal hidden or hide selected. Okay, so that's the other way. But you can get my keyboard shortcut. It's in the link. It's free. Just use that and then you won't forget a lot of these handy shortcuts. All right, so now finally, after all that, after 4 different ways and problems to explain, we can now take part of this mesh and drag it down, and it will work correctly. Haha. So now we get to now finally be an artist.
Beautiful.
Go like, what sort of, edge or what sort of icing do I want to make this look like? So what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm hitting G to pull it down, and then I'm just single middle click, and then because my cursor is closest to the Z-axis, it's now snapping it to the Z-axis. So that's why I mentioned before that it's really handy. You don't have to think of the letter and type it in. You just go in the general direction you want to go, and then just tap the middle click of the, which is your scroll wheel, right? Middle click. It's such a weird button that you have to call it out. It's the scroll wheel button. Because it's like no other application seems to use it.
I mean,
scrolling.
there's plenty of applications with scroll wheel buttons.
Like 90%.
That's kind of weird. So the thumbstick buttons on the controller.
But anyways, as you can see, I'm not paying particularly too much attention to it, but I'm just making a wavy looking shape around it. You might also want to make some bits that go the opposite direction, right? And then maybe pull, so you've got like big shapes as well as medium shapes.
Have you up and down it?
Small shapes, big, medium, small. It's the recipe for appealing design, big, medium, and small details. But I digress. By the way, as you mentioned, if you're stuck, don't feel bad because there was certainly a lot of finickiness going on with this donut here, and we're definitely in the steep part of that curve at the moment. Do make use of my Discord if you are stuck. I created it literally.
This is nice.
Instantaneous help.
This part I
Any
don't
other
like.
for it, so it's there so that you can find help. Link is in the description.
Oh.
And there's like donut help chat room where you can post screenshots of your problem and then people can help each other out. So do make use of that. Now, our shading issue here, this darkened edge, is actually going to fix itself by fixing another issue. So it's a 2 birds, 1 solution kind of problem. This 90-degree edge here for this icing, not ideal. Everybody knows that a real icing would create like a rounded edge there, right? So we can fix that just by adding another subsurf modifier. Because you might remember I mentioned, like, yes, if you've got 3 vertices, it'll create like another vertex here and another vertex here, but it'll also
Don't pull subsurface modifiers.
pull this one back and end up with a
Pretty much sure if I can use the audio tutorial in a video, I'm explaining what I do and what he says.
Generate subdivision surface.
Because I explained it to you, I'm
Back,
not paying attention to what he says.
rounded corner. So right here in your modifier stack,
So we're adding another
generate subdivision surface.
subdivision modifier.
All of these does matter. Okay, you want your solidify at the top and the subdivision after it. So Blender works top to bottom, and it's important it's in this way because you want the extrusion to happen first, and then in order to round that edge, it has to happen as a secondary step. So solidify on top, subdivision underneath. Now, whilst we're here and we're looking at the close-up, nice little profile of this edge of this icing, another issue to call out. You can see it's got this this shape that goes around. Yes, so far so good. But then it goes up. And it's like, It'd be better if it went around and then tucked in and touched the edge of it, because that would look more like real liquid would. So we can solve that by just changing one of the settings in the solidify modify. It's not one of those things that you would figure out or know where it is. It's just over time you learn where some of these settings are. But
Okay, we're going to
essentially,
smooth out this a little bit.
edge data. So we want to change the edge data to say that before you do the solidify step, add a crease on the inner part right here. If we increase this all the way to 1, it now creates a sharpened edge just on that inner part there. So the rest of it is a smoothed edge, but the middle one, there's a crease, so it's making a sharp edge there. And it just gives it just a little bit more realism. Just looks a little bit closer to what you would imagine real icing would do. Okay, now for the cool bit. All right, so if you look at reference of donuts, right, yes, you've got these little wavy bits, but where the icing is really liquidy, it'll often break off from this
Dripping down.
wave here, and it'll create a trail that goes down.
I don't know whether they did that here.
Right, it just sort of drips all the way down. Whoops, bumped the microphone. So we can do that, but not the way we were doing it before. If we just took one of these points and then like.
Well, I think. I forgot to say that this thing contains paid promotion. But since I'm wearing these hats and I'm being paid by them, it's technically paid promotion.
Dragged it all the way down like that. There wouldn't be enough information there, right? You can see you just get this like stretched look, and it doesn't look great, okay? So essentially we need to give it more information. And we couldn't just do it by like adding more and more subdivision surfaces. We need to actually like break this shape here and create a new shape that goes down. So we need to extrude. So if I select this vertice and then the one next to it by holding down Shift, I don't think I mentioned it, but yeah, if you want to select two things at once, it's Shift, Select. Anyways, so if we select two vertices like that, we want to extrude it downward by hitting E. So when you tap E, it's similar to G in that you're in a placement state now.
Yeah.
So where do you want to place this? So I'm going to move it down to, yeah, like about there where I want the trail to stop. And I'm just going to do click, left click, and it's now placed it there. Now, it's hard to see it, but if I just switch to wireframe, you can see what it's doing. So it's created this breakaway shape here, an entirely new face that's completely separate to what we've got there currently. And what this means is if we go to object mode, you can see it's not just like continuing this form here, it's pulled it down, right? Which is exactly what we want. And in fact, I want it to go even further than that. So I'm going to select those two vertices, and I'm going to pull it down again, and then I'll do it again. And the reason I've done this 1, 2, 3 is that this detail here is important so that it conforms to the shape of the donut. Because if there's not enough, you're going to have that clipping issue that I showed you earlier. So that's pretty good. And now we're going to do it again. Originally in my earlier versions of the donut, I only did like one of these, but then I noticed that in the render, the final render, it's often the most interesting part of the donut. So now I'm thinking, yeah, just do it all the way around the donut. Just add the bit that looks cool. Add more of that. So here, so wherever there's essentially like a big dip is what I'm looking for. Like where the liquid would sort of build up and then like the surface tension there would be just too much.
Horrible.
And it would break away. And it would go down underneath like that. And we'll do another one here, why not? Like that, and down, and down. And that's pretty good. Haha, lovely.
Verzeker je persoonlijke uitvaart. Monitor, open over afscheid.
We hebben groot nieuws. Al het lekkere wat je van een echte McDonald's burger verwacht. 2 heerlijk sappige 100% rundvleesburgers.
Fuck off, Dad. Jesus Christ.
this heavy part of the tutorial. So if you are ready to watch the next part, I hope you're not giving up. You can click there on the screen and I'll see you there. Make sure you hit subscribe as well if you haven't. A large number of you don't. But if you want to see more Blender tutorials, that's what you need to do. Self-promotion right there. Thanks, guys. See you in the next one.
I'm gonna add more of those drippy things.
You didn't give up. You made it. to part 4, you clicked on the next part of the video. There's always like less viewers each video as you go down. So you're here, well done, thumbs up. As you can tell by the title of this video, we're going to learn about sculpting. But first, I should call out, if you have a problem with your mesh now, those problems can be amplified the further you go along. So it helps to do a technical check now, make sure you don't have any problems before we move along. So, to look for it,
What the fuck
go
did I
into
do?
Edit mode. And first of all, by the way, if you can't see that middle part of your mesh, it's because you remember we temporarily hid it. So you can bring it back by hitting Alt-H, and that will bring back the rest of the mesh. And then we're looking for issues with the mesh, like right here. So this is a really common problem following this tutorial, because when you're projecting parts of the mesh, if it was like side on to the camera, it will project it that way, and then you can have like overlapping parts of the mesh. So that creates this artifact here, which will be exaggerated when we add more detail to it. So we just want to drag that back. So turn on snapping, and I'll keep proportional turned off, and then I'm just going to move this back over here.
Add some more trippy parts.
Back. Another very common problem is you might have parts that have separated from your mesh. Now you can quickly fix this if you just like selected the point and then hit G to move it. When you're in that state, it's also snapping it to the mesh. Now you could do that all the way along, like select, tap G, then click, select, tap G, then click. But anybody's got time for that. Let's make Blender do the work for us. So there's a tool that's just designed for this, and it's called the Shrink Wrap Modifier.
Okay, shrink our modifier time.
Trusty modifier stack, we're going to add yet another modifier. So add modifier. It's not under generate, it's under deform, which we haven't accessed before.
Deform.
Modifiers. Ooh, the one we're looking for is shrink wrap. And first of all, hasn't done anything because it needs to know what the target is. What is the mesh that we're shrink wrapping our
Makes sense. You need a target to know what a shrink wraps around.
You can see when you've clicked it, my cursor's changed to an eyedropper. And now if I hover over object,
We'll have to select the icing.
so I want to click on the object that is the donut, and now
Oh god.
snapped to the donut and made it worse. Why, Andrew? Remember, the order of your modifier stack matters. So the reason this happened is because we've done it after the solidify modifier. So it works top to bottom. We want the shrink wrap to happen before any of the extrusion happens. So now that it's there, it's correct. And this is what it looks like before, and this is after. And it's subtle, right? And you'll probably see this across your mesh, like little subtle changes where maybe it just separated off the mesh, which wasn't quite a perfect alignment, but this will just correct that. So great, we don't need this here now. We can just apply it because it was just a once-off operation, and now all our mesh should be perfectly flat. And assuming you haven't got any other
Either
issues
one.
going on, again, make sure you use my Discord. If you do have issues and you need someone to help, make use of the community. So use that and post your problem, and I'm sure people can help out. All right, so we want to do some sculpting. Now, why do we want to sculpt? Well, because if you look at reference photos of donuts with icing on them, you'll see that icing is obviously a liquid, and liquid does weird things. One of the weird things that it does is that it will pool in certain areas. It's not like a uniform amount all the way.
Sorry.
So the most obvious being like at the end
Okay,
of
go
this
sculpting now.
there would be more that would accumulate at the end there. And I think the reason for it is that because it's a viscous fluid, once it runs out of enough fluid, there's not enough to kind of push it forward, but there's enough for it to build up. So you would have like a build-up here on each of these ends, but you would also have build-ups all along the edge. And you can see it in reference photos. Like here, we've got this like clear, was it like a glaze? And basically the areas there where it looks whiter, that's a thickened area. So we essentially want to replicate that across.
Wait, where's my music on?
So
Where's the pass? I didn't realize the music was gone.
like if you go into edit mode, we don't have any mesh to work with because the extrusion, the thickened part, is happening
Thick.
via this modifier. So we need to make the modifier real. So again, we're just going to apply it. Drop down, apply. Now in edit mode, we have that part of the mesh to work with. So we could, if you wanted to,
Ooh, that's thicker.
and like select
After applying it.
that you want to add, you know, a bulge to, and then very carefully come in and tap G, and then oh, I've got snapping turned on. Turn that off. Pull this out, right? And go like that and go, yep, there's a little bulge there, but that's very tedious to first select a point, then tap a key to move it. It's very tedious. So that's really like you just need to use another tool to do the job. So edit mode is one tool, and it's good for like very precise things when you need to get precise things. But for more like organic shapes, more freehand stuff, that's where sculpting comes in. So
Where did you come from?
We've just been flipping between object and edit mode, but the one underneath it is sculpt mode. So when we go into that mode, you'll see that we have on the left-hand side all of these tools that appear. And I mean, this isn't a sculpting like tutorial, really. We're just really going to scratch the surface. But they do different things, different sculpting things. Like, let's just use the default tool here. Can't really see much happen. Let's just turn up the strength and the size of it. Like, it just pulls out that part of it. And even that quick little one stroke, imagine if you had to select each of those points and pull them out one by one. Like, that's why this tool
is nice.
Tool for this kind of job, right? Because it's very quickly going to enable us to add lots of complex shape. Very cool. So the tool that we're looking for is actually this one, the inflate brush, which is just
Inflate.
the I hotkey, inflate. By the way,
No, here's
how
hot brushes.
The size of brushes in Blender. I mean, you've got these ones here. You've also got the strength slider here, but there is a hotkey just to change the size of the brush with F. So F to change the size of the brush, and you just pull out with your cursor to make it bigger, and then pull in to reduce it, and then do a single left click to confirm. You can also change the strength with Shift F. So Shift F, pull out, click, and then Shift F, pull in, click.
Piss off! Jesus Christ! I don't think I've seen this many ads in a singular video, honestly. Akira EV, Jesus. Stop that line, they're fucking ugly.
So if I was to draw on this, you can see that I'm inflating that edge. I could also inflate here. But you very quickly realize, like, look at that. Look at that.
Beautiful.
What is that, right? The eye is going to see that. It's a pro tip. Your eye is, like, if you're going low res, don't go low res for things that are round, because your eye is very quickly going to spot low poly things. Actually, just last night I was playing Spider-Man, the Miles Morales one, and there was like this coffee cup that was on a table, and then you walk, and it looks fine, like as a background asset, but then part of it, the mission, you had to go up and read something on the table, and you had to get close to this coffee cup, and it was like 8 vertices. It just looked like almost looked like a nut on a wheel of a car, right? Just like that jagged. So, anyways, what I'm saying is this is a rounded form, so we need more information. We need more detail to sculpt on. The reason this is jagged, and the reason there's not enough detail here, is that just even though we have a subsurf modifier, a subdivision modifier, it's applying it after we do the sculpt mode. So when you're in sculpt mode, it's still just using your raw mesh here, and then it does this as a secondary step. So if we want to sculpt into this detail, we need to apply this. So
I'm
going to use more than one. I'm going to use 2 because I want to have even more detail. So importantly, by the way, if you're applying a subdivision modifier, even though you've got 2 levels here, it will always use just the viewport. So your render amount here could be whatever, but when you hit apply, it's just going to apply whatever is in the viewport. So I'm going to go 2 levels and hit apply. Now look at this.
Ooh, beautiful.
16 times the detail, because we had level 1, which would be 4x of 4x multiply, and then 4x of 4x, 16. So we have 16 times the vertices to play with. So now when we go into sculpt mode, look at it now. When we sculpt, look at that. So much more room to work with, and much more fun. So now that I'm in that state, I'm going to just do little circles with this brush on each of these points here. And the reason I'm doing like little circles
Strength down.
is that by default the stroke state is space. You can switch it to airbrush if you want, and then you can just click and hold it there, but I find that to actually be like harder to control, so I just keep it in space mode and then just do like little circles, and then that enables you to just kind of continue adding more pressure as you move your mouse. So a little circle like that, and there you go. Very quickly, already we we have a more interesting looking shape across it. So another brush, another tool, I guess you call. Is it a brush or is it? I think these technically are called brushes. But anyways, another one that you use all the time is grab, and conveniently it's the hotkey G. And what this does is just like pushing clay with your finger. It's like, eh, 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 eh. It's really cool. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm actually just exaggerating the design. Because that is what makes appealing design. It's exaggerating the addition and subtraction that you see in a shape, even though in the real world you might not see this like tapered thing like that. Because it's got this bulbous end, you want to draw more attention to that kind of globule at the end there. And to do that, yeah, if you just make this a little bit tapered using this tool, it can do that. And we get to learn about a new tool in Blender, which is the whole point of this tutorial. So, yeah. All right, pull this around, Just click and drag. I can change the shape, size of the brush with F. And you've got more time than me, so maybe make this better than what I'm doing really quickly. But just get, generally a shape like that, and it should look a little nicer. Okay.
Here, see? There's 5 minutes pass.
Now let's do that raised edge all the way around the rim of this. Now in previous versions of this tutorial, I said just use the inflate brush and then just like draw across it. The problem with this is that this is so imprecise and you can accidentally like draw over another bit and then you look at it side on and you get these like noticeable like divots across the donut. And it's not very... it's very hard to do because you keep like accidentally clicking off it and then on it, and you get this like jagged like dig. It's not very appealing. The point is, so let's go back. We can learn about another tool. It's another excuse to learn about another tool, and that tool is called the mask tool. So it's actually in the list here, but I never remember what it is. It's just hit M for mask, and it's this one. And what this enables you to do is, if you just draw on it, you get this grade shape, right? And then when you're using another tool, like say you switch to the inflate brush now, and if you draw over this, let me just increase this. Yeah, if you drew over this, you can see it's applying an inflation to everything except
Masks to make sure it ignores certain things.
and that's how you can create like, a skin lesion on a zombie or something like that. So a mask is very useful in sculpting, used a lot, and we're going to use it in just this case. What we're going to do is mask out just this area along the rim there, and then we're going to apply a constant inflate value to just the area that we've masked. So,
Okay, so
first use the mask tool,
draw on the edge.
mask, and it doesn't really make sense to use like a half opaque mask, so we're going to set the strength all the way to 1. And then I'll use a brush size about here. So essentially, where do I want the inflation? Like, do I want this much inflation on the rim? No, probably something about here. And then I'm just going to paint a darkened value all the way across it. And I just want to make sure that it's, fairly even. It doesn't have to be completely perfect, but fairly even across it. And I obviously don't want it to be in this part because that, the liquid has flowed all the way down and it's broken the trail and it's gone down there. So I don't want any raised area there. And again, I apologize if this is like tedious, but it's a way to learn Blender piece by piece. Okay, hey, speaking of which, I forgot. With the sculpt tools in Blender, for whatever reason, it has assumed by default that you might want to sculpt on the other side of your mesh. So you can see I've got this smear here, and that's because somewhere I was painting over here, I went through the mesh and it painted on the other side of the mesh over there. Very annoying. So I can undo it. It's just easier than like repainting that whole thing. And what you want to do with your mask tool is underneath brush, set it to front faces only. And that means when you paint, it should mean to front faces only. And that means when you paint, it should mean that as you draw, it could still happen, just be careful, but it should happen less. It shouldn't happen like on the opposite side of the same mesh. Anyways, it should happen less. By the way, I didn't call it out because it's not essential, but if you do ever want to isolate and only see the selected object, / is the isolation mode. So / on the number pad or the actual normal
/ isolate.
Now with the mask brush, with front faces only enabled, I can paint along it, and it should happen.
Sorry about all coughing.
All right. I don't know what to say, but this doesn't take long once you've set it up.
I need to fix this thing.
The strength of 1, by the way, you don't want to have areas with like half opaque, right? Because we want to have a constant value across it as we inflate it. And we should get a nice raised edge that goes all the way along the donut. Okay, great. Just clean it up if you got any areas that look a little untidy, a little unkempt.
A bit more here.
Awesome. All right. So, as I mentioned, the mask will actually mask out the area, so you can't paint on it. We obviously want to only paint on the area that we mask, so we want to invert it by just hitting Control-I. Same hot.
Control-I to invert.
Then, obviously, if we went to the inflate brush and then we just painted, like, yes, we're only now painting onto that area, but it also doesn't solve our problem of like different values across it. So we want to apply a uniform inflation on just these areas. So there is a tool in the Sculpt tools called, where is it? Mesh Filter. So I will be honest, it's probably the laziest implementation of a tool in Blender. Like
Mesh
mesh
filter.
filters are not really well documented. You kind of have to just learn how they work. But unlike all these other brushes here, the way this one works is it's applying a uniform value to the entire mesh. So it doesn't actually matter where you click on the mesh, it's going to apply it. And it's applying what is in the filter types listed here. So if I just click, this is the other thing you have to learn. If I drag to the right, I'm inflating. If I drag to the
I'm
left,
still trying to find the mesh
I'm
filter.
deflating and sort of subtracting the opposite direction. You just kind of have to learn that that's how this specific tool works. My theory is, by the way, to go on a rant, ZBrush's user experience and interface is so arcane, so badly hodgepodge together from ideas over the last 2 decades. They never had any thought in the process. They just lumped it all in there. And Blender's sculpting tools competes with that. So they're like, hey, yeah, the filter tools, yeah, they're not the easiest to understand, but at least we're not ZBrush. That's my theory. It's my working theory I'm going with. But anyways, point is now that we're in this, you can see where
Is there a shortcut for that?
and right here, on it. So there is a tool in the Sculpt tools called, where is it?
Shift spacebar.
Filter. So I will be honest, it's probably the laziest implementation of a tool in Blender. Like mesh filters, they're not
It doesn't exist anymore.
You kind of have to just learn how they work. But unlike all these other brushes here, the way this one works is it's applying a uniform value to the entire mesh. So it doesn't actually matter where you click on the mesh, it's going to apply it. And it's applying what is in the filter types listed here. So if I just click, this is the other thing you have to learn. If I drag to the right, I'm inflating. If I drag to the left, I'm deflating and sort of subtracting the opposite direction. You just kind of have to learn that that's how this specific tool works. My theory is, by the way, to go on a rant, they never...
Yeah, the mesh filter doesn't exist in this version of Blender anymore.
That's... There we go. Great. So, yeah, that's roughly it. Now, there's a little bit of artifacting there because the way the mask works is it's kind of that feathering thing. It's not very exact, and it's kind of got some values in between it. So we can smooth that out in Sculpt mode by first of all just clearing the mask and then using the smooth tool. By default, it's too high, so just turn it down.
Yeah.
And I'm
Unmask.
just going to smooth that edge, and that'll just sort of clear up some of this artifacting. It's a little too high. For whatever
Fuck
reason,
off
the
the mask,
tool,
please.
Which also smooth tool. So you'll be in this mode and then you hold down shift and it'll actually not use this value, but the value that's on the smooth tool. Again, ZBrush is the competitor, so some things are a little weird here. Anyways, so it's a little too high. Just turn it down, and now we've got a nice value. And I'm just smoothing this out to just clear up some of the artifacting all the way around the mesh. Ba-doop, boop, boop. And that's it. Lovely.
New IKEA family.
Seriously.
If you've made it this far,
Okay, I'm going to take a quick toilet break, so I'll be back in a second. Sure. Jesus. Why is music so soft? Right, let's continue.
3D is in the cards. It's for you because we've done some fairly complex things. So if you're a beginner and you're just getting started in
That's
Blender,
kind of easy to be honest.
congrats, because it is a steep learning curve, but you have learned some very complex modeling and some sculpting.
It's
So
donut.
congrats, you've made it this far. Why not continue on the series? Click here to see the next video, and I will see you in that part. This is where we finished at the end of the last part, and we are ready for some materials. Before we continue, do a check over though, because I looked inside my donut and I saw this, which shouldn't be here, obviously. So make sure you don't have any hidden meshes that should definitely not be there. You've only got your camera, your donut, your icing, and your light. Okay. Okay, so materials. Let's do some materials.
Oh yeah,
If we
materials.
jumped into our render mode, that little button that I showed you on the first part,
Let's use.
it takes you into render
crash.
view mode. You can see we've got a lamp and it's lighting our donut in a very depressing cold gray. So let's give it a material. Down here, the little material tab, and then we're going to hit new. So just like before, the one
New
thing we're going
material,
to change
new.
is the color. Let's make it a nice pink
Yep.
color. And that looks pretty good.
I think.
The other value that you typically want to change for a lot of objects is the roughness value. So you can see the further I go all the way to the left-hand side, the more it becomes a mirror. So all the way at 0 is basically a mirror. And then all the way to the right is your like most porous object, like a brick or something like that. Basically something that looks like it doesn't have a reflection,
Oh,
although
fucking
everything
the
does.
roughness.
The roughness
I like
is
this shiny.
just merely dissipating that reflection everywhere, so it appears as though it doesn't. But anyways, so we're going to go with like a 0.3, something like that. It's pretty good. And then for the base of our donut, we're going to give it another material, and let's go with a nice orangey yellow, which we will change later on, so it won't matter anyway. But that's good. Great. Look at us. We've got a donut. By the way, we'll add some subsurface SSS later on to make this look a little bit more milky, but for now this is good. Now we want to put our donut onto a marble countertop. So first of all, we need that countertop as a separate object. So Shift A, and the one we're looking for is again under mesh, and we're going to go with a plane. So a plane is
Shift
just
A.
a square
Shift A.
that's literally made up of 4 vertices. It's the simplest object, but the most versatile that you use it all over the place. And I'm going to make this look a little bit bigger. So let's just scale that out with S and then click. Okay, so we want to make our donut rest onto the countertop. So if I selected my donut base and moved it up, well, there's a problem, right? We need to have both of these move together. So if you want to have one object basically attached to another object while still being its own separate object, you parent it. So the way we parent it is, first of all, you select the object that you want to follow the other object,
Okay,
so the
so
child,
parenting is
and then
child.
you select the parent. So holding down Shift, I'm going to now click on
Parent.
the donut base, and then to parent, it's Control P.
Okay.
Or again, if at any time you don't know what it is, just hit F3 for search, and then we can just type in parent. Now, by the way, with parent, you get a number of options here. The one you actually want is keep transform. If you just do object, it means if you've ever moved the object like
Keep
off
transform.
its base or whatever like that, it'll then like clear its position. So it's actually not the one you want most of the time. So it's keep transform. Now that I've done that, if you've done it in the correct order, you should be able to select the base and then move it, and the icing should go with it. If it doesn't, it means it's probably parented the other way. So again, make sure the object you want to follow the other one is selected first, and then the parent is selected last. Okay. So now I'm going to move that up along its Z-axis. So G, and then just a middle tap and pull it up till it's resting on my counter. Haha, lovely.
Jesus. I swear it's every 5 minutes. And they're all going unskippable.
About this looking like cartoonishly bad in terms of realism, I'm going to show you a button later on, which is just going to make this look phenomenally realistic. That's going to be in some later parts. But for now, this is fine just whilst we work and piece the scene together. So for our countertop here, we need to give it a new material. And then underneath the base color, you can select not just a color by clicking the color, but the little dot next to it, that little yellow thing doesn't look like a button, it is. If you click that, you get this this pop-up or pop-down in this point, which just gives you a number of options. And the one that we're looking for is image texture. So essentially, it's replacing
Image
that
texture.
input from a flat color to an image texture property. And it's now black, and it's asking you what image texture. So we need an image texture. Now we could go to just Google Images and just find any old marble texture, download that. The problem usually with textures on the web is that what most people call a texture is not ideal for 3D. Most textures are good for websites, but for 3D, we need extra information to tell the 3D software how the material property looks. Like, how does it reflect light? What do the bumps look like across the surface? And all that information is never available on these sites. So to find those textures, you have to go to a separate dedicated website. And the website that I recommend is Polygon. And the reason I recommend it is because it's mine. It's my website. That's why I recommend it. No, I started it 8 years ago because I was pretty dissatisfied with the quality of the texture websites that were available at the time. So I used my YouTube money to invest in a team and some high-tech equipment. We went out into the world and we scanned stuff to a very high quality standard. And over the years, we've grown it to include models and HDRIs as well. And obviously, a lot of this stuff is paid, but we also have a free range. And obviously, we're going to be using a free texture for this part. So this is the free texture. This is the one.
Free texture. Free textures.
We're going to use. And first of all, although it is free, you do need to sign up for an account. So you can just sign up with Google. That's usually the easiest one. It's a couple of onboarding questions. I would like to actually know how you, are you a professional? Are you a student? That
Make sure you count. Just use this one. The one's translated, fuck you. I'm a hobbyist.
It's kind of interesting to me to know that. And then when you get to here, you're just going to say continue with free account. But power through that, and if you click the link in the description, again, this is the marble, and we just want to hit download. And you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, it's downloading. It is a large size, but this is because it's 8K, and we've got maps at like 16-bit depth to get. See in the bottom of the description, again, this is the marble, and we just want to hit download. And you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, it's downloading. It is a large size, but this is because it's 8K, and we've got maps at like 16-bit depth to get all of that accurate information there. But once it is finished, it'll just appear in your downloads. Then you just unzip the zip file as you would normally. And then finally, you should see some glorious high resolution images and ones with extra information like roughness.
Stuff.
Very, very subtle, but we'll come through when we do the render.
I'm downloading
back into
material
Blender, where we've got that image texture, we're going to click on open. Then navigate to where you unzipped it, and then just click on the one that ends with COL in the name, and then just hit open. And here it is. Okay. And it looks great up close. Only problem is, of course, look at that reflection. So bland. Okay. With COL in the name, and then just hit open. And here and texture, we're going to click on open. Then navigate to where
Ooh.
You unzip
Yes, I'm
it,
putting
and then
on
just click
grass.
on the
Fuck
one that
you.
ends with COL in the name, and then just hit open. And here it is. Okay. And it looks great up close. Only problem is, of course, look at that reflection. So bland, so fake. And as I mentioned before, fake is the enemy, and you need to squash it by just adding variance. So that's where our roughness map is going to come in. And while we could try to add it in here, this section on the right-hand side, it's actually not where you do most of your material work, because this is kind of like a simplified, dumbed-down version. It doesn't really... It gets a little bit complicated when you try and add too many things to it, because there's like too many menus and drop downs and all that kind of stuff. So instead, if you go to your shading tab at the top of the screen there, this will change the layout of the screen to something completely different we haven't seen before. And lots of windows, actually too many. I never actually need this one on the right hand side. So where you just mouse over where you've got the divider and then just right click and then say join areas. And then you want to join it to the left to close it. And then I'll do the same here, because I've never needed those on the left hand side. So I've just got my view at the top here and then this one here. And the reason, by the way, this looks different than what we had before is because this is the material preview, but you can change it back to what we had before by clicking that. So material preview, by the way, it's the same. It's a rendered mode, but it's using lights, a different light setup. Basically, just an HDRI, which is like a fake kind of light and reflection map, just so that you can quickly preview materials. And really, you could use either or. They both kind of show the material, but yeah, let's use this one. Okay, but the bit that we're looking for is here. So this section here is your node setup, and it's actually an exact duplicate of what we did over here, because this on the right hand side is the simplified version. If you're just doing like a quick change, you might want to use this, but over here this is what's actually happening to it underneath the hood, right? So you can see as I change this on the right hand side, that is also changing there, so they are linked. So the way nodes work is basically a left to right function. So we start over here with our image texture. It goes into our shader, which is the material for this plane, and then it comes out into a material output, and that's what is fed into the final shader. So essentially, we could do anything. Like for example, and this is one of the value of nodes, is between these two nodes, we could add another node. Like for example, I could hit Shift-A to add. Again, same hotkey, works everywhere. And then I could add in like a hue saturation value node. And then I could change the hue of my marble to look blue, right? Or something else. So that's the power of nodes, and you could just keep going, adding in adjustments and everything you want. So nodes, very, very flexible. They do look daunting because they get all these like, you know, squid-looking lines going everywhere. But it's very, very convenient, very customizable. Okay, but we want to add something to our roughness so that we don't have a flat single value roughness, which is what that is currently. We want to use that map that we just downloaded. So one, you could hit Shift-A and then add an image text this way, but actually we could also just drag out from that input there and then just do a release, and it'll now say, what do you want to add in this input? And we could type in image texture, color, and then hit enter. Then here, go to that same place that we unzipped it, and then we're looking for the one with roughness in the name. So roughness in the name, and then hit open. Okay, so this is better, right? You can kind of see we've got some detail there, but it doesn't look quite right. Something is not going right. It's because when you add an image texture, Blender doesn't really know what type of information it is yet. And by default, it's looking at the color information, even though there isn't really color there. So instead, we need to tell Blender, this is a special map, and we're just looking at the values, right? So essentially, the color space here, we need to change it from sRGB, where it's a standard photo color, to instead non-color data, or just non-color, I guess they've changed it.
So it interprets the color if it didn't have color, so we have to tell it it's not for color. For roughness.
But now you can see that looks correct, right? So look at all that. We got scratches, we got smudges. It's infinitely more realistic than what we had previously. So beyond that though, we could also add in little tiny bumps, okay? So bumps are in a place you would not expect. There's not a bump value here. It's actually under normal. So normal, you hear that word a lot in 3D. It just basically means the face, which direction is the face pointing, right? So if this is your face of the plane, you're pointing this way, that's the normal, right? but you can change the normal information to kind of tweak it to pretend like there is detail in that, okay? Essentially, we can plug in a specialized map called a normal map. Okay, so we're going to drag out from that normal map and then release, and then image texture. That's the last use thing. That's the one we want. I'm just going to click color, then drop, and then hit open. Go to that same folder, and then this is the one, the purple one. It's the weirdest looking map. You always know you're looking at a CG texture map directory because it's the purple one, and it's got NRM in the name for normal. And hit open. And just like before, it's not going to be correct because it thinks this is a color image texture, just like for photos. So we need to change it again to non-color data. And now you would think that would fix it, but no, it looks even worse. What did we do? The problem is we need to convert this image texture into something this can read. So we need to put another node in between here. So the node is found under Shift A for add, then vector normal map. So click and then just drop it here so it highlights between it, and then just drop it. And it will now finally be correct. And if I go full screen with control space, I didn't mention that before, but yeah, control space, and then you can go full screen, and you can see we've got very subtle little chips and divots across the texture along with those smudges, and it just looks way more believable. It means you don't have to worry about this part of your scene. It's just going to work, and you're going to get all that detail for free, and it just makes life a little bit easier. But it is a lot of work. Like what you've just made is a PBR shader, and yeah, it's a lot of work. All those little maps and everything, and having to know which setting is which. But it is a very common thing to learn, so that's why I wanted to include it in here. If I could plug my own website again, though, I will say we did hear you, because a lot of people say that. So we actually made an add-on called the Polygon add-on, which I'll actually show you how to install later on, because that is actually important for 3D, because you use a lot of add-ons. But to plug it very quickly, it actually does all of that without you having to leave Blender. So it'll download the texture for you. There we go. See, it's downloading. It's actually faster through the add-on. And then once you've got it, you just hit apply, and then it will do all of that node work for you in the background, and it'll just apply it to the mesh for you. So you don't have to do all that all the time. And in fact, most people, I think, if you're working on big scenes, you're using libraries, you're using add-ons like this, so you don't have to do it all manually all the time. But it is important to know the process, so that's why I wanted to show it. But anyways, this was our material, and we are happy with it. Well done. Let's go back to the layout tab, and now we're going to do one more thing. So you see our donut base here. Let's just isolate this donut for one moment here by hitting /, which I mentioned previously. Okay, when you're in /, this is isolate mode, which means it's literally turning off everything, including the lamp, which is why it's dark. But if you turn on material preview, then you get this. So this is okay. But if you look at real references of donuts, you'll see that it's typically whiter around the middle. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned before, the way it cooks, right? It's only like half submerged, and then it's flipped. And it means that the bits that are closest to the surface are cooked less. So there's usually like a whiter part around the rim. To show you another part of Blender, which is texture paint. So at the top there, click the texture paint tab. And again, let's go into isolate mode with our donut there. Why are we not seeing? Okay, there we go. So what texture paint does is it lets you paint directly onto your mesh. But if we try doing it, you can see nothing's happening. And it does give you a warning at the bottom, missing textures detected. So to paint, you're painting into an image, and the image doesn't exist yet. So we have to give it one. So go to the material tab, and then here where we got base color, we set it up as yellow, but we're actually just gonna override it now. So click that little yellow dot again, and then say image texture. So now it's black, doesn't have an image.
Beautiful.
So, and instead of clicking open, we're gonna click new. So we're gonna be creating a brand new image, and let's call this donut base. We could make this higher res if we want, but don't. This is more than enough for a donut base, that's fine. And this will just save us time. The color, this will just fill the, it'll fill the image for us with a flat color. So we're just going to go for something pretty similar to what we had before, a nice yellowy color like that. And by the way, make sure you're all the way bright, otherwise your donut is going to be a little bit dark. So yeah, there we go. All right, and then hit OK. And once we've done that, you should, I mean, it should be over there on the left-hand side, but if it doesn't pop up, you can just select it from the drop-down donut base, and there we go. So now we're in this state. Look what I can do.
Donut base.
Ooh, fancy. So, I don't know why I said it like that.
Fancy, yeah.
But we can paint directly onto our mesh. So, to understand this, because
Where
it's
do I
kind of
start
weird, you can also
going?
paint directly over here. And you might be thinking like, well, how does it know, like, how do I know which part over here is actually going to be painted over onto the donut there? You might not care, but it's actually good to understand how it works. So basically, this mesh here, it has to be unwrapped over onto this left-hand side here, because that's the only way to have a 2D texture, 2D flat image be applied to a mesh is to unwrap it in some way. I mean, there's
geez, once
projection.
again.
I'm not getting into that. To unwrap it. And unwrapping is essentially like, there is a meme actually that explains it. But if you have like a chocolate, right, that is wrapped in some tinfoil, if you flatten it out, that is essentially UV unwrapping. There are little places in that wrapping where there had to be a cut, right? And then that cut was wrapped around the object. That's what UV unwrapping is. So the reason this works for us is because the cuts are actually already in place for default objects. So this torus is already perfectly UV unwrapped, so we don't have to do anything. I did want to mention it though, because it's important to understand UV unwrapping. Anyways, so we could actually paint directly on here, as I mentioned. White is a little bit too extreme though. So I'm going to click that and choose a color. First of all, I'm going to select the eyedropper and then not click over here because that's got shading information. I'm going to click on the left-hand side so we get the exact color. And then I'm going to make it closer to white. So
Yeah.
not fully white because that'll be too far, but closer to white. And I'm also going to change the strength of my brush. Yeah, I'll make it about halfway. And then now I can do paints across it. And this will enable you to get a much more natural feel. Because you'll have, just like, in fact, I might even go a little bit softer, and that way you can kind of just paint across it. And this is very forgiving because we've got icing that's going to go over the top of it, but that's good. We don't want it to be too extreme. Let's just make it, I might go the other way, make this a little bit more saturated. Anyways, that's basically all we need to do. We just want to just dab our toes into the field of texture painting. I would say texture painting, by the way, it's one of the weaker areas of Blender. It's actually due for an update at some point in the future, but it doesn't do like, you can't paint into like the height information or the roughness information at the same time like you can with Substance Painter, but it's got basic functionality. Now,
Cool.
importantly, this is an image, but it's not saved into your blend file. It still needs to be manually saved. So see at the top left-hand corner there, it's got image with a star.
Yeah.
If you see that star, it means you've got changes that haven't been saved. So we need to go image and then save and
Save it.
specify where are we going to put our image. Because if we don't do this, we're going to lose it. So it has to be saved somewhere. So I'm just going to save it, yeah, anywhere. It has to be saved somewhere because it will not be saved as part of the blend file. Very important to know that, otherwise you can lose texture paint work that you've done. But there we go. So now to bring back everything, remember if it looks like, where's the rest of my scene gone? See the top left-hand corner, local means it's isolated mode. So that means you just have to hit / again, and it brings back everything. And there we are. So that's the extent of this part of the tutorial. As I mentioned, some of you might be wondering, when are we going to make that lovely subsurface scattering? We're going to do that in the future after we do the sprinkles because it's too hard to see at this point. So
See
there we
what
go,
this looks
guys.
like now?
Join me in the next part, and I'll see you there.
Beautiful. Ah, fuck off with the fucking ass again. Save click. Why does the music just stop? Just keep playing. How difficult can it be? Fuck off my head.
finally come to decorate our delicious looking donut with some sprinkles. So the feature we need for that is called Geometry Nodes, and you can access it by going to the top of your screen. If you don't see it, just middle mouse drag across and you'll see the tab
The
Geometry
geometry
Nodes.
nodes.
Ooh. So it's adjusted your screen layout. Don't get disorientated. Your donut is still there. This screen on the left here, it's called the spreadsheet. Never needed it. Touch on wood, never will. So we can just close that, right click, join areas, and then just collapse it into it. Okay. So with your icing selected, click the new button. So welcome to the world of Geometry Nodes. So Geometry Nodes is actually a modifier. So when we hit new there, we've added in a modifier called Geometry Nodes. And what the modifier is doing is whatever we want it to. Okay. So what this section down here is, this is a node-based system, and it looks familiar, right? You got boxes with little lines, and it's the exact same type of system that was used in our materials, right? But it's a completely different system, okay? So the same nodes will not be referenced between the completely different systems. So the way this works is our mesh that we've got here of our icing is what is being represented on the left-hand side with your input. It's then taking that mesh and it's feeding it all the way to the right, and it's going to spit out whatever is in your group output. So currently, nothing has changed because there's nothing between those points.
Nothing.
But
So
if I
nothing changes.
was, for example, don't follow me, but just as an example, if I was to add a set position node, drop this in here, and then change the position of the icing along the Z axis, you can see it's raised it. Okay, now the mesh, if I go into edit mode, is still there. The mesh has not changed. We're not actually moving the object. This is just happening after the fact via a modifier. Okay, now obviously this would be a rather pointless use for Geometry Nodes to move it, because you could just move it. But as an example, let's say, I don't know, you had a scene where lots of objects, some of them
Where
are
it's
raised,
very
some of them are
important to
not, and you
watch it
wanted
now
to
to make
quickly
more
change
fun.
them. What you could do with Geometry Nodes, in this case, you could actually expose this offset value by dragging it to the left over here. And when you do that, you can see it's now appeared over here in our modifier stack. What that means is whenever I'm in another part of Blender, let's say I'm like building stuff, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I need to quickly, change the height of that icing, I've got it there whenever I need to. So essentially, this system enables you to build your own tool that does something that you want it to do in a really flexible way. So it's really powerful. And before Geometry Nodes, I mean, Blender was kind of limited in what you can do, but I'll throw some examples here. But in the last 2 years since it's been in Blender, people have done some wild stuff with it. And most of this stuff really was just not possible in Blender before without doing custom scripting. So it's really opened up the doors. So it is a very different system, like it's a different way of working than just hands-on in 3D, but it's a really flexible, really valuable system. So any time spent learning Geometry Nodes, I think, is time well spent. So we want to do sprinkles, and to do that we need to first of all scatter some points onto our mesh. So to do that,
Okay, so we're
hit
gonna
Shift
sprinkles.
A for add,
Shift
and then
A.
we're looking for point, distribute points on faces. Okay.
Faces.
And then it's just it's just going to put you in a placement state. And if you just mouse over that line there till it lights up, if you click, it's going to automatically connect it for you. And now you can see we've got points on our icing and a density value. Great. But you might notice the icing has actually disappeared. Ooh. Now the reason for that is we've told it, okay, take that icing object and convert it into points, and then just give us the points back. Okay, so what we need to do is say, yes, we want the points, but we also want the original mesh. So we can do that by adding in a node that you use all the time, which is Shift A, Geometry, Join Geometry. So you'll find this node in probably any Geometry Nodes tutorial. Very versatile. So drop it in here after the points, and you'll notice this input here is a different shape. So normally inputs are circles or triangles or whatnot. This one is a long and elongated shape to signify that it can accept multiple inputs. So unlike these where you can only accept one, this can accept many. So what we need to do is take the output of our original mesh
Take this one
and then
over.
feed it over to here.
And
And now we have both the original mesh and we have our points, and they're being combined together and then put into our output. Okay, very cool. Awesome. All right, so if we were to give this a render right now, you would actually see nothing, because these points don't physically exist. They just exist in the 3D space. If we want them to show up in the render, we have to
You this adventure after dinner, because I need to eat dinner. Oh shit. So I will be back in a few hours. Don't know how long dinner will take. I'll put some words and stream on here for in the meantime. So you guys can still enjoy yourself. So I'll see you in a few hours. Bye. Hello, thank you for the birthday wishes, Shadow. I'm gonna close the words on stream for now. Yes. Yeah, I still actually need give both of you a shout out. First, my sister really doesn't like this. And I'll give Shadow one in a minute. The cooldown has been reset. Yeah, hi man. Sorry I couldn't answer immediately. I was eating dinner. Let's see, where's the... It's been this one now. That's the YouTube side of things. Yeah, if you're unfamiliar with what the fuck we're doing right now, I'm doing teaching myself Blender. TLDR. So let's go and get back to that, shall we? Keep in mind yourself the punishment will go, so if any sort of Twitch event, like Apple did at the start of the stream, thanks Apple still, I spin a wheel of punishments. One of which included this little note on my face and this cap. Let me see if everything's still working as intended. Tutorial still a thing. Let me check this on my videos because I want to see. Well, those birthday videos are doing horribly so far. Well, it's only one of them. Anyways, we were doing a Blender tutorial. This music is really fucking soft. So I've been following this exact tutorial for now. But I'm not gonna follow it all the way through because there's still like 3 hours remaining. At some point it's just gonna
Tell it.
make it
what do you-
hyper realistic, and that I'm not really interested in yet. Hello Albert, thank you for the birthday wishes. Sorry, when did you type that? Because I 636. Jeez, that took a while to get in. Because I checked it like 15 minutes ago and it didn't show. But thank you for the birthday wishes. I need to have a separate notepad for YouTube. Jesus. I did not plan this out too well. Oh well. But yeah, it's officially not my birthday yet. That will be at 12 AM officially, then it's the 4th and it's actually my birthday. Yeah, I want to do this little tradition every year from now on, where I do something completely unrelated to my normal niche, because there's other things I want to do, and this gives me a great excuse to learn them, because I've always wanted to Blender 3D modeling. Like I do know 3D modeling in CAD programs, but not the more artistic 3D modeling. So that's what I'm doing right now.
want to render them as. So for that, we need to add an object to be our sprinkle. So your sprinkle could be whatever you want. We're actually going to make 2 different types of sprinkles in this donut series. So we're going to start though with a very simple one, just a round ball. So just like you would add another object normally, Shift A, and then go Mesh, and then go UV Sphere. Now, this sphere is going to be referenced for every single sprinkle. Okay, so we want to go as low res as we can get away with. So I'm going to go with 12 segments and then 8 rings. If you're on a really slow computer and you think this is really going to suffer later on, you could go even lower, but I don't want to go too low because otherwise we're going to see that jagged edge because it's a rounded form. So I don't want to go too much lower than that. But I do want to adjust the scale because obviously this needs to be a tiny little sprinkle. So let's go 0.01.
Big news.
Ah, fuck off.
Big American
Ads.
cheeseburger style.
New Black Friday.
Jesus Christ, those ads every 5 seconds. I swear to fucking God. So annoying.
All right, now with our icing selected again, you'll notice, by the way, that if you click another object, you don't see your nose because it's only going to show you the active object's geometry nodes. So if you want the nodes to just be there no matter what, if you click the pin button there, that means no matter what is selected, it's only going to be showing you this object's the one that we've
I'm also going to try to narrate a bit what the tutorial says, but
Alright,
I'm not sure if in the video version I'm going to do that audio in.
reference that little sphere that we've just created in our geometry node system. And you can do it very easily just by dragging down from your outline up here.
Okay, so to
just
put it in a
dragging
geometry
down
node, drag
into
and
your
drop, we're
geometry
making
nodes
sprinkles.
and dropping it. Okay.
And now
So
there's
now
little
let's
spheres
just
in here.
create some room here. Make a little bit of space. Okay. And what I need to do is add another node to reference this object. And the node is Shift A, instances on points, the top one. Okay. And then I want to drop it in here between distribute points on faces and my join geometry. So drop it in right there till it lights up. Now the points have disappeared because we're now saying replace those points with whatever is in that instance.
Okay, so
input.
this
So I'm going
is
to take
gonna
my
replace
geometry from my object info and drag
by
it into
dragging
instance.
the little spheres
And
in
with
here.
that,
The points are going to be
we've got
replaced
our
by the
spheres
circles.
appearing all over it. And if I increase the density, we've got sprinkles. And if I do a render, it will actually display. Doesn't look very good, hey, but it does work, which is the main thing right now. Okay, so first things first, you'll notice that as we increase the density, first problem
just fucking
is
with the
that
density.
they're crowding each other. They are straight up overlapping each other with no respect for its fellow sprinkle.
Yeah, they're overlapping.
Because
So
it's
that's the
just
thing.
a random distribution. So we can change that by going here in our distribute points on faces, change it from random distribution to Poisson disk distribution.
We go to the poisson, the
What a
fish,
name.
fish disc.
So it's changed, but that's just because it's changed your density max, so just increase it again. With this Poisson disk distribution,
disk.
you get this extra value here, distance min. So now if we can set a low value, we can start to delete. It's almost like each one of those points now is going to have a little radius around it. And if it detects a point within that radius, it's going to delete it. So we just need to increase it slowly, very, very slowly, until we can't see them intersecting anymore. To about there, honestly. If you go too high, like if you really wanted to make sure they weren't touching, you go really high, but it starts to look like too evenly spaced, you know? Like, yeah, it's not actually registering the other objects. It's like, it's just doing this little radius thing, which just happens
Classic.
to be perfect
It's
for
a
ball
donut
shaped
tutorial,
object,
by the way, but
but
you could
it's
see
not
that.
like an advanced, like it's going to try to fill in all the gaps for you. So yeah, you just kind of, I usually set it to like a little bit of clipping is okay, but I don't want too much. But let's go, yeah, something, I don't know, something like that. We'll actually adjust this later on. I'm just doing it just for this point. All right, a much bigger problem, if I hit Control Tab to go full screen here, if I look at my mesh, I've got sprinkles everywhere. And in fact, I've actually got sprinkles underneath the icing. And that's not good, because it's actually going to put that in the render. Even though you won't see it, your computer is going to use resources to render
so
little individual balls underneath the icing,
It's
which
now
is not what we want.
underneath the icing things that needs to be
So-
fucked off.
Going back here, what we need to do to fix this is we need to do weight painting. Okay, so it's not texture painting. It's a
Wait, sorry.
special thing
Now
called
about weight painting.
So with your icing selected, if you go from your object mode, you'll see one there called weight paint.
Now we go to weight
Now
paint.
the mesh will become blue, and
Blue. Now we
weight
need
paint
that.
is actually referenced in multiple parts of Blender. Like if you're doing rigging and animation, you would use weight painting a lot during the rigging step to assign values to certain bones. Essentially what it's doing is it's allowing you to paint a value between 0 and 1 onto any part of the mesh, and then reference that however you want. So we can then reference that weight paint mask in our geometry nodes and use this almost as, well, exactly as a mask for our sprinkles.
Okay, so we're just
So
gonna use
if
the
we
weight
just
paints
do,
to make
do
sure
some paint right here,
tell
on it,
where the
you'll see
sprinkles can
that we
be.
have some colors, right? Now these colors aren't going to appear
It's gonna
in
be
the render,
used
it's
as a
just for you
mask
to
in the
visualize these
geometry node
values.
control where you can
The
and cannot
blue
show.
value means
Otherwise,
a value
it'll
of
use
0,
resources.
and a red value is a 0 of 1. I believe actually in maybe not the next version of Blender, but maybe the version, I don't know, but they're planning to change the colors of this. So depending on the value, on how late watching this you are, your colors might be different here, but it should be the same. Essentially, you should have a brush of 1, and you should be able to paint from 0, which would give a blue value in this case, to a value of 1. So whatever is 1, whatever is red, is where our sprinkles
Oh, it did
will
not
go.
change.
But you'll notice that this is not having any effect. Okay, so we need to reference it. Now, that weight paint that we just did is actually, if we go to our data, out that
Wait.
whatever is 1, whatever is red, is where our sprinkles will go. But you'll notice that this is not having any effect. Okay, so we need to reference it. Now, that weight paint that we just did is actually, if we go to our data tab here, it's actually a vertex group. Okay, so that's where that paint went. So you could actually create multiple weight paint types just by like creating them here. But we've just created one and it's added one here for us.
Right.
So we can give it a name by double clicking it, and let's call it sprinkle mask. Okay, in fact, is it a mask? It's more of a density, sprinkle density, I guess, because it's not a masking out. Anyway, it's sprinkle
Fucking around with
density.
names.
Okay, and where I want to reference this in my geometry node stack
Okay.
is in the distribute points on faces. There is one value here called density factor,
So we're gonna use
which we
that in
got
the
when we
density
used the
factor.
press on disk thing, and this is just a value of 0 to 1. Very convenient. So if I drag out from here and then
Drag.
release, I can add in a new node and it'll just automatically connect it. And the node that you're looking for is called the named attribute. Don't feel bad if you're like, well, how would I know that it's called the named attribute? Because it's called vertex groups over here. You think like, okay, I'm going to type in vertex group, but it's an attribute, but it's one of many attributes, and geometry nodes can do many things, so it's just called the named attribute. So anyways, all right, so underneath name, we're just going to click that box and you'll get a pop-up or pop-down,
Okay,
and
and
you're
then
looking
we
for
select.
sprinkle density.
Well, for me, it's
And
sprinkle,
there it
sprinkle little
is.
star.
Aha. So now going back into weight paint mode, we
Ah,
can act like an artist and put the sprinkles wherever we want, sprinkles on our donut, which is really cool. So sprinkles are typically, they're like on a plate, and then the wet donut with icing on it is just like dabbed onto it. So you get like a heavy amount of sprinkles right on the top like that, and then less around the sides. And then I usually do like a few like dabs like this, just for some variance. And then also if you hold down control, that will do a, so the weight that's being painted is 1, but if I hold down control, it's going to do a negative value. And I can adjust my strength there as well. And I can just do some negative paints across it. Maybe a couple here as well. And I'm trying to deliberately make it look choppy, because I find that if you make it look too like uniform, then it just looks very boring and artificial. Because the real world would have more sprinkles collecting in certain areas than others, right? Maybe it's just like wetter on that part, right? So more would stick to it, or more force was put on that part of the plate.
put a bit
as
more
the
drippy
donut
parts.
is jabbed into it, right? You just kind of have to think of this stuff, because in the digital world, it's far too easy to make something that looks predictable and boring, and we don't want that.
Try to copy the dipping
there we go. Something
flow
like that.
below there.
And you could obviously finesse it and make it better than what it is, but that's what we've got. You'll notice each of these spheres have a very jagged looking shape, and that's because the sphere itself down here. Oh, I don't think I mentioned this. If you want to quickly zoom to an object without having to find it and pan around, number pad period key. Probably should have mentioned that before.
Sorry about that.
But haven't really needed it because we have not worked with that many objects. But that'll focus to that object. If you're on a laptop, by the way, if you hold down the tilde key, that'll bring up this section here, and then you've got view selected right there. So tilde is that key underneath your escape key. But anyways, so this is what our sphere looks like. So right click, shade smooth, and now all those sprinkles have a shade smooth. Haha, very nice. All right, now let me just show you a quick little issue that you might run into. If you were to duplicate your donut and create two, and then on the second donut, you're like, hey, I want to have some spice in my scene. I don't want to have the exact same count of sprinkles across both donuts. Let's give a different value to this one over here. Well, you can see that they are now sharing the same value because this node group here is being linked across both objects. But if you wanted, I mean, you could make it its own single object so that they're not linked.
You're talking about
But if
duplicating
you
it now.
wanted everything else to remain the same, so that let's say you change the sprinkle at some point, that's preserved.
Oh, I've been
But
Albert.
that one value you want to be
Okay,
different
but
across multiple
if you're
objects.
still here,
You can
I
expose
understand
it.
if you
So
fucked
just
off.
like what I did at the start, if I drag out from the value I want to expose, and then I put it up to here in my group input,
Seriously?
the empty slot, if I just release it, it's now disappeared. The value's disappeared from here, the value I want to expose, and then I put it up to here in my group input, the empty slot. If I just release it, it's now disappeared. The value's disappeared from here, and it's now appeared in my modifier stack over here. And now I can put in a different value. So this has now got a value of 2000, and this one is 500. So essentially, by dragging it out and exposing it, it's essentially removing the value from this node setup and saying this is its own separate thing, which is independent per object. And it has a two birds, one stone kind of effect that it makes it more accessible. So in a completely different part of Blender, I'm working on my scene and I'm just very quickly giving different sprinkle amounts to different donuts, right? Like a madman, right? No one can stop me. But yeah, very cool. And that's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though, with that this group input here, is I want to give it a different name because density max, not really that useful. I can call it sprinkle density, right? So now it's like a fully customized little node group that I could drop on any object. I could be building a car in the future, and I'm like, it needs sprinkles, and I can just drop this on it, and I've got a sprinkle density. Full. I want to give it a different. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though, with that this group input here, is I want to give it a different name because density max, not really that useful. I can call it sprinkle density, right? So now it's like a fully customized little node group that I could drop on any object. I could be building a car in the future, and I'm like, it needs sprinkles, and I can just drop this on it, and I've got a sprinkle density value for my car, right? So you can see how Geometry Nodes, you can build something really customized for what you want, and then it's just readily accessible every time you need to use it. Awesome.
It's pretty cool.
Now, one
Geometry
issue
Nodes.
that I will show you with this, and actually it's not specific to Geometry Nodes, but this entire time for all these videos, we've been building a donut which is too big. So if you hit N in your properties, oh, that's the polygon thing, you can see the size, the dimensions of your donut is 1.2 by 1.2 meters, which for Americans, oh, actually, yeah, you can change it. You could change your units to the wacky Imperial one. 4 feet, right? Okay.
He's talking shit about Imperial, get him.
Now, why does it matter, right? Because, okay, if you're looking at this, how are you to actually know that this is 1.2 meters rather than the regular size donut? It doesn't actually matter yet, but when we get to rendering with depth of field, or maybe you want to import other objects from other scenes, having a value that is actually true to the object will save you so much time, and it'll also make it so that your camera settings, etc., are actually correct. So that bit is very important. So essentially, we should resize this. And really, a real donut is about 12 centimeters, which is exactly 1/10 of what we've got right here. So if we select everything in the entire scene, which you can do by just hitting A for everything. I don't know. A for all.
Yeah.
That
A,
makes
A for
sense.
everything.
Okay.
Great going, dude.
Then, if we hit S to scale, okay, we're now in a scale. Oh, actually, okay. Well, now it's going to scale it, and the plane is going to be off the ground. Okay. All right. Well, let's not scale the lamp and the camera. So everything else, selecting the donut, the lamp, the donut, the plane, and the sphere. Then S, and then I want to scale it by exactly 10%. Now, how could I do that? Well, if you look in the top left-hand corner, you've got the values there. And if I went to 0.1, then it would be exactly a tenth of what it was. But how can I get it? To look in the top left-hand corner, you've got the values there. And if I went to 0.1, then it would be exactly a tenth of what it was. But how can I get it exactly at 0.1? Well, two things. One, if you hold down Control, when you're moving any value in Blender, it'll move it in increments, which in this case is 0.1. But you can also actually just type in the exact value you want, 0.1, and hit Enter.
Oké, is goed. Tot vanavond.
It's all for your fucking ass. Jesus, dude. Like it's literally every 5 minutes or something. Next advertisement, cause why not?
Look at the size of our donut. Click N, hit N. You can see it's 0.12 meters or centimeters. Yeah. Anyway, and that's great. But there is a problem. What you might notice, I mean, there's not a problem now, but when you change the scale or the rotation of an object, actually, it's only changed its what do you call it? Its local scale. It hasn't actually applied it on a global level yet. So the sprinkle here and the donut have actually got a like pretend value. The scale is set at 0.2, and it's almost like it's saying to the scene, that's not its real scale. It's just been faked to be that size yet. It needs to be applied if you want to like confirm really that this is the true scale or rotation of the thing. And you do that by selecting the things and then hitting Control A and then applying scale.
Control A.
Okay, so now we've done that.
Apply
You
scale
can see something's
somewhere.
changed. So our donut here with the sprinkles has now massively changed its density count.
Apply scale.
And the reason for this is that, if we go geometry nodes again, let's zoom in here. Let's look at it with this. This density, this sprinkle density, is actually not the count of sprinkles at all. It's the density in relation to the whole scene. And the way I think of it is like, okay, it's a weird visualization, but if you've got a car and it's driving along a highway, right, a certain amount of bugs are going to hit the windshield, okay? And the bugs could be defined by here. But the smaller the object is, right, you could have the same amount of bugs going across the highway, but if it was like a tiny Matchbox car, there's going to be very few bugs that's going to hit it, okay? So the density is kind of like the density of the world, and now that we've made the object smaller, there's only 3 sprinkles left. There's only 3 bugs that's hit the windshield of our donut here. So this value now needs to be much bigger. In fact, it needs to be exactly like if it was 6,000 before, it needs to be 60,000 now. But the problem is that it's not just a value here. The distance min value has also changed because this is also based on a real world value. So this now needs to be really small. So let's try 0.01. And that's actually pretty good, I think.
Okay,
There's a
so
little
it's
bit of
all-
overlap, but that's roughly kind of what we want. And let's see if I can increase this. Yeah, so if I want this density to be really dense, yeah, I would have to increase it to a
Multiplier.
crazy number. Now, something I like to do personally, this isn't, you have to do this, but you notice how like this number is really large. And if I want to increase or lower my sprinkle value, and I'm in a different part of Blender, if I'm just dragging this value, it's having no effect because the range, like the scale of it is just so large. So what I actually do is I set it to a value that I think makes sense, which in this case is 200. And then whatever the value was before, it was 200,000, right? I do a math value inside of my geometry node setup between here and here.
Ja,
I
als
do
we
a
hebben
math
we start met
calculation
multipliers
to
now.
multiply that by the value that it needs to be, almost as like a scale adjustment. So you can do it with just one node, Shift A, Utilities, Math,
Utilities, math.
and just drop it in here. Now the math, I said I want to multiply it, so I need to change it from add to a multiply. And math is the most versatile of any node. You can do all sorts of stuff, but multiply. So multiply,
Math,
and it
math.
was 200,000 before. So if I want this value 200, then I just add 1,000. Yes, that's correct. Okay. So now
And multiply
I can very
it.
quickly change the scale of the sprinkles across the donut without having to like manually type in the value. I can just move it back and forth. And there you go. So that's it. So we've changed the scale of it to what it should be. We've got a correct we've got a correct sprinkle setup, looking good. In the next part, we are going to be adding long sprinkles to our donuts because this round one is okay. And I originally was just going to go round to try and keep it simple, but there's also, I don't know, the long sprinkles just look way nicer. But you do have to do some different rotation math and stuff, so we're going to do that in a whole second video. So click here on the screen to learn all about that and random colors. So I will see you in that part. We've got round sprinkles. Why not long sprinkles? It'll be more interesting and
One sec, you're
it'll
ahead
enable
of
us
me.
to learn some new techniques
Ah.
about Blender, which is what this whole series is about. So first things first, we need to model those sprinkles. So let's move to the left here, and we want to add an object. We haven't mentioned it before, but when you add an object, it's going to put it at your 3D cursor, and your 3D cursor is that thing. That weird little thing, little crosshair at the bottom there. That's your 3D cursor. And yeah, I don't know, Blender has a 3D cursor, maybe other applications don't. It's going to put it there. And if you don't want it there, you can move that 3D cursor somewhere else by hitting Shift and right-clicking. And you can see it's now moved it and actually attached it to the plane, which is where we would want it. If you don't have a mouse, do get a mouse. But in the interim, you can also use the cursor tool, and that'll do the same thing. All right, so we're adding long sprinkles. So
Have a long
obviously the
sprinkles.
object that we want to add is Shift A, Mesh. It's the cylinder. Okay.
Shift A, mesh.
Too big by default. So let's
Down there.
change, click this
Jesus.
little thing, bring this up. Change the radius all the way to its lowest and the depth all the way to its lowest as well. And the vertices, that's the like the resolution, right? Oh, we'll fix that in a sec. The resolution would be way too high at 32 to be scattered on an object. So let's set this to 12. And that'll be just enough that it won't look jagged and it'll look smooth. Okay, great.
Grammarly is an AI writing tool that works
Seriously?
seamlessly with your everyday app, and it goes beyond simple grammar check. Here's how I use it. Number one, for my voiceover script of my videos. I usually draft all my scripts in messy bullet points like this.
Now, I'm going to move this up just so it's above the plane, Z. Okay. Now, this problem that you have, if you go in too far, it disappears. The reason for that is that Blender has a clipping start value. And because we're working at such a small scale, we've got sprinkle-sized things now, it's too small and it's clipping it out. So if you hit N and go to your View tab, the clip start value there, it's 1 centimeter by default. Drag it all the way to the left and it's now a millimeter, and it will have fixed that. I don't know why it's not the default. Like, maybe somebody could tell me why is that not the default value? Maybe there's a reason, but to me that would make sense because then you never have this problem. I don't know any disadvantages. So anyway, we've got the base of a sprinkle. Need to make it long, so tab into edit mode, S, scale it Z along the Z axis to elongate it, and now we've got the rough length of a sprinkle. To tab into edit mode, S, scale it Z along the Z axis to elongate it, and now we've got the rough length of a sprinkle. But how long is a sprinkle? There's no actual answer to that. If you look at reference, they are all over the place. The government evidently never stepped in and said, like, we're going to regulate it. This is the length of a sprinkle. This is the size of a sprinkle. I mean, it's the Wild West out there. They're doing crazy things. So what that means as artists is we get to pick whatever is most visually pleasing. And I like the ones which are more readable. And to show you what I mean, if we pull up two,
Ooh,
right?
actually kind
This
of
one on
nice.
the left is like large sprinkles, right? Very like bold. And then one on the right here is like long, thin, wispy ones that look like they get stuck in your teeth. And if we zoom out on this and then zoom out on this, you can see that the ones on the right tend to kind of like the colors and everything just kind of blur together and it just looks like a donut. Whereas the one on the left, the sprinkles are still readable. So that's what we mean by readable, and that's the one I like the most. So we're going to go with some larger looking long sprinkles, but you can see that the sizes, there's no standard size because I think it's actually like it's from a piping bag, at least if you make them at home, but you can just pipe out icing and then when it dries, you just smash it up and it becomes sprinkles. But yeah, they just come out at any odd size. So we got long ones, we got medium ones, we got short ones, and we've even got some curvy looking ones, right? These little like just slightly bent-ish looking ones. So we're going to model small, medium, large, and a bent-ish looking one, and then we're going to scatter that across the object.
Okay, so we're gonna make
So
three
back in
different
Blender,
sprinkles.
This is going to be, yeah, this will be the short one, okay? But the end, speaking of which, this end bit here, it's a very sharp edge. And even if we hit shade smooth, it's not going to solve it. We want that like a rounded form to it, not this horrible blobby looking shape. Because the reference, again, you can see, oh, it's a different reference now, is a rounded shape, all right? So to create that rounded form, we're going to create a bevel. And so I want you to go into face select mode, okay, which you can do by that. So this is the faces, right? This is the edges, if you go to edge select mode, and then this is the face there.
Wait, how does
So
it do that?
we're going to create a bevel. And so I want you to go into face select mode,
Face select.
okay, which you can do by that. So this is the faces, right? This is the edges, if you go to edge select mode, and then this is the face there. So select the bottom and the top face, like that. And then we're going to add a bevel, which will immediately become clear when you do it, Control B. And now that we're in this
Control
state, as we pull
B.
out, we can change the amount of
Oh,
the bevel.
Jesus.
And this is, you can see it's like, yeah, it's just adding a 45-degree angle on that corner there. But if you scroll up, it's going to add another level to it. And if you scroll up again, it's going to add another level to that. So we can very quickly create a rounded edge to the sprinkle. You don't want to go too much high because, again, this is going to be scattered all over the donut. You don't want to go too high poly. So that'll do. So that's a simple bevel operation, and it's very common when you're modeling. So, yeah, Control B is how you do that.
Or B.
All right, so
bevel.
look at that. We've got one sprinkle. So now we will need to create 3 more. So this is the small. So let's go Shift D and then X to just move it along the X-axis. This is going to be the medium one. So edit mode, and I'm going to go into toggle wireframe and vertice select mode. And now selecting the top part of the sprinkle, hit G, Z, and I'm going to move, oops, if you've got proportional editing, turn that off. G, Z, move that up. Okay, that'll be the medium one. Yep. And now Shift D, X, move it along. This is going to be the long one. So edit mode, and again, G, Z, move it up. And this is going to be the long sprinkle. I don't go too long, maybe that long. Okay. And then I want to make a bent sprinkle that's slightly like curved. So Shift D, X, move it across. And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says, where do you want to put it? I want more than one though. So I'm going to scroll up till I get, yeah, just a bunch of loops until I get what looks like square faces on those points, somewhere around that. I don't want to go too high poly. Yeah, like that. What is that? That's in the bottom left-hand corner.
How do you
8
duplicate that?
cut. F, Z,
Oh, it's
1,
fragmentation.
go Shift D,
Shift.
and then X to just move it along. I'm going to go into toggle wireframe, and then X to just move it along the X-axis. This is going to be the medium one. So edit mode, and I'm going to go into toggle wireframe and vertice select mode. And now selecting the top part of the sprinkle, hit G, Z, and I'm going to move, oops, if you've got proportional editing, turn that off. G, Z, move that up. Okay, that'll be the medium one. Yep. And now Shift D, X, move it along. This is going to be the long one, so edit mode. And again, G, Z, move it up. And this is going to be the long sprinkle. I don't go too long, maybe that long, okay. And then I want to make a bent sprinkle that's slightly like curved. So Shift D, X, move it across. And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says, where do you want to put it? I want more than one though. So I'm going to scroll up till I get, yeah, just a bunch of loops until I get what looks like square faces on those points. Somewhere
Oh,
around
the shrinkle.
that. I don't want to go too high poly. Yeah, like that. What is that? That's in the bottom left-hand corner. 8 cuts. Okay. Click, and then it's saying where do you want to place it. Right click to cancel the movement so it places it right in the center. And now,
Seriously.
Ik heb mijn plek gevonden.
I don't give a shit.
there we go. Okay. To straight with D, X, move it across. And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says, where do you want to put it? I want more than one though. So I'm going to scroll up till I get, yeah, just a bunch of loops until I get what looks like square faces on those points. Somewhere around that. I don't want to go too high poly. Yeah, like that. What is that? That's in the bottom left-hand corner. 8 cuts. Okay. Click, and then it's saying where do you want to place it. Right click to cancel the movement so it places it right in the center. And now, there we go. Okay. Now we've got this one over here that is just long and straight but low poly, and this one same shape but high poly. So to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials I actually went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply.
There's a modifier
Go to
for
your
that?
modifier stack, add modifier. You could find it inside here, or you could search for it, but it's the simple deform modifier. So add that, and by default it is wrong. So change it from twist to bend. And look at that.
By default, it's wrong.
We've got our sprinkle. Ha! And you can very easily, change the amount from a little curve to a large curve. And I think somewhere around the 30-degree mark. You will notice though that it's like it's bent more at this angle, and that's because it's bending it according to the origin point. So you see these little dots? You might have wondered what they are in Blender. That's called your origin point, and it's used for a lot of things. Like if you rotate an object, you can see it's rotating from the point of that origin point. Like physics, a bunch of things use the origin point. The best way to think of it is like the center of mass for the object. So generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, you want it to be in the center of the object. And you can do it very quickly.
mine's already
You
in the center of
select
the object.
multiple objects. You want to clear its origin point. Shift, select all of them, and then right click, and then say set origin to geometry. And now you can see it's put it in the middle. And now our curve is actually based on the starting in the middle, which is what we want. So yay for us. Now I need to apply this or else the next part it'll go wonky. So apply your simple deform so that it's starting in the middle, which is what we want. Middle. And now our curve is average. Shift, select all of them, and then right click, and then say set origin to geometry. And now you can see it's put it in the middle. And now our curve is actually based on the starting in the middle, which is what we want. So yay for us. Now I need to apply this or else the next part it'll go wonky. So apply your simple deform so that it's actually realized onto the mesh. Okay, so going to your outliner, you can see we started from humble beginnings, but we've now got too much going on, and it's all starting to get a little bit chaotic. So the way you organize things in your outliner and in Blender generally is you can group things together by creating collections. So by default, we've actually got one collection already, just called collection, but we can create new collections by this little button in
Yeah,
the top right
create
hand
new
corner to create
collections.
a new collection. And I want to create it outside of our, I mean, I don't actually know if we need, like, I don't know why it creates a collection for you for no, I mean, you could just, it's in the scene collections. Anyways, I don't know if we actually need that one. So we create a new collection just by hitting that, and we can double click it to rename it to be whatever it is we want. So I'm going to call this Sprinkles, okay? And because we have two types of sprinkles, we have the sphere round sprinkle, and then we have these long sprinkles, I'm going to create two other collections within this collection. So hitting new again, you can see it's placed it underneath it, and I'm going to call this one round. And then clicking sprinkles again, I'll add another collection, and this one I will call long. Oh, wait, sorry, this one, long. There we go. Okay, so to move something to a collection, you can do it one of two ways. One, you can select the sphere, which is the round. Remember, it's this little guy over here, the little tiny round sprinkle. You can just drag that into the that collection, and you can see it's now moved it there. The other way is in your 3D viewport. If you select all of the objects that you want to move to a new collection, hit M, and it brings up this, and you just say move to the sprinkles long sub collection. There we go.
Oh.
And now they're all moved there.
Now most of the collections. Jesus, that wasn't even 5 minutes.
times.
Also, can the song just please keep going to the next? Not something upbeat.
And we can actually create. And now this one here, if you wanted to give this a name, you could. We got the camera, we got the light, we got the plane. Yeah, you know what? Let's move our donut and our icing. Let's move that to a new collection as well. So M, and we can actually create a new collection from the move options as well. So I'm going to go new, and let's call this let's say donuts, because we're going to duplicate it and make more donuts in the future. So donuts. Okay. Great, so now this one here has got the camera, the light, and the plane. So I'm going to do what I sometimes do with a scene, is just call this one ENV, which is for environment. Since this is a tutorial, I'll actually just type it out. I'm not going to be lazy. Environment. Okay, so we've got some organization in our scene so that as we add and grow our scene, it's not going to get too crazy. All right, so it's also good that we've created collections because we can now use that to scatter across the geometry nodes. So with our donut here, so the icing and the donut, we're going to create a duplicate, and this is going to be the variant with the long sprinkles. So Shift D and then hit X to move it along the X axis. So it's just placed next to it. And then clicking your icing, you can see we've got the modifier stack that we created the geometry nodes on. And if we were to start tweaking this and make this look like long sprinkles, it would apply to this one over here, because we can see that little number next to it. And that number, if you hover over the X axis, so with our donut here, so the icing and the donut, we're going to create a duplicate, and this is going to be the variant with the long sprinkles. So Shift D and then hit X to move it along the X axis. So it's just placed next to it. And then clicking your icing, you can see we've got the modifier stack that we created the geometry nodes on. And if we were to start tweaking this and make this look like long sprinkles, it would apply to this one over here, because we can see that little number next to it. And that number, if you hover over it, I think we mentioned it before, but it displays the number of users sharing this data. So any change you make to this is going to be reflected on that one. So if we click the 2 button,
see the
it's now
geometry nodes.
independent. So we'll now have 2 different versions. So the one on the left, the original one, let's call that round sprinkles. And the one on the right, let's call that one long. Okay, brain fart for a second there. Long sprinkles.
I don't.
Okay. And now with
Wait,
that
I see.
object selected, let's go back to the geometry nodes tab. Okay. Okay. So the one on the left, the original one, let's call that round sprinkles. And the one on the right, let's call that one long. Okay, brain fart for a second there. Long sprinkles. Okay. And now, with that object selected, let's go back to the Geometry Nodes tab. Okay. All right, so make sure you're looking at the right object. Make sure it's the one with long sprinkles in the name. And if we were to start editing here, we would have we would have made one big mistake, and it's because this is actually not the long sprinkles node setup. We clicked the pin button. Remember that? The pin means it's always going to be there, even if it's another object with a different geometry node setup. So remember, yeah, it's a common mistake. You always do it. You forget you've got pin on, and then you start changing things, and it does the wrong one. So make sure you're looking at the one that has long sprinkles in the name.
In this cell,
Okay.
my issue.
So the bit that obviously matters the most is this bit where it goes into our instance on points node, and we've currently got it connected to a sphere. So I mean, you could change that to another object, but that won't help us because we've got more than one object. We want to scatter 4 different objects across it. So we can delete that and instead just drag from your outliner. Don't just, if you click on it, oh yeah, if you click off it, it's just going to disappear. So make sure you don't do it. You've clicked the icing, but you need to click and drag into your node setup. And now it's got a collection info node rather than object info node. Drag that into your instance input, and nothing happened. It has actually happened, but it's off center in a weird place. Why is it doing that? It's because of the way 3D software handles data. It's now doing it on its like global or local position, not relative to, anyway, it doesn't matter. What you need to do is check 3 boxes whenever you use collections to scatter. Separate, reset children. Now it's on the, what you need to do, because of the way 3D software handles data, it's now doing it on its like global or local position, not relative to, anyway, it doesn't matter. What you need to do is check 3 boxes whenever you use collections to scatter. Separate, reset children. Now it's on the mesh correctly, and then you can see it's actually using all 4 of them on each point. So then you click pick instance, and now it's going to use
copy
one
them?
of those, not all 4 of them.
I said not to copy them.
Okay, so it's good. It's using it, but what's going on? Well, the reason this one was easier with its round sprinkles is that the rotation of the objects didn't matter because it was round. Now that we have long sprinkles, you can see the rotation matters, and it's currently screwed up. So how do we fix that? The first way, well, yeah, there's a number of things you need to do to make it work correctly. You'll see, is we want to take the rotation of the face. So the face of these mesh here, we want it to affect the objects, right? So we take the output of our distribute points on faces, the rotation of that, and drag it into the rotation input of the instant. Well,
Way back.
Whenever data in a, and nothing happened. It has actually happened, but it's off center in a weird place. Why is it doing that? It's because of the way 3D software handles data. It's now doing it on its like global or local position, not relative to, anyway, it doesn't matter. What you need to do is check 3 boxes whenever you use collections to scatter. Separate, reset children. Now it's on the mesh correctly, and then you can see it's actually using all 4 of them on each point. So then you click pick instance, and now it's going to use one of those, not all 4 of them. together. Okay, so it's good. It's using it, but what's going on? Well, the reason this one was easier with its round sprinkles is that the rotation of the objects didn't matter because it was round. Now that we have long sprinkles, you can see
long
the
sprinkles, the
rotation
rotation
matters,
matters.
and it's currently screwed up. So how do we fix that? The first way, well, yeah, there's a number of things you need to do to make it work correctly. You'll see, is we want to take the rotation of the face. So the face of these mesh here,
Rotation of
we want it
face.
to affect the objects, right? So we take the output of our distribute points on faces, the rotation of that, and drag it into the rotation input of the instances. And now you can see it's having some effect. It's still not
pointing.
right, but that is because these sprinkles are currently just pointed upwards. So it thinks, okay, well, you want to point them all outwards. Anyways, to fix that, I mean, you could fix it you could actually fix it in Geometry Nodes. This is simpler. So if we just rotate those sprinkles along the x-axis, so R, X, right? And then we just want to lie them down flat. So essentially 90 degrees. You could type in 90 degrees, or holding down Control will move it in 5-degree increments. Okay, so 90 and then do a single click.
Oh yes, they already see it. But if you-
Seriously. There's an ad in, there's a video in between his ads.
That not worked? Well, it's because, as I mentioned before, when you're so essentially 90 degrees, you could type in 90 degrees, or holding down Control will move it in 5-degree increments. Okay, so 90 and then do a single click. Okay, so why has that not worked? Well, it's because, as I mentioned before, when you're scaling or rotating things, it's not actually saved to the object. So to apply it, you have to go Control A and then say rotation. Now that we've done that, it's worked correctly. All right, so now you can see what I said by you need to do a lot to make
damn.
it work correctly. The rotation is working, but it's not doing what you would expect, and that's because geometry nodes are so flexible, you have to tell it exactly what you want to do. We want actually random rotation. So around each of the points, we don't want to each have the exact same rotation. We need to randomize it. So for that, if you want to tweak the rotation on anything between this point here, on this dotted blue line, let's just move that out of the way, we need to add Shift-A, Utilities, Rotation, Rotate, not Euler,
Hey,
Euler.
Utilities.
Yes, I know. They went with
rotate.
the weird pronunciation. I think it was a Frenchman, right? Could be German. Doesn't matter. Same, right? Just to annoy all the Europeans. Anyway, so rotate Euler, and we're just going to
Wrong
drop
one.
it on that line until it European. Doesn't matter. Same. Euler. Yes, I know. They went with the weird pronunciation. I think it was a Frenchman, right? Could be German.
Utilities.
Doesn't matter. Same, right?
Rotate.
Just to annoy all the Europeans. Anyway, so rotate Euler, and we're just going to drop it on that line till it lines up. Okay, so nothing's happened currently, but with this, we could change the rotation of our sprinkles up here. But you'll notice
That's
that
not
as you
the
rotate, it's
one.
kind of weird. It's not the rotation that you would expect for each point. It's the relative to the actual object as a whole, right? Which just means we need to change from object to local. And now, as you move it around, you can see we're able to rotate those sprinkles. But again, it's not changing the like randomizing it. It's giving a solid value. So to randomize it, if we drag out of the rotate by input and then type in random, it'll bring up this, and we're looking for random value. Click, and now we get this. Ooh, rotate by input, and then type not. And now, as you move it around, you can see we're able to rotate those sprinkles. But again, it's not changing the like randomizing it. It's giving a
Yeah, none of this is actually doing what it's supposed to be doing.
solid value. So,
Yeah, so
to
now it's called
randomize
rotate
it,
rotation.
If we drag out of the rotate by input and then type in random, it'll bring up this, and we're looking for random value. Click, and now we get this. Ooh. So this node looks kind of scary, right? It's got a whole bunch of different values in it, and it says vector, and it's very, very foreign. It's actually easier to understand it from a float point of view. With the random value, if it's in a float state, it's going to generate a value from 0 to 1 on each point. So if you've got like 10 points, one of them is going to be like 0.015, one of them is going to be like 0.92, and one's, whatever. When it's in vector state, it's the exact same thing. You've got min and you've got max, but there are 3 values. And the reason for that is that there are 3 axes. There's the x-axis, there's the y-axis, and there's the z-axis.
Different axes
Insane.
and stuff. I know.
So you're able to define what type of rotation on each axis. So if we set both, and by the way, if you want to change multiple values at once in Blender, you can just click and drag down, and then you can change all of them. So we set all of them to 0. And now you could see this bottom one is going to be the Z because it's X, Y, Z. It doesn't tell you, like, I don't know, because it's vector math. I guess there's other areas of Blender. Anyway, but this is the Z axis. If we increase this one, you can see that's the main one that we want to change, right? Because that's the one that makes the most difference.
Neo by Nescafé Dolce Gusto. De toekomst van jouw koffiebar thuis.
Where fucking god? Like, not even 1 minute. For me, it's the top one. I think.
And 60 degrees, so we would set this to 360. But you can see they're more than rotating fully already. So what value is this exactly? This is radians. Oh, just to get real. So radians, degrees. I had to ask ChatGPT before I recorded this. What's the difference? Radians are more mathematical and easier for mathematical equations. It's the circumference of pi. No. 2 pi is the circumference. Look, obviously I don't know. But what I'm trying to tell you is, you just need double pi to make it 360 degrees, which is actually tau, to make it really complicated. It's tau. So double pi, so pi is 3.142. Tau is double that. And anyways, you get the idea. So you can type in tau and it'll actually give you the correct value. So that's 360 degree rotation. We also want it, because you can see this is the other axis, like the middle one spinning around. So we also want it on that one, because we've got a curved one. So let's make that tau. And then this top one is the X, which is actually going to make it like wonky, like, so these will be like seesawing up. So if you increase that, that's where it gets crazy, and you don't really want to use that. You do want a little bit though, because it would make sense if they're sprinkles. They're not going to be completely flat. You're going to have some variance where like some bit has absorbed into the icing at a different angle than another, but just not too much essentially, or else it starts to look like little marshmallows or whatever all over it. But guys, that's roughly it. That's the hard work. That was, I mean, I know that was very technical, but it was just 2 nodes. Rotate Euler, set it to local, and then this random value, and we're changing that to rotate it. And we did it.
Jesus
we got
Christ.
Nice looking rotation. Now, one thing we do have to change is the distance min. So because these longer sprinkles obviously are bigger, then the distance min has to change as well. So we can change that to something that makes sense. Let's go 0.04. That might have actually been pretty perfect. Let's try 3. 3's got a little bit. Oh, actually, you know what? The other thing, again, looking at reference, I like those big chunky looking sprinkles. So I want these to be bigger. So we could, alter the scale of the actual sprinkles, but we're working with geometry nodes and we've actually got a scale value right here. So we could change it here just as easily. So the scale, dragging down, and again, there's not just one value, there's 3 axes, so X, Y, Z, so drag down on all. 1.5 is going to give us some nice, big, chunky looking sprinkles. And now this distance value needs to be a lot bigger. So let's go 0.06. That's actually pretty good. I'm getting pretty good at nailing it. 0.0, no, I was right before. There's always going to be some overlap, right? You're not going to be able to stop it because it's not doing object like collisions. It's nothing like that. It's a very simple, again, it's doing a point and then it's creating a radius around it. And if you do the correct amount, which for this is probably something like this, then it looks way too predictable and boring, which we don't want. So,
Can't do it anymore.
0.006 looks pretty good for me with a scale of 1.5 for these. And that is it. I was going to put in the random color in this part of the tutorial, but I think we've gone over already. So join me in the next part and we will finally add some color to our sprinkles and make this look nice. So join me in the next part. This is the part where we start making our donuts look sexy. So we're going to be coloring our sprinkles finally, so it doesn't look so depressing. And then also getting into rendering to start making this actually look pleasing with shadows and light and everything else. So first of all, the sprinkles. Now, as you probably know, you could come in here and you could select a sprinkle and then go, all right, I'm going to make a red sprinkle. And then I'm going to, don't do this by the way, I'm just showing you. Make this
I'm just doing color
aqua
sprinkles
sprinkle,
randomly.
and then a blue sprinkle, right? And this does work. Does exactly what you would expect. The problem with this though is that for one, the color is locked to that specific sprinkle. So this curved sprinkle is always red, okay? And the short sprinkle is always white. The other issue is that this is not easy to change the distribution of those colors. Like if I'm an artist and I'm looking at this, I'm like, that's kind of boring because all the colors is like 25% blue, 25% white, 25, you know. I want to have maybe 80% one dominant color and then a few splashes of complementary colors. I can't do that. So there is a much, much easier way. So first, let me just clear all of these. And I'm going to create one new material. I'm going to call it Sprinkles. And I'll actually show you how to quickly apply the same one. So first, let me just clear all of these. And I'm going to create one new material. I'm going to call it Sprinkles. And I'll actually show you how to quickly apply the same material to multiple objects at the same time, because we haven't done that yet. So I'm going to grab my round sprinkle, which is currently still over there by itself. I'll just bring it over here so it's part of the family. There we go. All right, so I've got one object with the material that I want to apply them all to. What I need to do is shift select all the objects that I want to have that material, and then lastly shift select again the object that has the material I want to apply them to, and you know that because it's highlighted yellow. Okay, then hit Control L. This brings up the link or transfer menu, and we want to link the materials. And now you can see our material has a 5 next to it because 5 objects are sharing this material.
Yes,
and that's
link
it.
materials.
And now obviously because they're linked, it means if I make a change over here, they're all going to be reflected. Great. Now we're going to do something fancy. So let's go to the shading tab, which gives us access to our nodes. Oh dear, where am I? All right, let's go back. Trying to get to that sprinkle. Okay, to our nodes.
The Fantastic Four, stream your
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Introduce you to a little friend called Shift-A, input, the Object Info node. A very weird little node that just does some useful things when you might need it. So you see it pop up in a few tutorials. There's a bunch of stuff here that it can do. The most useful one for us in this instance is the random input. Drop that into your base color and let's see what happens. So we've got some gray values, and it's easier to see actually when you look at us in this instance is the random input. Drop that into your base color and let's see what happens. So we've got some gray values. It's full of so let's go to the shading tab, which gives us access to our nodes. Oh dear, where am I? All right, let's go back. I'm trying to get to that sprinkle. Okay, to our nodes. Now I want to introduce you to a little friend called Shift-A, input, the Object Info node. A very weird little node that just does some useful things when you might need it. So you see it pop up in a few tutorials. There's a bunch of stuff here that it can do. The most useful one for us in this instance is the random input. Drop that into your base color and let's see what happens. So we've got some gray values, and it's easier to see actually when you look at the donuts. So what this has done is it has assigned a value, a random value for each individual sprinkle between.
Wait, she's doing weird. Streams are gone. Is that good? would appear so, yes. Cool.
0 and 1. So because that's then being transferred to color information, it means that, for example, this sprinkle might have got a value of like 0.023, right? The robot spat that out. And then this one, this whitish looking one, maybe this was 0.89 or something like that. Okay, so it's just transferred those values into color information, which is just blacks to whites. Not very useful right now, but we can use that, those numbers in I'll just show you. Okay, Shift A, we're gonna go converter color ramp. Probably, I mean, I might have used this node more than any other node in Blender before. It's like so versatile, used for so many things. So drop it in here between the object info and the principled. And currently it is exactly the same because it's just it's transferring that data into a gradient value of the exact same shades. But we can change this to any color that we want. And look at that. So you can very quickly see this is exactly how we're going to create sprinkles of different colors. Now, one thing you'll note looking at this is that every single sprinkle is a different shade. Like no two sprinkles have the same color right now because this is a gradient. And that's not how it works in the real world because the sprinkles come out of, you know, one constant icing bag, right? Or a machine with the same food dye. So basically all the blue ones would have the exact shade of blue and all the orange ones would have the exact shade of orange. So we need to change this from linear to constant. And now if I slide this across, look at that. We are influencing what percentage now is orange or blue. And this is really cool because it means you get to work like an artist and just create a really nice, appealing looking donut very, very quickly. So I'm going to go with like a light blue over here. And then I'm going to create a new color just by hitting the plus button. And then let's give this a purple, like that. And I'll make this one pink, actually. Same shade as our donut, why not? You'll note, by the way, that I'm not going like full saturation. And that's deliberate because you learn in art that, yeah, like saturation and color is quite aggressive. It's quite noisy and quite attention grabbing. And so if you use too much of it, it can be exhausting. So I tend to keep it at like 0.8. Okay, and then I'll also go over here and I'm going to make this white. Let's go, oh, whoop, no, not like that. White, and I'm going to create another one next to it. And this one I'm going to make yellow. Okay, so just by sliding this around, I could say like less white, more yellow, less yellow, more white. And then I can go, yeah, more blue. It's just a really
the majority
simple,
to be
easy
yellow,
way to create
obviously.
the exact look you're going for.
How do you go shopping?
Jesus Christ, I'm pretty sure it's every minute at this point. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Someone commented after 4 hours and 51 hour into the tutorial.
Awesome. Now, something, you don't have to do this next part, but it's so easy, why not? I was looking on Pinterest on like aesthetically pleasing donuts, like trying to make this look really cool. And I saw like metallic sprinkles, and I was like, that's an interesting idea. What if I made these white and yellow ones metallic, and then they would look silver and gold? So there is a slider in your principled BSDF. Technical name just means it's the shader that does everything. And it's the metallic shader. Look at that. So if I slide this all the way to 1, all my sprinkles are now metallic. If I slide it all the way to 0, then they are non-metallic. And that's actually how you should use this slider. All materials in the real world are either non-metallic, also known as dielectric materials, so that would be most of the sprinkles, and then some objects are metallic, entirely metallic. There are technically a few rare materials on Earth that have some blend between it, but as a rule, you should not have a value that is between 0 and 1. It should be either 0 or 1. Anyways, so what we can do with this, because we've got this color ramp information here, is I can actually just convert, like I can make a color ramp that is just black and white that just shows which sprinkle is metallic and which one isn't. So if I duplicate this, and here's a pro tip, if you use Control-Shift-D, it will duplicate it, but it will retain its connection. So
Oh,
just
so it
saves
should
you, I
be
don't know, 1 second.
remains connection.
And now I'm going to connect that into my metallic input. Now, currently this is wrong because this information is, it's just using, it's like color. So we need to be black and white. So this one here, because this is going to represent my dielectric colors, I'm going to set this to black. So it is non-metal. And then this I can delete, and this I can delete, because on the left-hand side of it, it's all black. Sorry, so it's all non-metals. And then over here, these two, the silver and the gold, they're going to be metal. So actually I can delete the gold, and now that's doing exactly what it should. So we've now got dielectric, non-metals, and metals. And the reason it doesn't look like metal, by the way, is because your roughness is here. So if you set it all the way down, you can see it starts to look a lot closer to a metallic sprinkle. And by the way, you can get the exact like position. You can go like 0.7 and then here 0.7, type it in, and then that way it's definitely correct. For whatever reason of mine, this has to be a bug. There's something weird about it. But there's one sprinkle on my donuts, probably not on yours, but it's like, it's purple up here, but then it crept over into the metallic category down here, which shouldn't be possible, but evidently it's just on my donut. I've never seen it before, but one of them has actually snuck over. Doesn't matter. It's it can be the rare purple metallic one. All right, but I don't want these other ones to be shiny, at least that shiny. So I'm going to again duplicate this, Control-Shift-D. And with this, if I plug this into my roughness input, just like before, these black and white values will decide what is the roughness of the metallic and non-metallics. So this one here, I want this to be essentially the opposite of what it is. Almost entirely black, a little bit, so there's a little bit of roughness to it, like that. And then this one over here, I want this to be a lot more diffuse. Not entirely diffuse, like somewhat of a blend, because if you look at reference, which you should be modeling off reference, there is some shininess to them. So yeah, but that is it. So you can see very quickly, we have created some very aesthetically pleasing donuts, and have fun with it, guys. Like, create a cool looking donut. You can use whatever color combinations you want. I really do like it when people experiment and not just follow a tutorial down to a T, but like venture out there and, you know, do interesting things. So try different color combinations, try different icing colors, and you could make something that looks really cool.
Bundels van Hollands Nieuwe krijgen...
Literally a minute.
Almost it for our donut. It's pretty well done, which means we can now finally talk about rendering.
Right,
so
rendering.
As a recap of part one, if you hit F12, that's going to put you into the rendered state. Our camera is really far away from the donut. So actually, let's first fix that. If you go to your camera view, you can just by clicking that little icon there, or by hitting number pad 0, that'll take you there as well. This is the camera view. We're really far away. I mentioned in the start that if you use this key, this button, view, lock, camera to view, that'll let you like grab it and move it around. But there is actually another, I didn't want to introduce you to too many keyboard shortcuts at the start, but if you hit with the camera selected, Shift tilde key, that will put you in fly mode. The other way to do that, by the way, is to just
Shift
go
tilde fly mode.
View, navigation, fly navigation there if you don't have that key. So anyway, in this mode, it's almost like you're playing a video game. So like I'm playing a first-person shooter looking around my scene. W is move forward, just like in a video game. A is strafe left, D is strafe right, and S is back. So WASD, just like a video game. I can also go up by hitting E, and then down by hitting Q. And if it's too sensitive, like if the movement is like, you know, crazy fast, the scroll wheel also decides how far, oh goodness, there it is, okay, how fast the movement is. So scroll down if it's going too quickly for you. But yeah, I can now place the camera wherever it is I want, and then when it's there, I just click, single left click, and it's there. And by the way, that mode is called fly navigation, and it works also not just from the camera view, but anywhere in Blender. If you ever want to just like, you know, move around, you can do use that fly mode. So Shift tilde key for that. All right, so we do a render, we get something that looks hideous. Why is that? Well, for
Jesus
starters,
Christ.
it's not really, the scene has just got one light in it. But the primary reason, and by the way, yes, that's the render view mode, but also when you go to render view shading up there, this is the exact replica of that, but just in the viewport, okay? Now, the primary reason this looks bad is
This
because of
looks
the
so much better than it did on my
so
laptop, by the way, when I
Blender's
tried it
default
first time.
render engine, if you go to your render properties, is called Eevee. Now, Eevee is fast, but it is not accurate. If you are familiar with games, most of you probably are, Eevee is basically a game engine, so it's designed to be
Okay,
really
so
fast.
this default
Probably
one
not 60
is
frames per
fast,
second, but
bad made for
really,
games.
really fast. And it's in terms of the renderer types, there's usually actually, you call them like real time is what this type is, and that is a rasterized render engine. And then you have ray traced or path traced engines, sometimes called offline renderers, which are a lot more accurate but much slower. So this is good if you don't really care about realism. Like maybe you're making a title effect for a TV, thing, whatever, or you're on a really tight deadline, you just want to get something out fast, you can use Eevee. And you can make it look better than what we have. Like for example, I think because we're using like really small sizes for our donut, you want to increase your cube size and then your lamp, the bias. There you go. You set that all the way to 0, and now it's more appropriate for this size.
Shadow.
We've got shadows, but it's still not great. We don't, for example, have shadows on any of our sprinkles because it's just too fine a detail. And the shadow itself, it's just like a blurry mess. So it's just a fakery, and it's just like what's going on with video games. I will briefly mention also that Blender 4.1, which is what this is here, it's in alpha state at the time of this recording. I've been using 4.0 for this whole recording, but this is 4.1, and it's Eevee, but it's completely rewritten, and it is better, right? So the shadows are better. There is actually even some bounce lighting happening, but it's kind of like a fake bounce lighting, and it's definitely better, but it's still not great. So that is the limitation. It's fast, but it is not great. And that's what you get with rasterized real-time engines. So there is another render engine, so go to your render engine settings and click the drop down. Ignore Workbench, that's for just like basically rendering your viewport, really, for technical stuff. Cycles. So those are the two main engines of Blender.
This is a lot slower.
Cycles, and you've got Eevee. Cycles is what's known as an offline renderer or a path traced.
I'm gonna keep it on E for now.
Engine. Now, this looks way better than what we had before. You'll notice, for example, that all of our sprinkles have shadows. Apologies if my recording gets a little choppy. It's because it's using the CPU. Anyway, you can see it's got proper shadows on things. There's actually bounce lighting, right? That's like coming off this table here, and it's going underneath the donut. So it's like it's shooting around inside here, and it's shooting back, and it's going over here, which is exactly what happens in the real world, and it's really important for realism to get that bounce. I mean, any room, any architecture, you basically have to use cycles to do it, because that's how you get proper lighting like in the real world. But you get all this for free at the cost of speed. So you'll notice as I move around, whilst my recording goes choppy, that it starts grainy and then it kind of refines itself. And if you look in the top left-hand corner, you've got something that says samples. So as you leave it rendering longer, it's rendering more samples. Essentially, it's just like the computer's just chewing through it. There's technical ways to explain it, but that's the simplest way to think of it. And it'll get clearer.
How bad it will fuck up my computer. Jesus Christ, never mind.
Actually, two ways.
My CPU usage goes to 100% and do that.
Which is what it's on by default. Another is to use your GPU, which is grayed out by default. So let's fix that. Go to Edit Preferences, and then go to System, and you can see at the top there, Cycles, Render Devices. So try switching to one of these tabs and see what you get. If you have a device, like myself, that isn't Cycles, Render Devices. So try switching to one of these tabs and see what you get. If you have a device, like myself, that
my uses
is a GPU that is supported, then you can render on that and it'll be way faster.
My use is GPU by default.
As an FYI, CUDA is NVIDIA, and it's for like cards, like I think 1080 backwards, so like 90s, 800s, I think they used CUDA. Optics was around the 2000 series further on, so Optics is the one that you use if you're using a NVIDIA card today. HIP is for AMD cards, and then you got one API, and I think actually on Apple devices you'll have a metal option. But see what you have, and then see if you can render with that, because that, with GPU on now, it'll, going back to this, it might actually, the first time you use your GPU, it will say, I think at the top left-hand corner, doing this for the first time, it'll do some pass, it'll be really slow, it might take like 2 minutes, but then after you've done that, every time you open Blender, you should never need to do it again. So it might be slow the first time you activate it, but it should be faster. Now, this is way faster than what we had before.
Music.
Like you can see how quickly it's clearing through those samples. It's basically real time. In fact, actually, so that noise that I mentioned, right? It's still there, but when you render and also in your viewport, you can use a denoiser. So it's actually not that new. It's like 3-4 years old. I think we started using AI denoisers. NVIDIA released their one for Optics, and since then Intel have come out with one. And it basically takes that noisy image, it uses some of the information from the 3D renderer to clear it out whilst preserving the detail. So if you can actually turn it on in the viewport by hitting the denoise one. If you've got an NVIDIA card, it'll be way better. If you don't, it'll have to use the Intel denoiser, which is a lot slower. But you can see the noise is practically gone, right? So this is almost real time, which is really, really cool. Now, obviously, not all of you are as lucky, right? I've got 4 3090s.
I just got so many GPUs.
3, I think back in 2003. And I mean, look, they made Toy Story on computers that you couldn't even sell today because they would be just garbage. Maybe you could for like nostalgic. Anyways, the point is that everybody, when they start 3D, is using a device which is crappy. Don't let it limit you, or don't think, oh, I can't use 3D until I get a better computer. A graphics card is definitely one of the best investments you can make if you're thinking like, I want to do this as a career, this is definitely for me, I'm really enjoying this. It's definitely a good investment because you will be able to produce more renders throughout the day faster, but it is not essential. You can get by with just a CPU. It just means that when you do your render, your final render, instead of it being, done in an hour, you might have to leave it overnight. In the past, when I started with Blender, I was making crappy renders at like 600 by 400 resolution, and I was rendering for over a week just to do a really crappy basic animation. So don't let it hinder you. It's totally normal that you'll have a bad computer. If it's for you in the future, definitely worth investing in a card that is fast. Also, if you want to know which card to buy, Blender actually put together an open benchmark. So if you go to opendata.blender.org or click the link in the description, you can see it's showing you all of the people that have done this benchmark, what have their devices been, and what are the times that you can expect. So you can see actually mine is at the bottom. It's the 3090. But I've got 4 of them, so it's obviously churning through it faster. The fastest.
I literally have 4 GPUs in this thing.
Top card, or like the go-to. NVIDIA is just crushing it. I think where's the AMD? They used to be on. I think AMD's made a mention there. You've also got CPUs on this side. But essentially, I mean, just buy the top like gaming card. Usually that's the one. But do go here, check it out if you want. All right, so we're going to be using cycles for the rest of this tutorial, and we'll really dive into it in the next part, but I just want to quickly, my lamp is way away, so let's just bring that in closer just so that we can see things, and you can actually clear the rotation of an object to make it appear at the center of your 3D scene by tapping Alt-G.
Jesus Christ. You, Paul, where are you?
because it's obviously now way closer. But look at that, like look at the shadow that we get coming off this donut. It's like properly tapered. It's not like some fakery, so it's like tight here,
Nope.
and then it's like really faded at the end there. That kind of stuff is really difficult to do with a rasterized real-time engine like Eevee. And you also get like all of this proper, like look at the shadows on the sprinkles, the reflections is actually true. It's not like
big and beautiful one.
fakery.
Just two donuts.
Yes, it's a type of fakery, but it's much more accurate. Anyways, I like cycles. I'm a cycles guy. I think most people actually are. The first version of Eevee was not that great. Eevee Next in 4.1 might be better. We'll see. But yeah, the first version of Eevee was not really that great. Now, one thing you might notice looking at your donut, they're going to make one big tweak to this, is that it kind of feels hard. Like the donut doesn't give this kind of like soft feeling to it. And the reason for that is the material. So by default, all materials are, kind of like hard materials, but fleshy objects like humans as well as food have subsurface scattering. So I'll throw some reference photos here. But you can see this is my hand. I had light coming in like as I was eating breakfast, and I could see the light is actually going through my fingers, right? So that's light that is it's a mushy, fleshy object, so it's passing through it, scattering amongst all the other atoms in the finger, and it's the light is going through to the other side. You also see it in a lot of food. So took these photos at a party. Yes, I am that guy. But you can see that's how you get light that goes to the opposite sides. My daughter was eating a banana, and I was like, look at that banana. Look at that subsurface scattering right there. So donuts and icing have that, and we can do that. We can add that, by going to the materials, and then down here you've got subsurface. Okay, so here the biggest one to turn it on, and just like metallic, apparently this is by the way a new setup for 4.0, but just like metallic, it's supposed to be a weight of either 0 or 1. All right, now when you do 1, it suddenly turned blue, and you're like, what the hell happened there? That's because the radius, this radius, is this is your X, Y, Z, but also it's your R, G, and your B in this case. And these values are different because it's designed for skin by default. So this is a great setup if you've got skin with blood inside.
So default
but we
is
don't.
skin.
So click, drag down, and then just set these values to 1. All right, so now it's closer to the material. Still looks weird, and that's because the scale of this is wrong. It's saying that the thickness of the object is 5 centimeters, but this icing is not that. So let's make this 0.01, and now you can see it looks a lot closer. It's still a little dark, because I think it's not 1 centimeter thick, so let's go 0.005. And now we can see it's pretty close to its original material. The biggest difference is if I just zoom right in here, let's set it to what it was before. See how it's hard? It almost feels like, it just feels like concrete, right? But then you set this to 1, and look at that. The shadow just starts to feel a little softer, and you get this bleed effect where kind of like the shadow gets like an edge to the shadow, where it gets a little more saturated and pinker, and that's subsurface scattering. You don't have to tell it how to do that. It just does it. So you set the weight to 1, these to 1, and then you just set your scale to whatever it is you want. And I'm also going to do it for my sprinkles. So I'm just going to click on one of my sprinkles, and right in here for the subsurface, I'll just do the same thing. Set the weight as 1, these radiuses to 1, and then I'll use a really low value here. Like let's go 0.02. And now you can see, because these sprinkles are, it's like icing, right? It's just the exact same thing. We want some of the light to pass through it. And we don't actually have to bother setting up that color ramp system for the metal, because metals, automatically that shader, when you set it to 1, it means it's going to cancel any subsurface scattering that would have appeared there. So we don't have to bother with it. The subsurface is not going to happen on metals. But you can see it starts to feel a lot softer, a lot, more pleasing, more delicious looking, like real food, because that's really one of the telltale signs of food is subsurface scattering. Awesome. So in the next part, we're going to start really building out the scene. What I want to do though, at the end of this video, I want to give you some homework, and that is to try to model this plate.
Jesus.
Now we're going to do it actually in the next part, but it's simple enough, and it's actually possible to use all the tools that I've mentioned in this series so far to model this yourself. Now the reason I'm trying to give this as homework is that once this tutorial finishes, that's how it's going to be. You're going to have to try to solve problems on the fly. So it definitely helps solidify learning if you can try to apply it by yourself. So have a go. It doesn't matter if you get stuck or you fail at it terribly, because you can just click the next part and see how it's done. But have a go at it now, because then you'll just retain the information a lot better. Anyways, go ahead, click here and see how we build the rest of the scene and build that plate. Do you guys know that in 2022, Blender was downloaded 17 million times? Crazy number. It's not the total number of users, because some people are downloading every release in the year, and then others are using a release from years prior. But the best guess of Blender's total user size is about 10 million. 10 million Blender users. But I now have to follow it with some rather sad news. Only about 3,600 of them are actually contributing to the Blender Development Fund. That means, and this is the scary bit, if you were to fill the Yankee Stadium with 46,000 Blender users, only about 17 of them would be contributors.
Als het nieuws je overspoelt,
Jesus Christ.
Now, not only is this not a great look for the open source world, but it means that Blender is going to be developed slower than paid software. Like I mentioned previously, that the texture painting features of Blender are rather limited and old. Well, they've wanted to build proper PBR texture painting for years, but they lack the funds to hire a full-time developer. The same applies to the broken fire and fluid simulator, the video sequence editor, the list goes on. And we could have all of these improvements today if we only had the funds. So last month I was at the Blender Institute speaking to Francesco Citti, and he asked for my help to bring awareness to this. So I'm asking you right now, that's right, right now, donate. If you're enjoying this series and you like Blender, then please pause this video right now and take 2 minutes to sign up and pick a plan. Not only do you get to be one of the cool 17 people in the stadium that's donating, but you'll know that the amazing story of Blender gets to continue because of you. And if you do join the development fund because of this video, then please comment below with #JoinedBlender so that I can tally up how much of an impact this little PSA and the series has had as a whole. So with that out of the way, let's get on to the tutorial. So how'd you go with your homework? Did you take a stab at creating the plate? Did you do it, or did you
Let me
wait
see
for me
how
to show
well
you
else
the
everything in the tutorial.
Hope
So
you
think
did.
about just
out of
this is kind of where I wanted to leave off.
to know?
Like I don't want to build a whole plate. I just want
The
to.
other- So, what we need to... Now, you'll note as I play... So I'm actually going to use this... The other thing, since we're talking selection, so when you add a...
Okay, it's just making the scene nicer. So I'm gonna save this one. I want to move on to a different tutorial, which I want to follow. So I'm taking a little pinch break. See you in a bit.
Have you ever realized that all that
Right, all the six of my skin, honestly. Yeah. Now I'll go back to the nice song. Yo. Now let's see what what it looks like rendered. The fact that my PC can handle even doing this while streaming is amazing. Okay, it's still going. Go wait this out before sharing. The timer in minutes or seconds? How fast going? I have no clue. too surprised if fast it goes, given the fact that I'm also streaming at the same time. And 0 drop frames. Cool. I'm share this on some places. You're gonna see my face for a bit. Oh. Cool. Then I'm also gonna post it on Discord that are closed. See, did I make a channel for something like this? Cool. Ah. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. Where's the music go? Curious about something. Give me 1 second to look it up. Well, it's 3 people in total doing Blender. Alright, let's continue then. The next thing I want to do, I found this tutorial to make a low poly character. Now it does say low poly girl, but I have something else in mind, which actually needs to download some files, or I forget. No, not download, rename. Not yet download, I want to rename first. So what I'll be doing, I'll be modeling myself. I had my mom take pictures of my side profile and my front profile. Look at that fat ass. So I'll be using that to create a model of me in Blender. It's a bit flawed because of the dog pink ball. Let me drop them in the Blender stream results for now. I'll be following this tutorial next.
So perhaps you've always wanted to learn how to make
This
really
was
cool
an hour
stuff
long.
in 3D software. You might not have done it, you might have dabbled in it a little bit. In this tutorial, what I'm going to be doing is trying to take one video and introduce a lot of the fundamental things, the things you really need to get started. And I'm going to show you how to do it in a free software called Blender that you can very easily download without an account.
It's a shame that
password or anything.
no character in animation tutorial though.
Final result, I'm going to show you first of all the software itself, just the very basics, not covering all the thousands of different things. And then I'm going to take you step by step after that through the making of this character here and how to render it out as a final result. And you can use this same low poly modeling technique here, which is really simple and beginner friendly, to make all sorts of things. So hopefully this video grabs your interest if you want to learn as an absolute beginner. If you already know something about Blender, maybe this is just a little bit too basic and repetitive. This is definitely more for absolute beginners, people who really don't know anything and they just want a simple video that's going to make it make sense. And you can also, after an hour or so, walk away with something that you can feel really good about, a final result. And from there you can choose if you want to go on and learn more about the discipline of 3D modeling, maybe even animation later on. So let's get into the video and I hope you enjoy. I will be adding some timestamps so it can make it easier for you guys, the different chapters, and you can bounce back and forth if you get stuck. Let's hop in.
For getting your hands on Blender is quite simple. You go to your internet browser, you can type in Blender,
download it,
open up the site, and you're going to go to the tab here.
There. We'll skip 10 minutes because the rest is just looking basic. This is the first part of the actual tutorial.
To the tutorial, and if there's anything you haven't understood, we'll just cover it slowly. I'll go over it again if need be, but you should be able to get it now that you're up to speed on Blender. So before we get into Blender and we do a little bit of modeling, you're probably going to need a model sheet, and that's just something to give you a little bit of reference. So you can actually see here on the screen that's now recording, here is a picture of a screenshot that I actually took of a model that I've already modeled to practice. So what you can do is you can just use the print screen key on your keyboard, or just use the snip tool that comes with Windows. Just about every operating system has some sort of built-in tool to allow you to do screenshots or snips. So just go ahead, and you can also crop it if you want, just so you have the picture. And once you have that, you know, you should just have, like in this case, I just named mine girl, and here it is somewhere on my computer. What you're going to do is you're going to open up Blender. So in this case, I am using Blender 3.2. So I'm using Blender 3.2. And it's now opened up. Now the thing that's going to be different here for me, I'm just going to enable something that's an add-on. You don't have to do this. That just enables you guys to see over here the keys that I'm pressing. So that just should help you out a little bit. But you can see here we have the default scene, as we've already kind of covered in the previous part. But what you can do is you can press 1 on your front orthographic to go into your front orthographic view, so the number pad 1. You can also just go to view, viewport, and then go to front. And what you're going to do is that image that you should have taken a screenshot of. So in this case, I have it somewhere on my computer. So I just named it girl, and you're just gonna click on it and just drag it into the front orthographic view. Make sure not to drag it onto the cube, but just drag it somewhere here in the empty space. And you're gonna see it adds it in. So now you can make it full screen again, and you have this image here in your front orthographic view. Now you can press G while you have it active. And if you're not sure if you have it active, what you can do, come up here to your scene collection. You can see the different objects, and by default it's going to be named empty over here. See that object called empty? So if it's not active, just click on it, and you should be able to go G and move it. And you can just move it over here, and then when you have it roughly in place, just left click. And what you can also do is, while you have it active, you can go over here to your properties panel that we talked about earlier, and you can go over here to object data properties down here in this little image, and you can come to this option here called opacity and just click on it, and then just click here and drag that down a little bit so it's almost see-through like that. Okay, so just a little bit is fine. And what you can now do is you can just hold your middle mouse button in and just move to the side like that. You can see here it's now in the 3D space. What you can do is you can go G, Y, and move it back in your scene. So G and then Y to restrict it to the Y axis, just so it's not intersecting with the object we're going to be modeling. And if you go into your front orthographic view again by pressing 1 on your number pad, you can see here that we want this the front pose to be in the middle. So in this case, if it's not quite in the middle, all you can do is go G and then X to move it along the X, and just make sure it's as in the middle as it can possibly be here. And also over here, in fact, let's just quickly go and enable up here this thing called X-ray. And now we can see through. We still have this empty active. We can now make sure we have the feet sitting on the ground. So you can see this red line here. That kind of represents where the ground is. So we're gonna go G, Z, and just move it down until that feet there are sitting right kind of on that red line. So now we have this front post right in the middle there, and you can use that as a reference. And how do we get the side? So the side is simple. All we have to do now is go Shift D with this active. So Shift D, just right click to let go, and then type in R, Z, 90 and hit enter. So RZ90. And if you press N to open up your properties panel and you go to item, you should be able to see here that on the Z it's rotated 90. So if it's not, just type in 90. Now press free on your number pad to go into the right orthographic view. You can see up here, right orthographic view. And now you can go G, Y and move it on the Y till the side image is lined up here and kind of in the middle of where this cube is over here. You can also look at this blue line here as a reference. That's just the Z coordinate that you see in the right orthographic view. And make sure that she is roughly in the middle here. So G, Y to move it. And make sure you restrict it to the Y when you do, because we don't want to be moving it down or up now, because those feet, as you can see here, are still on that floor there, which is really good. So also with this one now on the side, we want to go G, X, and just move it over to the side like this. So when we go into a right orthographic view, and we model with this cube here, that image is not intersecting with the mesh here. So now we have our front reference, and if we go into a right orthographic view by hitting free on the number pad, we have our side reference. Now before we lose anything, let's save this. So we're going to go File, Save As. I'm going to choose my desktop, and I'm just going to call it Girl, Low Poly, and I'm going to go Save As, and now it's saved.
Nieuw van KitKat. Chocoladerepen. Met de krokante wafels die je van KitKat gewend bent.
I don't want to give you free money. Now wait for the ads to be over, Jesus Christ. I know you need money, but fuck.
Primitive objects. So you can see here, for example, we have one already in Blender called the default cube. So if you left click on it, you can see it becomes active. Also up here in the scene collection, you can see the cube. And you could make this into any shape once you start editing it. And it's just so you understand. I'm going to quickly delete this. You don't have to follow along, but just so you understand. So for example, you didn't have an object. What you can do is you can go Shift A. Shift A brings up this add menu, and you can just go to the meshes. Now the meshes are the actual things, the topology that we'll model in 3D. And you have a whole bunch of objects here. Now all of these are just a bunch of points or vertices that make up an object in 3D space. So here is a cube. The one we already had, here's a circle, here's a UV sphere. So if I add in a UV sphere, you can see same thing, but just it's shaped like a UV sphere. So I'm just going to go ahead, add back in a cube. And the reason it is actually in the center of the world here when it's added in is because of this little thing here called the 3D cursor. Now over here you can see above the move tool there's a 3D cursor. If you click on that, you can click anywhere and it moves that 3D cursor. That 3D cursor is where things get placed by default in your scene. It's also a point you can use to rotate around as a transform. Won't get into that at the moment. But if I now went Shift A after moving that cursor and I added in maybe a sphere, it adds it in there. So it's important if that thing isn't in the center. First of all, just click back on the move tool if you've done that. If there's ever a situation where you need to get your cursor back to the center, you can go Shift S, and you can see cursor to world origin as option here. You can actually set the cursor to places, but to have it in the center of the world, go to world origin. It's important that you understand that as a beginner kind of concept. Object is added in. All objects in Blender have what you call an origin point. So you can see this little orange yellow dot in the middle. If you come over here to this overlays and you go to the drop down, origins may not be ticked, so if it isn't, just make sure to click on it so you can see that origin point. And that is actually the point where things rotate around. So if you go R, where it rotates around it, if you go S, it scales from that point, and G, and all of those transforms look at that origin point.
We're just going off the basics
3D,
now.
I've already shown you guys previously how you can scale, move things around, rotate things. But how do you actually edit a piece of geometry? To do that, you can come up here and this is your object mode. And for now, don't worry about all of these options. Just focus on the edit mode. If you go into edit mode with an object selected, you're going to now actually see, instead of seeing not only the whole object, but you actually now see the vertices that make up these objects. In this case, you can see you can actually left click on an individual point, and just like you can move things in the object mode.
How are his images still there when he rotates?
At the moment, you can't really notice rotation. You'd have to select more than 2 to see that. But exact same thing, and this is how you can actually edit the shapes. You can see the origin point is still there in the middle, but if I were to actually just left click and drag to select all of this, and then go G to move it off, if I now go back into object mode, you can see the origin point is still there where it is. So if I now go R to rotate, it's not going to look at the object, but actually the origin point. So it's important that you guys understand what the origin point is and how that all works. You can almost look in object mode, an object in object mode as being just a collection of verts that are connected to this group, and the vertex is the center of it. So just look at it almost like a collection of points in 3D space. So now that you understand that, let's actually model here. So currently we have the X-ray toggled on. You can also toggle it off so you can see through. Completely up to you, but for now I'm going to press 1 to go into the front orthographic view. We have our image set up and we have our cube, which we're going to be using. And let's
notice how I don't stand straight.
And then Z to restrict to the Z. Let's just move it roughly to where the body is here. In fact, I'm going to turn the X-ray on for now so I can see. And let's go S and let's scale this down to about here. So it's almost the width of the body, like that. And as long as your cube is roughly in the middle, it can be down a little bit or up, doesn't really matter. But what you're going to do is you're going to press Tab to go into edit mode, or you can just come up here and go into edit mode anyway. And inside of edit mode, you're going to left click and just drag over these top vertices to have them selected like that. And then you're going to go S, X, and scale them on the X axis. You can even see up here that you're going to just X to this, which we're going to be using. And let's go G and then Z to restrict to the Z. Let's just move it roughly to where the body is here. In fact, I'm going to turn the X-ray on for now so I can see. And let's go S and let's scale this down to about here. So it's almost the width of the body, like that. And as long as your cube is roughly in the middle, it can be down a little bit or up, doesn't really matter. But what you're going to do is you're going to press Tab to go into edit mode, or you can just come up here and go into edit mode that way. And inside of edit mode, you're going to left click and just drag over these top vertices to have them selected like that. And then you're going to go S, X, and scale them on the X axis. You can even see up here, that red is the X, and you can actually see the numbers written here in different colors, or the letters on the different colors. And then you're going to left click and drag and select the bottom ones, and you can go S, X, and scale them along the X. So now from the front it looks okay, but if we press 3 on the number pad, we can see on the right orthographic view that it's not quite matching up, so we can select these at the top by left clicking and dragging, and we can go S, Y, and flatten it on the Y. You can also just left click and drag and just select just the front ones or the back ones and go G, and just move them like that. So we're currently in the right orthographic. And these ones here, they're more or less in the right place, but you can also move them if you wanted to. So now that we have that roughly in place, what we can do now is we can extrude this bottom face. So one way to do that is just left click and drag to select all of the bottom verts. But I'll quickly mention you also have these options up here for different selections. You can also click on the face mode, and now instead of selecting verts, you can select a face, which is a collection of verts and edges. So now you can just left click on that face, and then you can go back into your right orthographic view by hitting 3, and you can go E. So E is the shortcut to extrude.
Fuck off. I swear YouTube is just increasing the ads for no fucking reason. Because last time I watched this video, I watched it before, it didn't have so many goddamn ads.
Extrude a face. You can also come here, that face, for different selections. You can extrude this bottom face. So one way to do that is just left click and drag to select all of the bottom verts. But I'll quickly mention you also have these options up here for different selections. You can also click on the face mode, and now instead of selecting verts, you can select a face, which is a collection of verts and edges. So now you can just left click on that face, and then you can go back into your right orthographic view by hitting 3, and you can go E. So E is the shortcut to extrude, and that'll extrude a face. You can also come here and click on the extrude button here, and it'll bring up some options, but it's easier just to use the shortcut. So I've extruded it down and then just left clicked. And then I'm going to just go R, and I'm going to slightly rotate that face, and I'm going to go G, and I'm just going to move it back. So one thing you'll notice is we're still using a lot of the same G, S, and R to scale, rotate, and move things, which is really cool. So now let's go to our front view by getting 1 on a number pad. And you can see here, it's kind of right at the bottom, but over here now it is lacking the right dimension. So what we can do to add in an edge is we can just come over here, hovering over an edge, and you can go Control R or Command R if you're using a Mac, and you're going to see this yellow line appear. Once you see the yellow line, you can just left click twice and it'll add it in. Then go back into your front orthographic view by hitting 1 on the number pad, S, X with that edge selected, and you can scale it out like that. Now let's just say you accidentally unselected that edge. How do you select it? By left clicking and dragging? No, not necessarily, because now that it's an edge select, you might select more edges than you wanted to. In some cases that would happen. So what you may want to do
thank you,
is
Sam.
you can
Welcome to the
actually,
shit show.
when there's a loop like this, you can go Shift Alt and then just
How you
right
been?
click on an edge and it'll select the whole loop. You can also just hold in Shift, and while you're holding in Shift and you're moving around,
I'm modeling my own
multiple
fat fucking
faces.
body.
So that's one thing to keep in mind if you guys struggle with that.
Someone made me put
That's how you
tape
select
this to my
edges.
face.
So now we have that in there. If we now go to our right orthographic view by hitting free, we can see it's not quite right. So let's go to our vertex select, left click and drag to select these verts, and let's just move them by pressing G. And you can see what we're doing here. Right? It's not hard at all. We're just creating the rough shape from the front and the side. And yes, it is boxy, but what we can do now is we can progressively add more topology. So let's come here to the middle, Control R, just like we did hovering over one of these edges, you should see the yellow line appear, and then left click twice. And now what we've done, we've cut it in half here. We have an edge. It's perfectly symmetrical, but we can cheat a little bit. We can actually mirror, so we only work on one side. So let's now left click and drag and just select these verts over here. And let's press X and then go delete. And what are we working with? Vertices. So let's click delete vertices. And now we only have half an object. We can now go to the properties panel here, and let's go to our modifiers. Modify, click and drag. And we did hovering over. It is boxy, but what we can do now is we can progressively add more topology. So let's come here to the middle, Control R, just like we did hovering over one of these edges, you should see the yellow line appear, and then left click twice. And now what we've done, we've cut it in half here. We have an edge. It's perfectly symmetrical, but we can cheat a little bit. We can actually mirror.
Oh ja, dat is wel maar kom op. Oeh, waarom begin jij niks? Ik heb wel echt, als je een tijd niet gedaan, dat je echt al die fucking shortcuts vergeet. Het is voor mij de eerste keer dat ik het probeer, dus voor mij is, ik weet het überhaupt niet. Maar wel nice dat het goed gaat bewerken. Dan moet je even nog een berichtje sturen. Blijf vergeten dat je eigen WhatsApp hebt. Dus dat moet ik even via Discord doen.
We only work on one side. So let's now left click and drag and just select these verts over here. And let's press X and then go delete. And what are we working with? Vertices. So let's click delete vertices. And now we only have half an object. We can now go to the properties panel here, and let's go to our modifiers. Modifiers are just these cool things we can add to an object. I won't go into too much details, but let's just go to the add modifier, and let's just go and give this one under the generator, and that's a mirror. And all it's simply doing here is mirroring.
Mirror on the wall.
So now we can't actually come here and select anything on this side, but if we select something on this side and we press G to move it or rotate it, you can see it updates on this side. But one of the issues is if we start moving things around, it pulls apart. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, we're going to click on this thing called clipping.
Level up your...
Fuck's sake. Those fucking advertisements.
Move it, it all fixes. Well, updates on this side. But one of the issues is if we start moving things around, it pulls apart. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, we're going to click on this thing called clipping. And now if you move it, it all sticks together, which is really cool and it's going to help you a lot. Now going back into the front orthographic by pressing 1 on the number pad, you can actually see that little origin point that I talked about earlier is in the middle. And that's actually what our mirror modifier is looking at as a reference point. So now that we have that mirrored, what we can do is we can press 7 on our number pad to go to the top orthographic view. And this is looking boxy. So let's go Control R. And with Control R, we're going to see the yellow line appear over here. Let's double click by left clicking. And now what we can do is from the top, we can left click and drag and select the front verts over here in the corner. And we can go G and move them in a little bit. And then left click. And let's left click and drag over here, selecting these verts. And then let's go G. And let's move them in like that. Now we've simply rounded that out. So this is already starting to look a lot better, and we've just used some very simple modeling techniques. Let's also just select this vertex down here. Now we simply indeed and move them in a little bit. Front verts over here in the corner, and we can go G and move them in a little bit, and then left click. And let's left click and drag over here, selecting these verts, and then let's go G and let's move them in now we simply rounded that out. So this is already starting to look a lot better, and we've just used some very simple modeling techniques. Let's also
Yeah. I mean, I have two separate phone numbers of you, and according to WhatsApp, neither of them have WhatsApp. Probably some issues from going to an iPhone to Android. Yeah, so far it's true. The previous one was way too slow for me, but that one was also like 5 hours long, which I used to make this. It took me 5 hours to make this with a tutorial. This is a nice tutorial. The problem with that, the biggest problem I have with the other tutorial, the donut tutorial, is that his advertisements contain a video. Literally every fucking minute there was an advertisement.
just select this vertex down here by left clicking on it, and let's just go X and delete that vertex. So we now have this open like so. And let's just also select this one at the top here. Let's go X and delete that vertex as well. Okay, so one to go back to the front orthographic view. And let's continue extruding this topology up and making the rest of the body. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we have our vertex select option enabled. We're still in edit mode. We're going to left click and drag in our front orthographic view. And we're going to select these verts over here. So once they are selected in your front orthographic view, remember, one to go into front orthographic view, you're going to go E to extrude and then just move it up to about here on the reference, so just under the neck. And then you're going to go R, so R to rotate and rotate this much, and then left click, and then just G again, and just move it till it's lined up to the bottom of this V here, this delta. Then you're going to press free to go into your right orthographic view, and then you can go S, Y, and flatten it on the Y, like that. Okay, back into the front orthographic view. Let's go E to extrude and extrude it up like so, and leave it about here. Let's go into our right orthographic view, and we're going to go S, Y, and scale it on the Y about that much. And then we're going to go Control R or Command R, hovering over one of these edges. You should see the yellow line. Then you're going to just left click once, and then if you move the mouse, you can slide. So you're going to slide it to about here, and then left click again, and that should put it in place. And while that is still active, you can go Alt S. And what is different about this, and I won't really get into normals at the moment too much, but you have these things on the faces called normals. They're like these directional points.
This one also has quite a few ads, but I swear to fucking god, you just put them in now, because it wasn't so bad before. How did I do put one again? Yeah, especially if you're following a tutorial, then it just takes way longer.
I'll quickly show you. So these things here, right, the normals. Now if you just press S by itself, it scales everything.
I already
like
forgot the
that.
shortcut.
If you go Alt S, it looks at these normals and it scales out along the normals. And it does. You can see here, for example, becomes objects are to rotate.
An hour.
And you can go Control Edge on another row. So one thing, and I'm going to notice is see here, back and it'll add this yellow line up here.
Control R.
Once you see the yellow line, you can just left click twice, and it'll add it in. Then go back into your front orthographic view by hitting 1 on the number pad, S, X with that edge selected, and you can scale it out like existing topology in here. What we're modifiers are just these cool things we can add to an object. I won't go into too much details, but let's just go to the add modifier and let's just go and give this one under the generators. and that's a mirror. And all it's simply doing here is mirroring this object. So now we can't actually come here and select anything on this side, but if we select something on this side and we press G to move it or rotate it, you can see it updates on this side. But one of the issues is if we start moving things around, it pulls apart. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, we're going to click on this thing called clipping, and now if you move it, it all sticks together, which is really cool and it's going to help you a lot. Now going back into the front orthographic by pressing 1 on the number pad, you can actually see that little origin point that I talked about earlier is in the middle. And that's actually what our mirror modifier is looking at as a reference point. So now that we have that mirrored, what we can do is we can press 7 on our number pad to go to the top orthographic view. And this is looking boxy. So let's go Control R. And with Control R, we're going to see the yellow line appear over here. Let's double click by left clicking. And now what we can do is from the top, we can left click and drag and select the front verts over here in the corner, and we can go G and move them in a little bit, and then left click, and let's left click and drag over here, selecting these verts, and then let's go G and let's move them in like that. Now we simply rounded that out. So this,
what the fuck did I do?
Look a lot better, and we've just used some very simple modeling techniques. Let's also just select this vertex down here by left clicking on it, and let's just go X and delete that vertex. So we now have this open like so. And let's just also select this one at the top here. Let's go X and delete that vertex as well. Okay, so 1 to go back into the front orthographic view. And let's continue extruding this topology up and making the rest of the body. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we have our vertex select option enabled. We're still in edit mode. We're going to left click and drag in our front orthographic view. And we're going to select these verts over here. So once they are selected in your front orthographic view, remember 1 to go to front orthographic view, you're going to go E to extrude and then just move it up to about here on the reference, so just under the neck, and then you're going to go R, so R to rotate and rotate this much, and then left click, and then just G again and just move it till it's lined up to the bottom of this V here, this delta. Then you're going to press free to go into your right orthographic view, and then you're going to go S, Y, and flatten it on the Y.
Size.
Okay, back into the front orthographic view. Let's go E to extrude and extrude it up like so, and leave it about here. Let's go into our right orthographic view, and we're going to go S, Y, and scale it on the Y about that much. And then we're going to go Control R or Command R, hovering over one of these edges. You should see the yellow line. Then you're going to just left click once, and then if you move the mouse, you can slide. So you're going to slide it to about here, and then left click again, and that should put it in place. And while that is still selected, you can go Alt S. And what is different about this, and I won't really get into normals at the moment too much, but you have these things on the faces called normals. They're like these directional points that the face is kind of like, I'll quickly show you because it's kind of hard to explain. I'm just going to enable something. You guys don't have to do this, but it's just so you understand kind of what's going on here. I'll quickly show you. So these things here, right, the normals. Now, if you just press S by
and maybe aerodynamic.
Like an average,
I prefer to not talk positively about myself.
Normals,
Jesus Christ.
It does it a little bit in a different way. So going Alt S will scale that out like this, nice and evenly. So I'm just going to turn that off that I turned on because I don't need to have it on right now. But you guys should understand where I'm coming from. So 1 to go back into the front orthographic view. I'm going to come over here, Control R over one of these edges. Left click once and then move the mouse to bring it down, and then Alt S and scale it out like that. And then just like that, we have this little thing forming here quite easily. And what we can do as well, just Control R, hovering over this edge here, double click to add in an edge, and over here as well, the back, Control R, and then double click. And now we have a bit more topology. I'm also just going to come in here, Control R, hovering over one of these edges, and just double click once to add in an edge. That's most of the body done now. So let's just quickly make the leg. So instead of using existing topology in here, what we're going to do is we're going to go back into our object mode up here. And earlier I showed you guys how to add in the object. We're going to go Shift A. We're going to go to our mesh options. We're going to add in something called a cylinder. So go ahead and add that in. Now this has got way too much geometry. So let's go over here.
You're too fast for me.
Left click on it to open it up. And currently this consists of 32 vertices. So let's click on here and type in 5. So now you can see it's a lot less topology. That's more like we want. We're going for a low poly workflow here. And you can also come here to the type and change it from whatever it's at and change it to nothing. So it won't have the caps on here on the end. Okay, so if you could go to your X-ray mode and just turn it off up here, you you can kind of see it a little bit better. So for now, I'm just turning off the X-ray up here, the toggle. And this is now a new object. So if we selected this, you can see up here the cylinder is active up here in the scene collection. We press tab to go into edit mode, or we can also come up here and go into edit mode. You should now see that you can't edit this object over
That's
here.
fine.
You have to actually go back into object mode and then
rename it to torso.
existing topology in here. What we're going to do is we're going to go back into our object mode up here. And earlier I showed you guys how to add in an object. So we're going to go Shift A. We're going to go to our mesh options. We're going to add in something called a cylinder. So go ahead and add that in. Now this has got way too much geometry. So let's go over here to this add cylinder option down here. Just left click on it. It will open it up. And currently this consists of 32 vertices. So let's click on here and type in 5. So now you can see it's a lot less topology. That's more like we want. We're going for the low poly workflow here. And you can also come here to the type and change it from whatever it's at and change it to nothing. So it won't have the caps on here on the end. Okay, so if you quickly go to your X-ray mode and just turn it off, the type and change it from whatever it's at and change it to nothing. So it won't have the caps on here on the end. Okay, so if you quickly go to your X-ray mode and just turn it off up here, you can kind of see it a little bit better. So for now, I'm just turning off the X-ray up here, the toggle. And this is now a new object. So if we selected this, you can see up here the cylinder is active up here in the scene collection. We press tab to go into edit mode, or we can also come up here and go into edit mode. You should now see that you can't edit this object over here. You have to actually go back into object mode and then click on this again. But what you can do is you can hold in shift after you've selected one of the objects and then select the second object. Then when both are selected, you can see they're both active. You can press tab or go into edit mode, and now you can work with both of them. And when you go back into object mode, they're still both separate objects. Something interesting about objects that you guys can keep in mind. So we're in object mode again, just select this guy here, and remember that origin point, see that little orange dot? Same thing as the cube, we're gonna go S and just scale the whole thing down in object mode to about this scale, and then left click once you're done, and then go G.
What's a mirror?
Okay, then you're gonna go and press free on your notepad to go to your right orthographic.
This is not part of the torso. Stop.
Just roughly in place, and now we can tab into edit mode. Left click once new object mode. At this end, we press it'll click A and click once to add in an existing topology in here. What we're going to do is we're going to go back into our object mode up here. And earlier I showed you guys how to add in an object. We're going to go Shift A. We're going to go to our mesh options. We're going to add in something called a cylinder. So go ahead and add that in. Now this has got way too much geometry. So let's go over here to this add cylinder option down here. Just left click on it. And currently this consists
Thermal coughing, I'm not dying.
So let's click on here.
That's not the Rona. Don't worry about it.
It's a lot less topology. That's more like we want. We're going for the low poly workflow here. And you can also come here to the type and change it from whatever it's at and change it to nothing. So it won't have the caps on here at the end. Okay, so if you quickly go to your X-ray mode and just turn it off up here, you can kind of see it a little bit better. So for now, I'm just turning off the X-ray up here, the toggle. And this is now a new object. So if we selected this, you can see up here the cylinder is active up here in the scene collection. We press tab to go into edit mode, or we can also come up here and go into edit mode. You should now see that you can't edit this object over here. You have to actually go back into object mode and then click on this again. But what you can do is you can hold in shift after you've selected one of the objects and then select the second object. Then when both are selected, you can see they're both active. You can press tab or go into edit mode, and now you can work with both of them. And when you go back into object mode, they're still both separate objects. Something interesting about objects that you guys can keep in mind. So we're in object mode again, just select this guy here, and remember that origin point, see that little orange dot? Same thing as the cube, we're gonna go S and just scale the whole thing down in object mode to about this scale, and then left click once you're done, and then go G and move it over here.
Hey, what the fuck?
Okay? Then you're gonna go and press free on your number pad to go to your right orthographic, and you're just gonna move it forward a little bit like that, just roughly in place. And now we can tab into edit mode. And while we're in our right orthographic view, let's just turn on our X-ray again up here. And this is left click and drag and just select these bottom verts. And let's just go G.
Hey, zijn het weer weg is wegweken van NS? Ga onbeperkt weg in het weekend met NS Flex weekendvrij. Dan kun je super voordelig weg om je weekend leuker, natter, onrustiger of
I don't want to listen to the ads. Fuck them.
Something interesting about objects that you guys keep in mind. So we're in object mode again, just select this guy here, and remember that origin point, see that little orange dot? Same thing as the cube, we're going to go S and just scale the whole thing down in object mode to about this scale, and then left click once you're done, and then go G and move it over here. Okay? Then you're going to go and press free on your number pad to go to your right orthographic, and you're just going to move it forward a little bit like that, just roughly in place. And now we can tab into edit mode, and while we're in a right orthographic view, let's just turn on our X-ray again up here, and this is left click and drag and just select these bottom birds, and let's just go G, move them down to here, and then go R to rotate them, and S to scale them. Then we're going to select these ones up here, move them forward, S to scale them a bit, just like that. Okay, now we have the leg starting to form here, and let's just click, drag, and select these bottom verts again. And what we're going to do is we're going to go E to extrude, and then we're going to go S to scale to about this much, and we're going to go G and move all of that forward a bit, and then we're going to go E to extrude, bring it to here, and then we're going to go E to extrude, S to scale, about that much. Okay, back in your right orthographic view, you can just move this whole thing back by pressing G, S to scale it just a little bit, and then we're going to go E to extrude and extrude it down to here, R to rotate, and then S to scale till it matches up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to press 1 to go into our front orthographic view, and you can see over here, this comes out a little bit too much. So let's just select these verts over here, and let's just go G, move them in, left click and drag, select these two, and then G to move them in. Now you can see it's all starting to look pretty good. So how do we mirror this leg onto the other side? So we can do the exact same thing we did up here with the body. So we're going to go over here, and this time we're going to give it a mirror again under the modifiers. Okay, under the modifiers. And we don't have to enable clipping because these two objects are not actually touching like this one is over here. But you can notice there's not anything appearing here on the other side.
Modifier,
So if
mirror.
we tab back into object mode, what we have to do in this case, because that origin point is not in the middle here, like this one has its origin point in the middle, we have to actually select a mirror object as a reference. So in this case, we're going to click on this little eyedropper, and we're going to click on the body as a reference. And now it'll put it right in the middle. The point where it's mirroring is going to be right in the middle of that body. So it's almost using the origin point of this one now, which is really good. So now it's nice and mirrored like that. And it's all starting to look really good. So let's just select these legs again, tab into edit mode. Let's just press free to go into our right orthographic view. Click and drag, select these bottom verts, and then go E to extrude, bring them down. R to rotate them, to flatten them out a bit. And then this is really simple. Just click and drag and select these verts over here. E to extrude and bring them forward, and then bring these two verts down like that. Click and drag, select these bottom verts, bring them up. Then go into your front orthographic view. And in this case, you may actually just have to come and select just these verts over here like that. So clicking and dragging over them, go into your front view, and then go G and just move them to the side a little bit. And you can do the same thing over here just to widen that foot. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. And then you can come in here, add in more topology. You can go Control R, and instead of just leaving it one cut, you can just roll the middle mouse button up once. That's going to add in 2 segments, and then click left twice. And then you can come in here, Control R over one of these edges, and you should see a loop appearing. Just double click once, and then go Alt S and scale it out a little bit on the normals, just to round things out. And there we have a simple foot forming. We can refine things a little bit later, but the foot or leg area
Because I'm way slower than the tutorial.
Let's just toggle off the X-ray for now, see what things are looking like. And you can see how simple this is. Even if you're a beginner, these are very, very simple techniques, and they're very easy to follow. So the legs or the arms are going to be very similar to the legs. In fact, to save a little bit of time, what you can do is you can actually select the leg here, and in your front orthographic view, you can go Shift D. That's going to make a duplication. You're going to move this duplication here, left click, and then you can go R and rotate. Remember, it's rotating around this origin point. That's why we have it at the top. So we're going to go R to rotate and just roughly line that up with the arms. It can be very rough, and if you need to enable the X-ray, make sure to do that. Then you can go G and just move it so this origin point is at the top of the shoulder here. And these things can be roughly lined up. In fact, let's just quickly, while we have that cylinder 001 active, let's just tab into edit mode. Left click and drag and just select all of these bottom parts.
Okay, all the way back to the legs.
Then let's just select these verts over here, and let's just go G, move them in, left click and drag, select these two, and then G to move them in. Now you can see it's all starting to look pretty good. So how do we mirror this leg onto the other side? So we can do the exact same thing we did up here with the body. So we're gonna go over here, and this time we're gonna give it a mirror again under the modifiers. Okay, under the modifiers. And we don't have to enable clipping because these two objects are not actually touching like this one is over here. But you can notice there's not anything appearing here on the other side. Why is that? So if we tab back into object mode, what we have to do in this case, because that origin point is not in the middle here, like this one has its origin point in the middle, we have to actually select a mirror object as a reference. So in this case, we're going to click on this little eyedropper, and we're going to click on the body as a reference. And now it'll put it right in the middle, or the point where it's mirroring is going to be right in the middle of that body. So it's almost using the origin point of this one now, which is really good. So now it's nice and mirrored, like that. And it's all starting to look really good. So let's just select these legs again, tab into edit mode. Let's just press free to go into our right orthographic view.
For now.
Click and drag, select these bottom verts, and then go E to extrude, bring them down, R to rotate them, to flatten them out a bit, and then this is really simple. Just click and drag and select these verts over here, E to extrude and bring them forward, and then bring these two verts down, like that. Click and drag, select these bottom verts, and then go E to extrude, bring them down, R to rotate them, to flatten them out a bit, and then this is really simple. Just click and drag and select these verts over here, E to extrude and bring them forward, and then bring these two verts down, like that. Click and drag, select these bottom verts, bring them up, then go into your front orthographic view, and in this case, you may actually just have to come and select just these verts over here, like that. So clicking and dragging over them, go to your front view, and then go G, and just move them to the side a little bit. And you can do the same thing over here, just to widen that foot. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. And then you can come in here, add a more topology, you can go Control R, and instead of just leaving them up like that, so, and then click into extrude and bring them forward, and then bring these two verts down, like that. Click and drag, select these bottom verts, bring them up, then go into your front orthographic view, and in this case, you may actually just have to come and select just these verts over here, like that. So clicking and dragging over them, go to your front view, and then go G, and just move them to the side a little bit. And you can do the same thing over here, just to widen that foot. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. And then you can come in here, add a more topology, you can go Control R, and instead of just leaving it one cut, you can just roll the middle mouse button up once. That's going to add in 2 segments, and then click left twice.
Last time I watched this tutorial, there were way less ads in it, I swear. I don't know. Feels like YouTube is just adding more ads because I'm streaming or something.
Control R over one of these edges, and you should see a leaf appearing. Just double click once, and then go Alt S and scale it out a little bit on the lines, just to round things out. And there we have a simple foot forming. We can refine things a little bit later, but the foot or leg area is now done mostly. And let's just toggle off things a little bit later, but the foot or leg area is now done mostly. And let's just toggle off the X-ray for now, see what things are looking like. And you can see how simple this is. Even if you're a beginner, these are very, very simple techniques, and they're very easy to follow. So the legs or the arms are going to be very similar to the legs. In fact, to save a little bit of time, what you can do is you can actually select the leg
here. And in your front orthographic view, you can go Shift D. That's going to make a duplication. You're going to move this duplication up here, left click, and then you can go R and rotate. Remember, it's rotating around this origin point. That's why we have it at the top. So we're going to go R to rotate and just roughly line it up with the arms. It can be very rough, and if you need to enable the X-ray, make sure to do that. Then you can go G and just move it so this origin point is at the top of the shoulder here. And these things can be roughly lined up. In fact, let's just quickly, while we have that cylinder 001 active, let's just tab into edit mode.
Okay, but these are like considered the legs.
Select all of these bottom parts.
Where's
Go G and just move it so this middle bit, remember it's the leg, very similar to the legs. In fact, to save a little bit of time, what you can do is you can actually select the leg here, and in your front orthographic view you can go Shift D. That's going to make a duplication, and you're going to move this duplication up here, left click, and then you can go R and rotate. Remember, it's rotating around this origin point. That's why we have it at the top. So we're going to go R to rotate and just roughly line it up with the arms. It can be very rough, and if you need to enable the X-ray, make sure to do that. Then you can go G and just move it so this origin point is at the top of the shoulder here. And these things can be roughly lined up. In fact, let's just quickly, while we have that cylinder 001 active, let's just tab into edit mode. Left click and drag and just select all of these bottom parts. Go G and just move it so this middle bit is kind of where this sleeve is over here. And then what you can do is, while that's all still active, you can press X and then go delete faces. And now we only have this cylinder here roughly in place, and if you go free on your number pad, you can see it from the side. And in the side here, you can just left click and drag, select only these top thirds and go G, just move them back a little bit and then go S to scale. And then click and drag these ones, G, and move them a little bit to the middle and then go S to scale up. And now that we have that roughly in place, go back to our front orthographic view, and we're now going to quickly model our arm as well. So what we're going to do in edit mode with our arm, let's just select these top verts over here. We're still in our X-ray mode. We're just going to select them, and we're going to go R to rotate them and G to move them here a little bit. And then we're going to select this bottom vert here, and we're just going to come up to this thing here called our proportional editing. I'm not going to get into these settings too much, but if you select one vertex now down here and you press G to move it, you can see the rest middle and cylinder. You can leave this over here, and then what you can do is, while that's all still active, you can press X and then go delete faces. And now we only have this cylinder here roughly in place, and if you go free on your number pad, you can see it from the side. And in the side here, you can just left click and drag, select only these top verts and go G, just move them back a little bit and then go S to scale. And then click and drag these ones, G, and move them a little bit to the middle and then go S to scale up. And now that we have that roughly in place, go back to our front orthographic view, and we're now going to quickly model our arm as well. So what we're going to do in edit mode with our arm, let's just select these top verts over here. We're still in our X-ray mode. We're just going to select them, and we're going to go R to rotate them and G to move them here a little bit. And then we're going to select this bottom vert here, and we're just going to come up to this thing here called our proportional editing. I'm not going to get into these settings too much, but if you select one vertex now down here and you press G to move it, you can see the rest of them kind of drag along. Now if you roll down your middle mouse button or up, you can see you have this influence factor here, and that controls more or less depending on how much you roll it. So this allows you to grab one point and then kind of gradually over a gradient to the area affect the rest of the verts. So I'm going to drag that down like that, and then I'm going to disable it again up here, and then I'm just going to click and drag to select these bottom verts. And then what I'm going to do is going to double tap R, pressing R twice to rotate it, and then just rotating it till it's a little bit.
Nieuw van KitKat. Chocoladerepen. Met de krokante KitKat wafels. Een onweerstaanbaar...
Here, and then I'm going to go E to extrude to here and then S to scale down. And now let's go to our right orthographic view and make sure everything is looking okay here from the side. At the moment it kind of is, so I'll maybe just move this out a little bit more here, but just more or less trying to line that up to what we see here on the side. Okay, that's looking okay, so let's go back to the front view and just click and drag to select just these verts down here. We're going to go Shift D to duplicate them, right click to let go, and then E to extrude, S to scale, and then G, let's move them down a little bit, and then R to rotate, like that. And then we're going to go E to extrude them here, S to scale, and then E to extrude, S to scale. I'm going to scale them in like that, so S to scale.
Now we have that simple little sleeve there. In fact, we can just select any vertex on this part here and go Control L or Command L. It'll then just select anything that is loose and connect it to that vertex. I'm going to go G and just move it up in there a little bit just so it's nicely embedded, and then select these bottom bits and move them down again. So now if you go to your right view, you should see it more or less that is also lining up. Go back to the front view and let's make a simple hand over here. In fact, let's just tab back out into object mode, okay? And we're going to go Shift A, and I'm going to go to my front orthographic view by pressing 1. I'm going to go Shift A, and I'm going to get a cube. The cube is down here, and I'm going to go G to move the cube, over to where the hand is, and then S to scale it down quite a bit. And then I'm going to go into my right orthographic view, make sure it's in the middle of the hand. Okay, that's all good. So going back to the front orthographic view, and we're going to tab into edit mode, and then just select all of this, and then R to rotate it, like so. Then click and drag and just select these verts over here, like that. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go G, move them to about here, and then S to scale them a little bit, and then E to extrude, and then click about here, and then go G, move them here, R scale. Going back to my right orthographic view, make sure it's in the middle of the hand. Okay, that's all good. So going back to the front orthographic view, and we're going to tab into edit mode, and then just select all of this, and then R to rotate it, like so. Then click and drag and just select these verts over here, like that. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go G, move them to about here, and then S to scale them a little bit, and then E to extrude, and then click about here, and then go G, move them here, R to rotate, and then S to scale a little bit. Now if you go to your right orthographic view by hitting free on the number pad, you're going to see things don't quite line up. So you're going to select these ones over here, you're going to move them back. Select this one over here, move it here, and then select these two. And then bring these ones to the corner of the thumb intersection there, and then move these ones out a bit too. We're then going to come in here, and you can see we have a face here. In fact, let's just add an extra loop. We're going to go Control R or Command R, hovering over this edge, add in an extra loop. Then we're going to go to our face select option here, click on this face, go back to our right orthographic view, and then we're going to go G and move this one out to here, and then R to rotate. And then we're going to go E to extrude that one about this much, and then S to scale. R to rotate, and then G, and we're going to move that one back like that. And now we have a face over here, and that face in our front orthographic view, we're just going to go E to extrude it, and then S to scale it, and then G to move it, and that's going to be a simple thumb. And this hand here is about as simple as you can get. You can come in here, Control R to add in an extra loop, and Control R in here to add in an extra loop. Then if you press A to select all of this geometry, you can come to this tool here called the Smooth tool, and then just drag in this little gizmo, and it'll smooth it all out like that. And then just go back to the Move tool when you're done. So you can see that's looking pretty cool. So let's just tab back out into object mode. We've got a hand. Instead of adding a mirror to that hand, you can just hold in Shift while you have that hand selected, and select your arm, and then go Control J, and it'll join that mesh to that arm. Insert, like, pull in the extra loop, pull R, and then over to rotate the loop. Then we're going to go to our face select option. Click on this face, go back to our right orthographic view, and then we're going to go G and move this one out to here, and then R to rotate back edge. In fact, let's just add an extra loop. We're going to go Control R or Command R, hovering over this edge, add in an extra loop. Then we're going to go to our face select option here, click on this face, go back to our right orthographic view, and then we're going to go G and move this one out to here, and then R to rotate. And then we're going to go E to extrude that one about this much, and then S to scale, R to rotate, and then G, and we're going to move that one back like that. Click on this face, go back to our right orthographic view, and then we're going to go G and move this one out to here, and then R to rotate. And then we're going to go E to extrude that one about this much, and then S to scale, R to rotate, and then G, and we're going to move that one back like that.
Yes.
And now we have a face over
Okay,
here.
good luck, man. Thanks so much anyways. Good luck with the chores. I'll probably spam the result everywhere.
And that's going to be a simple.
Why do I keep losing focus?
G and move this one out to here, and then R to rotate. And then we're going to go E to extrude that one about this much, and then S to scale, R R to rotate, and then G, and we're going to move that one back like that. And now we have a face over here, and that face in our front orthographic view, we're just going to go E to extrude it, and then S to scale it, and then G to move it, and that's going to be a simple thumb. And this hand here is about as simple as you can get. You can come in here, Control R.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Gain your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official.
Shut up, display. Jesus Christ, I'm barely even noticing the ads anymore.
Control R in here to add an extra loop. Then if you press A to select all of this geometry, you can come to this tool here called the Smooth tool, and then just drag in this little gizmo and it'll smooth it all out like that. And then just go back to the Move tool when you're done. So you can see that's looking pretty cool. So let's just tab back out into object mode. We've got a hand, and instead of adding a mirror to that hand, you can just hold in shift while you have that hand selected, and select the arm, and then go Control J, and it'll join that mesh to that arm. Now that's all one object. Let's just quickly disable our X-ray so we can see what it's all looking like. So pretty easy so far, isn't it? And it's looking really cool, very stylized. Let's quickly get into making the head, which is actually pretty simple despite the fact that it looks a little bit complicated. So let's go Shift A, add in a cube. And with this cube, we're going to go G, Z, and move it to the top of the head. And we're going to go S to scale that cube down to about the size of the head. Let's enable our X-ray once again. Go into our right orthographic view by pressing free on the number pad. And let's tab into edit mode and go Control R over one of these edges to add in a loop. Double click. And let's just, with that still selected, go G and move it just down a little bit. And let's go to our vertex select option. Select this vertex over here, these two. And then go G and move that forward a bit. And then select these two back ones here, or these four, I should say. And then go G and move it like that. And then you're going to select these two, or these four verts at the top by clicking and dragging over them. And you're going to move them here. And you're going to go E to extrude them up, and then S to scale like that. It's still looking very boxy, so now if we go Control R while hovering over this edge, we can add in a loop, double click, go to your front view, and up and in.
He's way in the face already.
And you're going to see things over there. In fact, let's just add an extra loop. We're going to go Control R or Command R, hovering over this edge, add in an extra loop. Then we're going to go to our face select option here, click on this face, go back to our right orthographic view, and then we're going to go G and move this one out to here, and then R to rotate. And then we're going to go E to extrude that one about this much, and then S to scale, R to rotate, and then G, and we're going to move that one back like that. And now we have a face over here, and that face in our front orthographic view, we're just going to go E to extrude it, and then S to scale it, and then G to move it, and that's going to be a simple thumb. And this hand here is about as simple as you can get. You can come in here, Control R to add in an extra loop, and Control R in here to add an extra loop. Then if you press A to select all of this geometry, you can come to this tool here called the Smooth tool, and then just drag in this little gizmo and it'll smooth it all out like that. And then just go back to the Move tool when you're done. So you can see that's looking pretty cool. So let's just tab back out into object mode. We've got a hand, and instead of adding a mirror to that hand, you can just hold in shift while you have that hand selected, and select the arm, and then go Control J, and it'll join that mesh to that arm. So now that's all one object. Let's just quickly disable our X-ray so we can see what it's all looking like. So pretty easy so far, isn't it? And it's looking really cool, very stylized. Let's quickly get into making the head, which is actually pretty simple despite the fact that it looks a little bit complicated. So let's go Shift A, add in a cube. And with this cube, we're going to go G, Z, and move it to the top of the head. And we're going to go S to scale that cube down to about the size of the head. Let's enable our X-ray once again. Go into our right orthographic view by pressing free on the number pad. And let's tab into edit mode and go Control R over one of these edges to add in a loop. Double click, and let's just, with that still selected, go G and move it just down a little bit. And let's go to our vertex select option. Select this vertex over here, these two. And then go G and move that forward a bit, and then select these two back ones here, or these four, I should say, and then go G and move it like that. And then you're going to select these two, or these four verts at the top by clicking and dragging over them, and you're going to move them here, and you're going to go E to extrude them up, and then S to scale like that. It's still, and you're going to go back to the Move tool when you're done. This little gizmo, and it'll smooth it all out like that. And then just go back to the Move tool when you're done. So you can see that's looking pretty cool. So let's just tab back out into object mode. you've got a hand, instead of adding a mirror to that hand, you just hold in shift while you have that hand selected. And select the arm and then go Control J and it'll join that mesh to that arm. So now that's all one object. Let's just quickly disable our X-ray so we can see what it's all looking like. So pretty easy so far, isn't it? And it's looking really cool, very stylized. Let's quickly get into making the head, which is actually pretty simple despite the fact that it looks a little bit complicated. So let's go Shift A, add in a cube. Move this cube, we're going to go G, Z, and move it to the top of the head. And we're going to go S to scale that cube down to about the size of the head. Let's enable our X-ray once again. Go to our right orthographic view by pressing 3 on the number pad. And let's tab into edit mode and go Control R over one of these edges to add in a loop. Double click, and let's just, with that still selected, go G and move it just down a little bit. And let's go to our vertex select option, select this vertex over here, these two, and then go G and move that forward a bit, and then select these two.
Yeah, thanks. Are we back in the mine? Why didn't I play any of the other times?
Back ones here, or these four, I should say, and then go G and move it like that. And then you're going to select these two, or these four verts at the top by clicking and dragging size of the head. Let's enable our X-ray once again. Go into our right orthographic view by pressing free on the number pad, and let's tab into edit mode and go Control R over one of these edges to add in a loop. Double click, and let's just, with that still selected, go G and move it just down a little bit. And let's go to our vertex select option. Select this vertex over here, these two, and then go G and move that forward a bit. And then select these two back ones here, or these four, I should say. And then go G and move it like that. And then you're going to select these two, or these four verts at the top by clicking and dragging over them. And you're going to move them here. And you're going to go E to extrude them up, and then S to scale like that. It's still looking very boxy, so now if we go Control R, or hovering over this edge, we can add in a loop, double click, go to your front view, and what we're going to do is we're going to go Control R, hovering over one of these edges. You can see the yellow line, double click, again select half of the verts over here and press X and delete. You can see that origin point is nicely in the middle there, so just like we did with our body. So now you're going to go E to extrude them up, and then S to scale like that. And backpacks over here, these two, and then go G and move that forward a bit.
I suddenly decided to also select the back side. Well, I never did it before.
And then select it, go G and move it, and tab into edit mode and go Control R over one of these edges to add in a
Fuck's sake.
Let's enable our X-ray once again. Go to our right orthographic view by pressing free on the number pad, and let's tab into edit mode and go Control R over one of these edges to add in a loop. Double click, and let's just, with that still selected, go G and move it just down a little bit. And let's go to our vertex select option. Select this vertex over here, these two, and then go G and move that forward a bit. And then select these two back ones here, or these four, say, and then go G and move them like that. And then you're going to select these two, or these four verts at the top, by clicking and dragging over them, and you're going to move them here, and you're going to go E to extrude them up, and then S to scale like that. It's still looking very boxy, so now if we go Control R, or hovering over this edge, we can add in a loop, double click, go to your front view, and what we're going to do is we're going to go Control R, hovering over one of these edges. You can see the yellow line, double click, again select half of the verts over here and press X and delete. You can see that origin point is nicely in the middle there, so just like we did with our body originally. We now go to our modifiers, we can give it a mirror modifier, enable clipping so it doesn't pull apart, and now it's mirrored. So what we can do is come in here, Control R, to add in another edge here, double click, and let's just select this vertex down here. Let's go to our proportional editing by enabling it, and then we're going to go G, and if you have too little or too much influence, you can roll the middle mouse button while you move to control that. So we're just going to select that vert and move it in, then select these verts here and then go G and just move them in as well.
Creëer jouw perfecte stijl met de plan.
This one. So So just rounding things out. And if you're not sure which one you're pressing, just go into the normal view, left click, then press 3 to go back into the right orthographic view and just repeat like that. You can even select everything. Once again, go to that smooth tool and just slightly smooth it out. Then go back to the move tool. So you can see how we're making the head here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna come in here, Control R over this edge to add in another loop, click it in, select these two here and just move them forward to create a bit more dimension to the face. And then Control R over here to double click, select these ones at the front and then G and move them in and down. Then select this brow over here and move it forward. And that just creates a bit more of that area where the eyes would kind of sit. It just gives that feel of it. And then we're gonna just move some of this topology back a little bit by just selecting it, pressing G to move it, going back to the front, and you can kind of see how this head is coming together. Pretty cool. So let's now tab back out into object mode, and let's just go Shift A, add in a cylinder. Once again, let's just come to the vertices, and let's just make it 5. Then we're gonna go G, Z, move it up, S to scale, and there you have a neck. So go into your right orthographic view if you wish. In edit mode, you can just select the different points, rotate them. And this is just like we've done before. At this point, you guys should be able to start getting how this all works. So selecting the verts, scaling them, moving them by pressing G, and just matching it up to that neck. So just a very simple cylinder like that. You can delete these caps on the end by just dragging over them and going X and delete faces. And there we have it. That neck is very, very easy. Let's go back into object mode. Let's unenable the X-ray. We don't need to see it at the moment. And you can see it's actually coming together pretty well. Before we get into the hair, let's just quickly select the body here. Shift A, left click on this edge to loop selected over here. Let's just go E to extrude, S to scale, and then G, just move it in a little bit. You can disable proportional editing at this point. Move it down a bit, and then E, Z, and extrude that down, and then S to scale it. Like that. So just bringing that in like that. Okay, so we're pretty much now done with most of this. You can add some ears as well, like I did. A very simple way to do that is to go Shift A, just add in a cube, G to move that cube forward, S to scale that cube. And with this cube here, just get roughly the size of the ear, then tab into edit mode. And if you want to enable the X-ray, just do that. So you can select the top face, G to move it, R to rotate. Then select these bottom ones, G to move it down, R to rotate. Then go to your right orthographic, select the whole thing, and then go S, Y to flatten it, and then R to rotate it just at a bit of an angle. And at this point, you can do something where you go Control R, roll in 2 extra loops, Control R over this edge, roll your middle mouse button up, and then double click. Now you have a little bit more topology, and in your front view, you can kind of pull these points around, selecting them, and just evening things out just a little bit. And then to make that divot there, it's actually really simple. You can go to your face select option, disable the mirror for now, and then holding in Shift, you can just click on all of these front faces like so. While you're holding Shift, then go E to extrude, S to scale, left click, and then E to extrude in, and then S to scale. And then you can just select the whole thing by pressing A. So you select all of the topology, go to your little smooth tool again, and then just drag that little gizmo and smooth it out just slightly. And there you have a very simple ear to which you can also add a mirror modifier. Make sure to click on the little eyedropper and select something like the head for a reference. And there we have it, ears. You can scale them up a little bit, go back into object mode, and with the head here, you can always just go into edit mode again, go to this edge select option and then select an edge, and you can enable
to be honest.
At this point, you can very simply select edges and just adjust accordingly to make that all look a little bit better by bringing it all out. Maybe go to vertex select if it's easier, but at this point you guys see what we're doing here, just how simple all of this is. So an easier way to make the hair is to kind of use an existing mesh like the head. So let's just select the head, go into edit mode, and one thing that might make things a little bit simpler here is maybe to round the head out just a bit. So I'm going to go into the X-ray again by toggling it, selecting just these here, and then with proportional editing, I'm just going to press G and move in a bit. And the same here with the squareness of the head, just bringing it in. Optionally, maybe go Control R, add in an extra loop here, Control R, hovering over this edge, see the yellow line and double click, A to select everything, and then just with that smooth tool enabled, just drag the little gizmo.
Oh no, that's definitely not what I want.
So now we can select the scalp and start turning it into hair. So let's just go to the face select option here.
Our new Dyson is the most powerful anti-tangle cordless vacuum.
It's
power.
off. I was feeling my head's not exactly center.
This, I'm going to have action. It's 10 from just normal scaling, so Alt S instead of just S. And we want to make this its own geometry. It's no longer part of this. And the simple way to do that is just while that's still selected, you can press P and you can get the separate option. You're going to go separate by selection. Now this is actually a different object. So we need to go back into object mode. And now we get to click on this object and it's its own new object, and we can tab into edit mode, and now we only have this. So I'm going to just disable the X-ray for now. I'm going to go into my right orthographic view, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Alt S even more with all of that selected. Go something like this. I'm going to enable the proportional editing. I'm going to go to the vertex select option, and then I'm just going to drag and select these verts here. I'm going to go G and move them up to follow the reference. So you can see what I'm doing here, bringing this fringe forward, same with these ones here, very simple. And then I'm going to select these ones here. I'm going to go G and just bring them down and bring these forward. So pretty simple stuff. Then we go to I'm going to go about and then just hovering over. Go to this edge select option and then select an edge, and you can enable proportional editing, and at this point you can very simply select edges and just adjust accordingly to make that all look a little bit better by bringing it all out. Maybe go to vertex select if it's easier, but at this point you guys see what we're doing here, just how simple all of this is. So an easier way to make the hair is to kind of use an existing mesh like the head. So let's just select the head, go into edit mode. And one thing that might make things a little bit simpler here is maybe to round the head out just a bit. So I'm going to go into the X-ray again by toggling it, selecting just these here, and then with proportional editing, I'm just going to press G and move them in a bit. And the same here with the squareness of the head, just bringing it in. Optionally, maybe go Control R, add in an extra loop here, Control R hovering over this edge, see the yellow line and double click A to select everything, and then just with that smooth tool enabled, just drag the little gizmo and smooth it out a little bit. So now we can select the scalp and start turning it into hair. So let's just go to the face select option here. And let's just double tap A to deselect everything in edit mode. And if you now press C on your keyboard, so C, and you roll your middle mouse button up, you're gonna have this selection tool here. So you can make it whatever size you want by rolling the middle mouse button. Then you can left click and hold in the left click and drag, and then select all of these parts like this. Now remember, this head isn't mirrored. Okay, this head is mirrored, so you should still make sure you have the X-ray enabled just so you select all of the faces. You don't want to miss any faces. So I'm going to just do it again. So any ones like this, just select them roughly, and go Shift D to duplicate, and then right click to let go. Then you can go Alt S and scale it out along the normal. So Alt S, remember I talked earlier about normals and how they're different from just normal scaling. So Alt S instead of just S. And we want to make this its own geometry. It's no longer part of this. And the simple way to do that is just while that's still selected, you can press P and you can get the separate option. You're going to go separate by selection. Now this is actually a different object. So we need to go back into object mode. And now we got to click on this object and it's its own new object, and we can tab into edit mode, and now we only have this. So I'm going to just disable the X-ray for now. I'm going to go into my right orthographic view, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Alt S even more with Alt S. Go something like this. I'm going to enable the proportional editing. I'm going to go to the vertex select option, and then I'm just going to drag and select these verts here. I'm going to go G and move them up to follow the reference. So you can see what I'm doing here. Bringing this fringe forward. Same with these ones here, very simple. And then I'm going to select these ones here. I'm going to go G and just bring them down. Bring these
forward. What are you doing?
Pretty simple stuff. Then go into the front orthographic view and then select these ones here and then go G and then just move them out a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect, but just more or less. And then what we need to do is enable the X-ray again so we can see through. Let's just select this bottom vertex here, just this one by itself. And then go G, Z, we still have proportional editing, and you should just roll it just slightly and bring it up like that. And then select this one down here, and then G, and just move it down slightly. So now if we unable the X-ray, you can see here, that's what we have. It's kind of cute looking fringe. We're now gonna just take this, just kind of roll it in like that towards there. And while you have it selected, hold in Shift, and then click on this vertex. And then in this vertex, you have 3 of them selected like a triangle. And then if you press F, it'll add in a face between all of those. Where you can see here, that's what we've like. It doesn't have to. And we want to make this its own geometry. It's no longer part of this. And the simple way to do that is just while that's still selected, you can press P and you can get the separate option. You're going to go separate by selection. Now this is actually a different object. So we need to go back into object mode. And now we got to click on this object and it's its own new object. And we can tab into edit mode. And now we only have this. So I'm going to just disable the X-ray for now. I'm going to go into my right orthographic view. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Alt S even more with all of that selected. Go something like this. I'm going to enable the proportional editing for all of this is. So an easier way to make the hair is to kind of use an existing mesh like the head. So let's just select the head, go into edit mode, and one thing that might make things a little bit simpler here is maybe to round the head out just a bit. So I'm going to go into the X-ray again by toggling it, selecting just these here, and then with proportional editing, I'm just going to press G and move them in a bit. And the same here with the squareness of the head, just bringing it in. Optionally, maybe go Control R, add in an extra loop here, Control R, hovering over this edge, see the yellow line and double click A to select everything, and then just with that smooth tool enabled, just drag the little gizmo and smooth it out a little bit. So now we can select the scalp and start turning it into hair. So let's just go to the face select option here. And let's just double tap A to deselect everything in edit mode. And if you now press C on your keyboard, so C, and you roll your middle mouse button up, you're going to have this selection tool here.
God, my ass pointy.
Size you want by rolling the middle mouse button. Then you can left click and hold in the left click and drag, and then select all of these parts like this. Now remember, this head isn't mirrored. Okay, this head is mirrored, so you should still make sure you have the X-ray enabled just so you select all of the faces. You don't want to miss any faces. So I'm going to just do it again. So any ones like this, just select them roughly, and go Shift D to duplicate, and then right click to let go. Then you can go Alt S and scale it out along the normal. So Alt S, remember I talked earlier about normals and how they're different from just normal scaling. So Alt S instead of just S. And we want to make this its own geometry. It's no longer part of this. And the simple way to do it is while that's still selected, you can press P and you can get the separate option. You can go separate by selection. Now this is actually a different object. So we need to go back into object mode. And now we got to click on this object and it's its own new object. And we can tab into edit mode. And now we only have this.
So I'm going to just disable the X-ray for now. I'm going to go into my right orthographic view, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Alt-S even more with all of that selected. Go something like this. I'm going to enable the proportional editing. I'm going to go to the vertex select option, and then I'm just going to drag and select these vertices here. Add in a new object. So we need to go back into object mode, and now we get to click on this object, and it's its own new object. That's part of this, and the simple way to do that is just while that's still selected, you can press P and you can get the separate option. You can go separate by alt. So any ones like this, just select them roughly and go Shift D to duplicate, and then right click to let go. Then you can go Alt S and scale it out along the normal. So Alt S, remember I talked earlier about normals and how they're different from just select them roughly. And go Shift D to duplicate, and then right click to let go. Then you can go Alt S and scale it out along the normal. So Alt S, remember I talked earlier about normals. And how they're different from just normal scaling, so Alt S instead of just S. And we want to make this its own geometry. It's no longer part of this. And the simple way to do that is just while that's still selected, you can press P and you can get the separate option. You can go separate by selection. Now this is actually a different object. So we need to go back into object mode. And now we get to click on this object, and it's its own new object, and we can tab into edit mode. And now we only have this. So I'm going to just disable the X-ray for now. I'm going to go into my right orthographic view, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Alt-S even more with all of that selected. Go something like this. I'm going to enable the proportional editing. I'm going to go to the vertex select option, and then I'm just going to drag and select these verts here. I'm going to go G and move them up to follow the reference. So you can see what I'm doing here. Bringing this fringe forward. Same with these ones here. Very simple. And then I'm going to select these ones here. I'm going to go G and just bring them down. Bring these forward. So pretty simple stuff. Then go into the front orthographic view and then select these ones here and then go G and then just move them out a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect, but just more or less. And then what we need to do is enable the X-ray again so we can see through. Let's just select this bottom vertex here, just this one by itself. And then go G, Z. We still have proportional editing, and you should just roll it just slightly and bring it up like that. And then select this one down here and then G and just move it down slightly. So now if we enable the X-ray, you can see here, that's what we have. It's kind of cute looking fringe. We're now going to just take this, just kind of roll it in like that towards there. And while you have it selected, hold in Shift and then click on this vertex. And then in this vertex, you have 3 of them selected like a triangle. And then if you press F, it'll add in a face between all of those.
Bij Swiss
Yeah, where did the face go I just created?
Bottom vertices over here and go X and delete vertices. And now what we can do is we're going to go to our modifiers. We're going to give this something called a solidify. And now if you come to the solidify and you drag this value, you can see we're adding a bit of thickness to that. Now you can't actually edit that thickness. It's not actually geometry you can grab, but you can still see the thickness even if you edit the geometry here in edit mode, which is really cool. So it's a modifier. It's modifying the mesh in real time while you're working with it. So now let's get to our right orthographic view. Let's enable X-ray again. Let's just click and drag and select these bottom verts over here. And let's just go G and move them down a bit and rotate them. And I'm going to disable proportional editing for now. Then I'm going to go E and I'm going to extrude them down a bit. Then I'm going to select this vertex here, G to move it in a bit, and this one here like that. Extrude X-ray again, and entry here in edit mode.
called and delete vertices. And now what we can do is we're going to go to our modifiers. We're going to give this something called a solidify. And now if you come to the solidify and you drag this value, you can see we're adding a bit of thickness to that. Now you can't actually edit that thickness. It's not actually geometry you can grab, but you can still see the thickness even if you edit the geometry here in edit mode, which is really cool. So it's a modifier. It's modifying the mesh in real time while you're working with it. So now let's get to our right orthographic view. Let's enable X-ray again. Let's just click and drag and select these bottom verts over here, and let's just go G and move them.
Don't happen over here, but I'm not going to care.
I'm going to disable proportional editing for now. Then I'm going to go E and I'm going to extrude them down a bit. Then I'm going to select this vertex here, G to move it in a bit, and this one here like that. Select all of these again, and I'm just going to continue. E to extrude, S to scale, E to extrude, S to scale. Then I'm going to go into my back orthographic view, and instead of pressing 1 on the number pad, you can hold in Control or Command and then press 1. And now you're seeing the back. Let's just try and model it from the back here. I'm just going to grab that vertex and I'm just moving these out just to round them out a little bit, moving this one in. You don't have to do it this precise, but you get the idea here. All we're trying to do is just even out the verts here at the back. So we kind of have the hair just coming down like that. Something very simple, but it works. And then if you wanted to, it's optional, you can add these little bits at the side. A very simple way to do that is to go to your edge select option up here in edit mode. Select any edge up here. Go to your right orthographic view, Shift D to duplicate it, enable the X-ray, and then G, move it somewhere above where that hair should start, and then E to extrude, S to scale, rotate, E to extrude, S to scale, and then R to rotate, and then E to extrude down, and then S to scale. Go to your front view, and now you can select these edges like that, and you can move them in a little bit and edit them to make them look nicer from the front as well. And it still has that modifier on it. Now you can notice that this one here, if I go to face select and I select this face, the solidify modifier here is making the effect come in. But this one here, if I select the face, the effect is happening towards the outside, and that's got to do with the normals. So what we may have to do in this case is correct the normals. I'm not going to get into why that happens. It's a bit tricky to explain for beginners. So just for now, all you have to do is press A to select everything, Alt N, and then go recalculate outside or inside, depending on what the situation is. So I'm going to go for outside. And now all of these should be the same. So I'm just going to select a face here, go Control L to select the whole thing, and then G and just move it out a bit. And you guys can adjust this however you want. You don't have to do it exactly like me. Completely up to you how you want to do that. And once you're happy with that, you can also just select any vertex or face, Control L, select the whole thing, and then go Shift D in the right orthographic view, move it back, and then slightly edit the second piece. And there you have these little hair droopy things coming off the side. And you know, very, very simple. So based on what I've just shown you guys, you can make this however you want. Now that you know the basic techniques, but it's very boxy, very stylized, very low poly, but that's a nice look, and that's actually what we're deliberately going for here. So there we have it. The character is pretty much done. Add a nose if you want, but what we're going to do next is we're going to add some nice colors or materials, what we call shaders, and then we'll add some nice lights, and I'll show you how you can render this out as a nice looking result, and then we're pretty much done. Okay, so whenever we want to work with things, remember our properties panel over here. So remember we have this one here called the materials property. I think I briefly mentioned this in the very beginning, but over here if you click on it, it says material properties. Here is we can actually add materials and change their properties. So how do you add a material? It's actually very simple. Let's just say you want to add a material to a certain object. You just simply left click on it in object mode. So let's start with the body, right? And then you go over here and you're going to see this button called new. Now this little drop down here, that's where pre-existing materials are, materials you already have. Let's just go new, and now it's created a material, it's given it a default name. So you can actually double click here or just click on it, the name, and call it something. So I'm going to call it yellow because I want to be a yellow color. And then over here, you're going to see something called a preview. This is where you can actually see a preview of your material. And under here is something you see the surface. This is where you change a whole bunch of settings. Now I'm not actually going to get into all of these settings here because that's a lot more in depth, and this is something you'll learn as you grow as an artist. But for now, we're just going to look at nothing more than the color, literally just the color. At the moment, the color is white, so we want yellow. So we click on this and we go and click on yellow or wherever we want. Not only can you change saturations here and colors, but you can also come to the value slider and change the values. So pretty simple. Not much more to say than that. And now you have that material. Now, obviously, you're not seeing it because you have to actually render. So rendering is when we press Z on a keyboard, and we can click on this option called rendered. And now we're no longer seeing just the shading, viewport shading, where we're seeing the actual material. Now, another thing to think about is when you go up to your properties, go up here to this little camera. That's your render properties. Currently, there's an engine, a render engine being used called Eevee. Right? It's more like a real-time rendering engine, and we're going to change it to something called cycles. Now, I'm not going to really get into the details.
That have been 5 fucking minutes.
Here, Cycles does a lot more like bounce sliding, ray tracing, a lot more advanced things. But if you have a GPU under the device, you can enable it. If you don't, just leave it at CPU. It's not a big deal. This isn't really a render processor intensive render anyway. It's very low poly, so it probably doesn't matter. So I'm changing mine to GPU. We'll add lights in a bit, but for now I'm just going to go into the material preview, which is kind of like a mix between the just standard viewport solid shading and the render. So you can see here we have that color. So what we're going to do now is go back to our materials properties. We have that shirt still selected, or the body. And remember, we added that yellow material. What if we want to add more? So let's just tab into edit mode, and let's just safe example, let's just go Control R, add in a loop here, double click, double G to slide, and then Alt S to scale out along the normals. Maybe move it up a bit. Let's just say we want to add a little border here. So what we can do, go to your face select, and then going Shift Alt with face select enabled. You can just Shift Alt, click on this edge over here, and it'll loop select these faces here. And now what you can do is come here on face select, and then going Shift Alt with face select enabled. You can just Shift Alt, click on this edge over here, and it'll loop select these faces here. And now what you can do is come here under your materials property, click on a plus again, and now you have a new thing here. You can go new, and let's just call it red, for example. And now we can go assign while those faces are selected and has that material. Now we called it red, but we still have to come to the surface here, and just like we did with the yellow, come to the base color and give it a color. I'm going to go with an orangey kind of red. So I'm going to quickly tab, and just like we did with the yellow, come to the base color, red sign, go new, and let's just call it red, for example. And now we can go assign while those faces are selected and has that material. Now we called it red, but we still have to come to the surface here and materials property, click on a plus again, and now you have a new thing here. You can go new, and let's just call it red, for example. And now we can go assign while those faces are selected and has that material. Now we called it red, but we still have to come to the surface here, and just like we did with the yellow, come to the base color and give it a color. I'm going to go with an orangey kind of red. So I'm going to quickly tab back out into object mode, and now I'm going to select the shirt, and instead of this time still on the materials tab, instead of coming and creating a new material, let's just go to this drop down and get the existing yellow. And then what we can do as well is tab into edit mode, and then click on the plus here, and we can create a new one. And once again, we can just go down and select a pre-existing color. So I'm going to go with the red, and this time if I want it to be assigned to something, I have to actually select it. So I'm going to click on a face here on the sleeve. I'm going to go Control L to select the whole thing, and then click on the red and then assign. How simple is that? Now let's create a new thing, which is going to be the skin. So let's just left click on the hand, or on any face on the hand, go Control L to select the whole thing. Then let's click plus over here, and this time we're going to create a new material. Let's just call it skin. And now we can go to the surface, and let's just give it something like a brownish blush. I'm going to kind of go for almost like a brown olive kind of color. And then I'm going to go assign. You can make your skin whatever you want. Perfectly fine. So now we have that there. I'm going to tab out, and now we can actually select the head and go to the drop down, and we already now have that skin. So let's select it. Let's just also select the ear, go to the drop down, give it that same skin, select the neck, go to that drop down, give it the skin, and let's select the hair. Now the hair we haven't created a material for, so let's click on the hair, create a new material and call it hair, and let's just come to the base color. I'm going to go with a brownish kind of red like that, and there I have it, and that's now the hair. So let's go to the legs. Let's click on the legs. Let's go new. I'm going to call this blue, and I'm going to make it kind of like a robin's egg kind of blue, like jean almost. Then I'm going to click on the plus again, go new, and I'm going to call this one darker blue. And if I want to assign it to any specific part, we have to go into edit mode. In this case, I'm going to make sure face select is enabled. I'm going to go Shift Alt, click on this edge over
Yeah,
here to
worker now.
select these faces. Control plus or Command plus to grow the selection just once. So we have this part here selected. I'm going to click on the dark blue and go assign. And then under the base color, let's make it something that fits the description like that. And the exact same thing for the rest. In fact, I'm going to turn on my X-ray here. And I'm just going to click and drag and just select these bottom faces. They're all selected. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to come here plus. I'm going to go assign. I'm going to click new. And I'm going to make this leathery kind of brown color. Bring that value down. And there you have it. Pretty cool. And you can even click on here and name it something. I'm going to call it lever. And there we have it. How simple is that? I'm going to go back into object mode. And now we've added all of these materials, as you can see. Once again, if you want to see this, you actually have to press Z and go into material preview like I said. So there you have it. So press Z,
I don't even know
either rendered or
what a good
material
skin
preview.
color
All we
is.
have to do is just render this out. We've already gone to our render engine and given it the cycles engine, but we do need to add some lights. So let's go Shift A. And we've been adding meshes before, but let's go down to our lights. Add in this thing called an area light. And we're going to go G, Z, and move it, just like we've moved anything else. I'm going to move it up to here. So we've moved it up on the Z axis. And then we're going to go R, and we're going to rotate it like this. And then G to move it. Now you can pick whatever lighting direction you want. Once you have a position where you want your light to come from, go over to your properties and you're going to see this little light bulb, and that's your light settings. And why is this our properties? Like I've mentioned before, because we edit our properties here. So you can go to the power, and just as you might assume, that's got to do with the strength. So the more you put this level up here, the watts, the more power you're going to get. Pretty common sense. And then also the size, that's going to make it a bit of a softer light. The smaller you have that, the point of the light, just like you do in real life, you're going to have a sharper light, and the more broader the light is and closer to the subject here, it's going to be a bit more scattered. So I like to increase the size a little bit bigger than the default, something like that. And if we now go Z and we go rendered, we can see we have this light. So it's up to you how much you want to tweak the power amount here for your light. You can drag it up as much as you want. You can even change the color of your light.
Nieuw, Danone Skier. 0% vet en rijk aan proteïne. Skier was nog nooit zo...
Fuck off.
You can go to your edge select this, add in this thing called an area light. And we're going to go G, Z, and move it, just like we've moved anything else. I'm going to move it up to here. So we've moved it up on the Z axis. And then we're going to go R, and we're going to rotate it like this. And then G to move it. Now you can pick whatever lighting direction you want. Once you have a position where you want your light to come from, go over to your properties, and you're going to see this little light bulb, and that's your light settings. And why is this our properties? Like I've mentioned before, because we edit our properties here. So you can go to the power, and just as you might assume, that's got to do with the strength. So the more you put this level up here, the watts, the more power you're going to get. Pretty common sense. And then also the size, that's going to make it a bit of a softer light. The smaller you have that, the point of the light, just like you do in real life, you're going to have a sharper light, and the more broader the light is and closer to the subject here, it's going to be a bit more scattered. So I like to increase the size a little bit bigger than the default, something like that. And if we now go Z and we go rendered, we can see we have this light. So it's up to you how much you want to tweak the power amount here for your light. You can drag it up as much as you want. You can even change the color of your light to give it some mood. Very simple stuff, but once you're happy with it, you can also go Shift D with that light selected to duplicate it like anything else, and then rotate it, and you can duplicate and make as many of these lights as you want. So I'm happy with that. I'm going to go Shift A. I'm going to add in one more object, and that's just a plane on the floor here. I'm going to go S to scale that plane up like that, and then tab into edit mode, and I'm just going to go into my solid work express, so Z, and then go solid. And you can go to your edge select this back edge, and then go E, Z, and extrude it up on a Z like that. select this edge here, and then you can go Control B, and Control B allows you to make a bevel on an edge. You can move it as big as you want by moving your mouse, and then roll your middle mouse button to add in more segments, and then just double click and it's added in. Now you can go back into object mode, and you have this nice fancy backdrop, and you can see here in our scene is a camera, so you can literally click on that camera, and with a camera active you can press 0 on your number pad and it goes into camera view, and then with that camera selected you can double tap R, and as you move your mouse you can actually rotate the camera. If you press R by itself you can rotate just like this, and then you can press G, and G allows you to move it, so you just press G and move the camera to where you want it. And then you can, just like anything else, you can come to your move tool and you can just move these little sliders, or you can just press G like we've been doing. So G and then Y to move along the Y, or Z, whatever you want. And if you want to go change the dimensions, just go to your output here and you can change your resolution. So these are the pixels, so 1020 by 1080 by 1920 here. I'm just going to drag this value here down a bit just to make it a bit of a different ratio, just like that. And then I'm going to just move my camera in a little bit, something like that. You can also come here to your camera settings. I'm not going to get into all the advanced things here. There's a lot that can be said, but just as a beginner here, let's just go to the focal length and change that. So those of you who are familiar with photography, a lot of this would make more sense to you. But once again, it's not what we're focusing on here, as this is more just about a very beginner's tutorial for the modeling and things like that. So here we have our camera set up, we have our scene, we're pretty much done. So let's just select these two reference images. I'm holding in shift, and remember these collections I told you about? If we now go M and we go new collection, after we selected those two reference images, we can go ref, type whatever you want in here and then go OK. And under your collections here now, if you just drop down this main collection, you can now see a collection called ref. And now two references in there, we can just untick it and they're out of the way. So they're not deleted, but they're just out of the way. So if we want to ever bring them back, we can. But that just organizes our scene a little bit. And there you have it. We now have this. If we press Z and we go rendered, we have our subject in the view here of the camera. And another cool thing you can do in camera view is you can go Control B and then click and drag over the camera with Control B, and it's just going to limit that render to the camera, and that's going to free up a little bit of your processing as well. So there we have it, a fantastic looking low poly model that you guys can be proud of. I hope you've enjoyed this. What you can do now is
image texture. No, move it. Roughness. Non-color. Pulse? It's delicious in the previous tutorial. Piss off your fucking heads.
Like nostalgic. Anyways, the point is that everybody, when they start 3D, is using a device which is crappy. Don't let it limit you, or don't think, oh, I can't use 3D until I get a better computer. The camera is really far away from the donut. So actually, let's first fix that. If you go to your camera view, just by clicking that little icon there, or by hitting number pad 0, that'll take you there as well. This is the camera view. We're really far away. I mentioned in the start that if you use this key, this button, view, lock, camera to view, that'll let you like grab it and move it around. But there is actually another way. I didn't want to introduce you to too many keyboard shortcuts at the start. But if you hit with the camera selected, shift tilde key.
Bespaar op je energie, investeer in...
Off.
And today I'm going to be showing you how to rig a character in Blender even if you know nothing about rigging. And the reason is because we're going to be using a built-in tool in Blender called Rigify. So essentially you just line it up with your character and it generates the rig for you. You don't need to know anything about rigging. So this is just an Adobe mix.
No, wrong itself. I'm taking a bit breaks. I'll see you in a bit again. All this is going. Alright, we're back. I found a tutorial for rigging, so that's what we're gonna do.
Character that I'm going to be demonstrating with, but you can use whatever character you want. You can see over here just how fun that is, and this is going to be in Blender 4.3, so it's nice and up to date for you. So if you want to learn how to rig
Then there's from the previous tutorial.
We have this sort of awesome built-in rig. It's really professional. Let's jump in and I'll show you how to do this. Definitely subscribe, give a like, and check out some other content.
It's only 10-minute tutorial.
So you can rig any kind of human character you want. My recommendation though is that you have it kind of flagged out with the T pose. That's just going to make things a little bit simpler. If your arms are a little bit more down towards the side than mine, that doesn't really matter too much. But more or less, this sort of pose is very handy. Okay, so this character here is not mine. I just got it off of AdobeMixmo.com. You can get free stuff.
People, fuck yeah.
Check it out. But just find any character you want to work with, whether it's your own or one that you found online. And once you have it in Blender, there's something you want to make sure first. You want to go over to Edit, then you want to go to your Preferences, and under your add-ons, you want to go here to Search and type in Rig, and you should see an option called Rigify. Now you want to go ahead and enable that by ticking on it. Mine is already enabled, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll tick that, but you should do that if it isn't. And then you can close this window, and once your character is nice and centered in your world scene, make sure your 3D cursor is also in the middle, so you can get your placement right in the middle.
Oh, for fuck's sake! These YouTube ads really starting to piss me off. It's literally every minute now, worse than TV.
Shift A, and now if you go over to your armature options, instead of just seeing the single bone, you can also see this Rigify Meta Rig. Now the one that you can sometimes use is the human. Now this one I'm not going to use today. It's a little bit more extra bones, more face bones, more hand bones, but the thing here with it is that the same principle that I'm about to show you applies to this one. So for now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the basic option, and I'm going to go to the basic human. And with the basic human here, with it active, in my case my character is bigger, so I can either scale the character down, which I don't want to because I'm happy with the scale. So I'm just going to select my rig and I'm going to go S and scale it up. For now I'm just going to enable the X-ray up here. And I want to scale my rig so the shoulders kind of roughly line up with the shoulders of the character. And I'll turn off my X-ray for now. Because I scaled it in object mode, I'm going to go Control A with it active, and I'm just going to apply
I'll do that press.
Also, if you want to actually see through here, like I said, you could use the X-ray.
How do I get my regular select back?
With the rig active, go over to this little green guy under the object data properties, and then just go down to the viewport.
How do I get my regular select back?
That way we'll see through. It doesn't matter what sort of mesh is in front of the bones. So if this is now active, we're going to go over to our edit workspace, and we can.
It's new. Where is my regular select thing? Jesus Christ. I won't select circle. I want regular select. Select box. W. Cool.
Either do this individually on both sides. I prefer to enable the X mirror. Since this is a symmetrical character, makes sense. And now if we make a move on one side, it updates on the other side. So I'm going to move this bone here on the end, which is the hand bone, and I'm going to kind of drag the tip out and place it over here. Then I'm going to grab the middle here, which is the elbow, and drag it up. And then this is the clavicle bone, which I'll move down, move back the tip.
Chill the fuck out of the tutorial.
My character is bigger, so I can either scale the character down, which I don't want to because I'm happy with the scale. So I'm just going to select my rig and I'm going to go S and scale it up. For now, I'm just going to enable the X-ray up here. And I want to scale my rig so the shoulders kind of roughly line up with the shoulders of the character. And I'll turn off my X-ray for now. Because I scaled it in object mode, I'm going to go Control A with it active, and I'm just going to apply that scale. Also, if you want to actually see through here, like I said, you could use the X-ray. Scaled it in object with the character. And I'll turn off my X-ray for now. Because I scaled it in object mode, I'm going to go Control A with it active, and I'm just going to apply that scale. Also, if you want to actually see through here, like I said, you could use the X-ray up here, but I prefer to with the rig active. Go over to this little green guy under the object data properties, and then just go down to the viewport display option and click on in front. That way we'll see through, it doesn't matter what sort of mesh is in front of the phone. So if this is now active, we're going to go over to our edit workspace. And you can either do this individually on both sides. I prefer to enable the X mirror since this is a symmetrical character. I prefer to enable the X mirror since this is a symmetrical character. Makes sense. And now it
where I literally don't see that option. It should be here next to options.
we make a move on one. This is a symmetrical character, makes sense. And now if we make a move on one side, it updates on the other on both sides. I prefer to, and we can either do, we're going to go over to our edit workspace. And we can either do this individually on both sides. I prefer to enable the X mirror. Since this is a symmetrical character, makes sense. And now if we make a move on one side, it updates on the other side. So I'm going to move this bone here on the end, which is the hand bone, and I'm going to kind of drag the tip out, place it over here. Then I'm going to grab the middle here, which is the elbow, and drag it up. And then this is the clavicle bone, which I'll move down, move this in a bit, and then kind of line this up with the arm. It's really that simple. I mean, it's pretty much intuitive. You can see as it looks, that's kind of how it should be in place, right? You can kind of think about the bones in your own body. And then I'm going to go to my top orthographic view, and I just need to move this forward a bit, and obviously need to move here. And if you did the more advanced human metal rig that I mentioned, you would have had the finger bones here as well. Once again, it'll be the exact same principle in that case. So, you know, you'd come in here, you'd actually, you know, align all of the finger bones. For now, like I said, I'm just demonstrating with the simple version. So once you have it lined up that way, let's now go to the legs. In this case, I need to move mine up just a little bit. So I'm going to select this bottom bones, move them to the side a bit. I'm going to grab the kneecap here. And for my character, I can see here in the side view, I need to move it up a little bit. Make sure to never have it too back or right in the middle. You always want that just a little bit more forward. Then over here, I can see my toe bone needs to be a little bit bigger, so I'm going to stretch it out. The ankle is roughly in place for me here, so I'm going to just kind of leave it where it is. And then this is the lower leg bone. This little bone down here, by the way, is going to be generating the IK bone, so you can kind of leave that at the base. That should be fine as well. Okay, so for my character here, I can see this little bone down here, by the way, is going to be generating the IK bone, so you can kind of leave that at the base. That should be fine as well. Okay, so for my character here, I can see the hips. I probably just need to bring them out just a little bit more. Kind of bringing this down. Like I said, this is going to vary depending on what character you're doing, but you can see more or less that should already kind of be in place. Obviously, these are the spine bones, and then this is the chest bone, the bigger one here in the middle. they're all kind of alright already for my character, so I won't adjust them too much.
Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? Head bone. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select the head bone. I'm going to go into my right orthographic view, and I'm going to go G and move it back a bit, and I'm going to grab this top nub and kind of move it like so. So this is the head bone, and then these two bones underneath are going to be for the neck, so I'll kind of drag this nub down. I'll move this one back and grab this and kind of move that back, and more or less I want that kind of place where my neck's going to be. Now, because my character has this hair, I'm just going to go into X-ray, and I can kind of see where the neck outline is, and I want these bones here more or less in line with the middle of that neck, and then the base of the head needs to kind of be where the top of the neck is and the bottom of the head is. Pretty simple, and I'm happy with that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off my X-ray, and here we can see this is what we have. So once you have that all set up, you can go over into object mode again, and this is where it gets really simple. All we have to do is select this placement of bones. We're going to go over to our object data properties for the bones, little green dude over here. Just scroll down and you should now see a generate rig option, which you can click on, and boom, just like that, it's generated a rig. Now in some cases you might get an error that pops up, and there might just be slight misalignments on the bones, so just go in and make slight little twigs. It'll usually tell you what bone is a rig. Now in some option, which you can click on, and boom, just like that, it's generated a rig.
Oh, I don't see it.
Now in some cases you might get an error that pops up, and
I
there
don't
might just
see
be
it.
slight misalignments on the bones, so just go in and make slight little twigs. It'll usually tell you what bone is the issue, and you can go ahead and fix it, but that doesn't often happen, so in this case it was fine. But I'm just letting you know about that. So now I have these bones, but how do I actually connect them to the character? So let's just actually start by selecting the original meta rig, which is this one. Let's just press M and move it to a new collection and call it just junk. You can also delete it if you wish, but I'm just going to go ahead and just turn it off for the viewport over here. And then we have this rig over here that's been generated. And for me, I'll just drag it into my main collection. Doesn't matter where you have it. But this rig here, we now want it to work with our character. So with it active, just simply go into your pose mode. In fact, we probably don't even need to go into the pose mode. I used to do that the old way in Blender. But now if we come over here to the outliner here, and we can see the bone collection, just kind of drag it up so we can see all the bones here, right? And we want to come here and just turn all of these off. So I'm just clicking and dragging, just turning all of these off all the way down to the root. And we just want to enable the deformation bones, DEF. Okay, I'm also going to come down to the viewport.
Don't have.
Enable in front, just so we can see. And now I'm going to select my character. I'm going to hold in shift and select these deformation bones. I'm going to go Control P, and I'm going to go with automatic weights.
We're gonna make a one object for Can I merge into one object? No. Jeez. I love it when you do it, follow it sort of exactly and it doesn't work. Okay, cool, because I'm allowed to create a different. Oh, god damn it. Make these one. Like all the shit that's happening in the tutorial is just not happening for me.
Pretty simple, and I'm happy with that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off my X-ray, and here you can see this is what we have. So once you have that set up, you go over to object mode again, and this is where it gets really simple. All we have to do is select this placement of bones. We're going to go over.
Of course, I'm not allowed to edit it anymore.
Little green dude over here. Just scroll down, and you should now see that generate grid option, which you can click on, and boom, just like that, it's generated a grid. Now, in some cases, you might get an error that pops up, and there might just be slight misalignments in the bone. So just go in and make slight little twigs. It'll usually tell you what bone is the issue. You can go ahead and fix it, but that doesn't often happen. So in this case, it was fine. But
Guess I'm just gonna have to start over.
the elbow and drag it.
Okay.
Up. And now if we make a move on one side, it doesn't matter to go with the splash hands. I'm going to move out in a good of you know, and obviously you know just do the strike into the middle bone is kind of the way it's going. Okay, so for my character here, I can see the hips. I probably just need to bring them out just a little bit more. I'm going to bring this down. Like I said, this is going to vary depending on what character you're doing, but you can see more or less that should already kind of be in place. Obviously, these are the spine bones, and then this is the chest bone, the bigger one here in the middle. They're all kind of alright already for my character, so I won't adjust them too much. I'll just grab these bones here, just bring them in a bit. But definitely what we need to work on is just the head bone. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select the head bone. I'm going to go into my right orthographic view. And I'm going to go G and move it back a bit. And I'm going to grab this top knob and kind of move it like so. So this is the head bone. And then these two bones underneath are going to be for the neck. So I'll kind of drag this knob down. I'll move this one back and grab this and kind of move that back. And more or less, I want that kind of place where my neck's going to be. Now, because my character has this hair, I'm just going to go into X-ray. I can kind of see where the neck outline is, and I want these bones here more or less in line with the middle of that neck, and then the base of the head needs to kind of be where the top of the neck is and the bottom of the head is. Pretty simple, and I'm happy with that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off my X-ray, and here we can see this is what we have. So once you have that all set up, you can go over into object mode again, and this is where it gets really simple. All we have to do is select this placement of bones. We're going to go over to our object data properties for bones, little green dude over here. Just scroll down and you should now see a generate rig option, which you can click on, and boom, just like that, it's generated a rig. Now in some cases you might get an error that pops up, and there might just be slight misalignments on the bones, so just go in and make slight little twigs. It'll usually tell you what bone is the issue, and you can go ahead and fix it. But that doesn't often happen, so in this case it was fine. But I'm just letting you know about that. So now I have these bones, but how do I actually connect them to the character? So let's just actually start by selecting the original meta rig, which is this one. Let's just press M and move it to a new collection and call it just junk. You can also delete it if you wish, but I'm just going to go ahead and just turn it off for the viewport over here. And then we have this rig over here that's been generated. And for me, I'll just drag it into my main collection. Doesn't matter where you have it, but this rig here, we now want it to work with our character. So with it active, just simply go into your pose mode. In fact, we probably don't even need to go into the pose mode. I used to do that the old way in Blender, but now if we come over here to the outliner here, and we can see the bone collection, just kind of drag it up so we can see all the bones here, right? And we want to come here and just turn all of these off. So I'm just clicking and dragging, just turning all of these off all the way down to the root. And we just want to enable the deformation bones, DEF. Okay, I'm also going to come down to the viewport display, just enable in front, just so we can see. And now I'm going to select my character. I'm going to hold in shift and select these deformation bones. And I'm going to go Control P, and I'm going to go with automatic weights. And now it's parented to these deformation bones. And what we can do now is make sure to select this rig. We can pair the character, display, just enable in front, just so we can see. And now I'm going to select my character. I'm going to hold in shift and select these deformation bones. And I'm going to go Control P, and I'm going to go with automatic weights. And now I'm going to select my character. I'm going to enable in front, just so we can see. And now I'm going to select my character. I'm going to hold in shift and select these deformation bones. And I'm going to go Control P, and I'm going to go with automatic weights. And now it's parented to these deformation bones. And what we can do now is make sure to select this rig. We can go back over to our object data properties under the bone collection here. Just make sure to now come here and turn off the deformation. And then everything from the root upwards, just click and drag, holding in the mouse, and enable it. These are all of our control bones. Okay, don't enable the ORG, the MCH, and the DEF bones. Okay, so now we can select our rig.
That's fucked.
We can go over into pose mode. And now if you actually grab some of these controls, so for example, I'm going to grab this over here. Now I can move the character. How cool is that? I can actually grab
God, it's horrible.
And move that up. And so this doesn't look too overwhelming. I'm just going to come back here scroll down, and I'm just gonna get rid of the in front option, just so I can see these controllers. And you can see here, this is now so well done right out of the box. And even if you know nothing about rigging, it's generated all of these controls for you, so you can grab each one.
None of those are
I'm not going to go through
correct.
every control, but they're pretty self-explanatory. I mean, obviously, the ones near the hands and feet, you can tell they move the arms and the legs. You can grab these ones on the knee and kind of like have this sort of control. You can rotate the shoulders with this one. This is a very, very professional rig built right into Blender. You can kind of control the hips. It's just a really, really fun thing to play around with. And it's going to really help with the animation process. So yeah, if you're a beginner, try this out. You'll really enjoy it. I hope you've enjoyed this tutorial. Give a like, subscribe, and check out some of my other content.
Hey, ik vroeg één.
Fuck off. Right, how the fuck do I fix this shit?
Welcome back to the channel.
Oh, that looks better. It looks fucking horrible anyways, but it looks better. Oh, okay. Why is everything gone again? Go back how you were. There you are. Wait, so I can now just go like... Like you. I should specifically not select you. Literally, what did I just say? Literally, what did I just say? I want to move one leg. It's so much to fucking ask for. Where? Speaking of the leg, where the fuck are you? Stop hiding stuff. I want to hide literally nothing. Bring it back. Where the fuck did it go? Where are they? There they are. Okay, let me see what all these are. God. Okay, that fully clearly doesn't fucking understand. Jesus Christ, man. Oh yeah. Shake them hips. Something has gone incredibly wrong with my model. Yes, very wrong actually. And the thing cannot really move. Yeah, I can't really deform this without fucking it up and kick the whole time. Even though these pieces of skin are just sticking out like that. I don't know why some of the most random things are moving together with it. Like this. I'm pretty sure this does not belong to an arm. None of this. Why does my face completely fuck up with every movement that happens? I guess character animation is a bit too far out of my league yet. Mostly because nothing I want to say is in the right place. The way I can easily fix this shit. One final thing. Let me Google. Oh, new. New. Save, yes, thank you. Damn. To be on this side. I'm gonna be, let's say, I'll mold this little IKEA cup. First, on a small break. Hey, look, yeah. Let's speedrun this son of a bitch. I'm going to do this one of our tutorial to see if I can remember everything correctly. What? What's your collection? Your collection? Why are these both the same? I do want to copy it. Oh, fuck that then. I could sort of with an H. Fuck off your fucking advertisements. I'm so fucking sick of the advertisements today. That was R. What happened here? My slides with C. That's better. Where's the face? Oh, it is here. Not the entire object. Hmm. Hmm. That's literally what I want to do, but hey, why would you listen to me? Why is it so difficult to go this way? Good enough. Why are you not? Why are you at a weird fucking angle? Yeah, sure. Burning. Cool. Now. Point light. Yeah, sure. I need to disable. Perfect. Alright, and with that, I conclude the stream. Because my honestly getting fucking tired. So thank you all for once again stopping by. Thank you for celebrating my 25th birthday with me, and thank you Apple for the 400 fucking bits 4 different ways, so torturing me 4 different times. Let's save it. Mug. Lamp. So for the YouTube side, I'm gonna end right here. Bye.